Hello everyone, welcome to this certification training in Business Data Analytics by Intellipaat. Did you know that more than 90% of business professionals say that data and analytics is the key to their organization's success? According to the research done by McKinsey Global Institute, data-driven organizations are 23 times more likely to acquire new customers, 6 times more likely to retain them, and 19 times more likely to be profitable. Owing to these facts, 60% of companies are planning to hire business analysts, says the Institute of Business Analysis. Right now, if you just go over to the Google and search for business analyst jobs, you'll find out that more than 60,000 plus jobs are available in India on just the LinkedIn job board. This number could be much higher if we consider the other job boards. So you can see that as a career option, there is job availability in the domain of business analytics. The salaries for this profession are pretty competitive as well, considering the fact that beginner business analyst gets paid between 6 lakh rupees to 13 lakh rupees. A good salary, number of jobs available, and a simple tech stack are the factors that make business analytics a good career. If you have landed on this video, then chances are you already know these facts and are looking to upskill yourself in the analytics domain. Or you're an IT professional who has understood how critical it is to know analytics to outperform the competition. This particular certification in Business Data Analytics course is all you need to make great things happen. Our expert mentors working in top tier companies have designed this course by keeping current business analytics demands of the industry in mind. So stay tuned right until the end. Here is what the agenda for this course looks like. We'll start with getting introduced to the concepts of business analytics and business data analytics. Once we are clear with this, we'll focus on various approaches to data analytics, which include descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics as well. Moving on, we'll look into the business data analytics lifecycle, which includes several stages such as creation, testing, processing, consumption, and repurposing. Once we are done with cycle, we'll be focusing on business data analytics types and business data analytics case studies. While looking into the case study, we'll comprehend how to identify the research question, analyze the data, and report the results. By the time we are done with this case study, you'll be able to comprehend how data analytics can be used to drive business decisions. And finally, we'll also take you through business analytics interview questions that are most commonly asked in the interviews. The questions we'll be covering in this section are endorsed by our hiring partners and could help you crack your next interview. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. So without any ado, let's dive into the session.
Business analytics is the process of using data, statistical analysis, and other quantitative methods to gain insights and make data-driven decisions that drive business performance. It involves the collection, analysis, and interpretation of data to identify trends, patterns, and opportunities, and to provide recommendations for action. Business analytics can be used in various areas of business, including marketing, operations, finance, and human resources. It can help organizations understand customer behavior, optimize production processes, improve financial performance, and manage employee performance, among other things. The process of business analytics typically involves several steps. The very first step is to define the business problem or opportunity that needs to be addressed. This could be anything from improving sales performance to reducing production costs to enhancing customer satisfaction. The next step is to gather and prepare data. This involves identifying the relevant data sources, collecting and cleaning the data, as well ensuring that the data is accurate and complete. The third step is to analyze the data using statistical and other quantitative methods. This involves identifying patterns, trends, and relationships in the data and using this information to draw conclusions and make recommendations. The fourth step is to communicate the findings and recommendations to decision makers. This involves presenting the results in a clear and understandable way and providing recommendations for action. Finally, the last step is to implement the recommended actions and monitor the results to ensure that the desired outcomes are achieved. Now, there are several types of business analytics, including descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics. Descriptive analysis involves the analysis of historical data to understand what happened in the past. This type of analytics is useful for identifying trends and patterns and providing insights into past performance. Diagnostic analytics involves the analysis of data to understand why something happened in the past. This type of analytics is useful for identifying the root causes of problems and identifying areas for improvement. Predictive analytics involves the use of statistical models and machine learning algorithms to predict future outcomes based on historical data. This type of analytics is useful for forecasting demand, identifying potential risks, and developing predictive models for business decisions. Prescriptive analytics involves the use of optimization techniques and decision-making models to determine the best course of action to achieve a specific goal. This type of analytics is useful for determining optimal pricing strategies, inventory levels, and production schedules. Business analytics is becoming increasingly important in today's data-driven business environment. It is an essential tool for modern businesses that want to remain competitive and make data-driven decisions. In conclusion, business analytics is a powerful tool that can help companies improve decision-making, increase efficiency, better target customers, improve forecasting, gain a competitive advantage, and improve risk management. By investing in business analytics tools and expertise, businesses can stay ahead of their competition and achieve long-term success.
What happens, ETL is a short form of extract, transform, load. Right. What happens? Let's consider that you are getting a problem statement from the client where client is giving you his financial data, right? And client is asking you that analyze the financial data, give me how exactly my market look like, how exactly my business look like, what percentage of the total market I am covering, right? Who all are the competitors, doing the competitive analysis, everything, right? Everything. Give me the future projection of my sales, profit, and blah, blah, blah. Apart from that, the client is also asking you to give them the best in class value. Means they are asking for the benchmarking, right? Means let's say they are spending, for example, they are spending, let's say, 1,000 rupees per customer acquisition, right? Means they have to spend 1,000 rupees to acquire one paying customer, right? They have to spend, let's say, 200 rupees on each customer on their support, maintenance, or any other activities per month, right? So this is something your client is spending, and they think that these are a lot values. Spending 1,000 rupees just to acquire a customer is a lot. That's what your customer think of. So they might ask you like, okay, help me understand what my competitors are spending, right? Or what is exactly the best value, right, to acquire a new customer for the service they are offering. So in such cases, you will have to do the benchmarking. Again, how you will do the benchmarking, what kind of data you will use, will come across all of these things later, not now, right? But let's say this is your problem statement. Like you are getting clients' financial data, and this data can be from anything. A lot of ERP tools are being used here, like Oracle being the a leader here. There are multiple other small players are there. So they might give you the export of their Oracle system and will ask you a lot of questions around it. And you need to architect the solution. That's very easy things, right? You can do it easily. The problem is there are chances that one chunk of their data might be in the Oracle system. Another chunk of data might be in the simple Excel sheet. Another chunk of data might be in their another database, let's say SQL Server. Another chunk of data might be in their cloud-based data warehousing solution. Let's call it as Snowflake, right? So let's say these are the 4 data sources they are using. And one thing is sure, whenever you will start working on this, you will have to use all these 4 data sources to basically come across the analysis or benchmarking or visualization or whatsoever you have to do. Now the problem is how you are going to leverage these 4 different sources of data, because the way Oracle will store the data might be different from Excel, might be different from SQL, and even from Snowflake, right? Their metadata might not be the same. And so you need something which can do this metadata management, which can do the formatting of all the data sources to come across a similar format on which you can implement the analytics, or on top of which you can create the report. And this is where the ETL tools basically helping you. So what it will do, it will extract the data from all the four sources. It will transform. How? Depends upon the scenario, depends on what kind of data you are getting, what kind of transformation you are looking for, right? And finally, you will be getting a finalized data. That might be a single source of data, it might be multiple source of data, whatsoever it is, right? You can load it anywhere. You might want to simply export it as Excel file or CSV file. You might want to store it maybe in your database or whatsoever it is, right? You might want to connect a simple hyperfile format or whatsoever it is, right? You might want to get for final output. And that's exactly this ETL tool helps you. There are multiple ETL tools, right? Informatica is definitely one of the leading one, but it's too heavy and not suited for the small level of work, I can say, right? Another thing is it's too costly. And third reason why we not use Informatica a lot is there are much simpler and better performance proven tools are already available in the market. So that's you might find like companies might be moving from this as well. One of the most famous tool and recently has got a lot of attraction is called as Alteryx. It's a perfect tool, and I would prefer to use this in our sessions as well, right? They provide free trial, I think, for a month. If you are a student or instructor, you might get 1 year of license as well, right? So, but this is a perfect tool. Like recently, I have been working a lot with the COVID data, right? COVID vaccinations, adverse events, and all. And we are using Alteryx for the entire pipeline. Now you can think of, when we say this COVID related things, you might be getting the COVID cases from maybe government API or GitHub or somewhere, right? You might be getting the vaccination details from government API. You might be getting the adverse events, adverse effect on the people. Like you might have heard, like some ABC people got vaccinated and they died. Some ABC people got vaccinated and now they have black fungus, right? Or they are suffering from fever. These are the adverse events. These data you might get from social media or you might get from some regulatory bodies like WHO. What I mean to say is there might be X number of data sources and you need to work on top of it, of everything. So I have been using Alteryx since a quite long time, and this has been amazing tool. With little code, high value of understanding, it can give you the amazing result. Apart from this also, there are a lot others, like we have Talent. Recently, Tableau has also launched a data preparation tool called as Tableau Prep. It's not matured, right? So you might find a lot of black holes over there, but yes, they are in the process of getting matured. So a couple of years back, they have launched this, and there are a number of there is something called as Sequence, there is something called as Pentaho, there is something called as very high in demand Looker. It's an Indian company, but later acquired by Google. So it's another great tool. You might have heard about QuilkView or Qilk. All these tools, I mean, Looker and Qilk are not exactly an ETL tool. This is basically, we call it as business intelligence tool, but somehow solves the purpose. But yeah, in fact, Sequence also, this is more of a BI tool, right, rather than ETL tool. But this Informatica, Alteryx, Talent, and Tableau preparation, these are purely an ETL tool, right? In the enterprise version, there are a lot other tools in the in the open source version as well. Something called as NiFi, right? Airflow. These are the open source. In fact, Amazon AWS has something called as Amazon AWS Glue. Microsoft Azure has something called as Azure Data Factory and others. I mean, there are a number of tools, but yeah, these are currently leading the market, and we are going to talk with Alteryx. So all our data pipelines for ETL will be in Alteryx. Now, the third important thing that we'll talk about, although statistics is not a part of your curriculum, but still we will take some time and it will give you the basic of statistics, because it's the bread and butter for machine learning part, right? And you have some machine learning in your curriculum. So we won't take a lot of time, but we'll talk about very basic stuff over there. Something like probability, something like sampling. You might have heard let's say currently West Bengal, Tamil Nadu elections were there, right? So multiple news channels were showing okay, their exit poll, a political party A will win or B will win or something. And whenever they do these kind of prediction, they basically talk about they have done the survey on, let's say, 50,000 people or 10,000 people or something, right? And then you might have heard channel A's survey is 90% correct, channel B survey is like, almost 100% correct, channel C survey is not even 50% correct. How these things are happening? How those new channels select, this 50,000 people as a sample or 10,000 people as a sample? Why someone's, prediction is 100% correct, I mean, near to 100% correct, and someone's is not even 50% correct? All those things can be answered with this sampling, part. So, right. So these three topics we'll learn in a statistics part. And again, as I said, like, this is not a part of your curriculum, but good to understand, right? Because it will help you to answer a lot of questions later on. Like currently, as I'm serving a client, right? So we are currently trying to identify, like, if 5% is a prevalence rate for COVID positive cases, and let's say if one person in the family is diagnosed, what chances are there that the other family members will also get diagnosed? And that way the government is acting on it. If there are high chances, more than 50%, immediately RT-PCR testings will be there. Immediately vaccination drives will be there, right? If the probability is less than 50%, then they are less vulnerable to it. Right? So what I mean to say is these things will be directly helping you to take a decision, right? So very important, and we'll spend quite a significant of time over there. Fourth part that we will do is then we'll move to the machine learning or data science part. Again, if you look into your curriculum, right, there are fixed number of algorithms that have been asked to do over there, but we'll do little more in that case. So in machine learning parts, ultimately you must be knowing, right? Machine learning nothing, but we talk about the future things, right? That's what machine learning is. So there are two things basically in machine learning. The first thing is prediction, and the second thing is called as clustering. Prediction is something like, let's say there is an offline shop who is earning 100 rupees per month, right? Then if the shop owner wants to know like how much they will earn next month, right? Maybe like 110 or 120 or even 90 or 105, whatsoever it is, right? So you can do this kind of prediction over there. This is something we call it as prediction, right? If a student is getting, let's say, ABC marks in the examination, whether the student will be able to get the admission or not, right? So these kind of problems basically comes under the prediction part, and we'll learn in a part of machine learning called as supervised learning models. And then there is something called as clustering. Clustering basically means, like, let's say there is an e-commerce company, right, which has started their operation in Tamil Nadu, right? And now they want to define their delivery systems, right? Currently, they don't have anything. They would like to acquire the delivery systems over there. Now, I'm not sure whether you have come across these terminologies or not, but usually you will find that there would be certain locations where cash on delivery might not be available. There are certain locations where banks are not usually providing the credit. Have you come across any such situations earlier? What happens, like, they basically blacklist certain areas, and those blacklisting can be done upon various factors. One of the major would be like, these people might not be paying the loan EMI on time, or they might be defaulting a lot, or, something like, I mean, there can be a lot of hiccups, a lot of defaults would be there, and, many other stuff, right? So they basically create such kind of a strategy where people from these areas might not be, eligible to get the loans. Similarly, when, let's say, an e-commerce company starts operating and they want to build their delivery systems, right? They identify the areas where it's safe to deliver the cash on delivery, right? Usually you will find that, e-commerce company owners are very struggling to have high level of delivery rates, especially on cash on delivery, because people usually order, and when the courier guys call them, they usually don't pick up the call, or they refuse to accept the orders. And this happens a lot, right? There are a lot of bounds in this. So people like us basically help the company reduce such kind of issues by identifying those areas. And that's where this clustering help you. So what you can do is, you can may divide, a particular city. Let's say you are targeting Chennai for first, right? So you might want to divide Chennai into, let's say, X number of clusters, maybe let's say 5 clusters. There would be a cluster which will be, pretty good. In that locality, high earning class people might be there, right? They would be staying. So those are the locality where there is no chance of being default or no chances of bounces, kind of, right? So it's completely safe to deliver. Then there can be a classes where usually people are staying with, a high level of classes, high level of earning. But in the past, it has been seen that, people doesn't accept it, right? Or people usually default it. So you might want to degrade that, and so on, right? So first you might want to identify or might want to divide the entire Chennai into 4 or 5 clusters, right? And can decide in which cluster you have to provide cash on delivery or not. You have to provide delivery or not. And then further, you can implement a prediction-based algorithm to identify if you are doing a cash on delivery, what can be the limit of it, right? So you can define like, okay, in this area, people are pretty good. They don't do any such kind of issues. So you might want to open it, right? They can even do a cash on delivery of 50,000, right? But there might be some areas where people are good, but when it comes to high value orders, they don't accept it. So you might want to limit the cash on delivery in those areas, right? So these all things can be the part of clustering applications. Also, as we are dealing a lot with the business analytics, there can be further use cases like, let's say the customer is facing a lot of issues with cash on delivery, and the company want to promote, prepaid orders more. So you have to come up with a kind of plan where, based upon the data, you can provide them the strategy, like how they can convert, right, cash on delivery orders to the prepaid order, so that there will be less number of bounces for the company, right? So all these things can be answered from these machine learning models. And the second part of model that I am talking about, this clustering, this is a part of something called as unsupervised learning models. So machine learning have basically 2 set of models. And when I say models, that's nothing but a machine learning model. And that's nothing but a kind of, we can say, mathematical equation, nothing else, right? So one is called as supervised models. Later we will talk like, why we call it as supervised models. And another is called as unsupervised models. In supervised model, you will be basically doing prediction. Prediction can be further divided into 2 parts. One is called as regression, another is called as classification, which we'll talk in detail when we'll reach to this 4th module. And second one is called as unsupervised learning models, where we do the clustering. Clustering nothing but means we divide the population, we divide the area, or we divide anything into different number of groups based upon their property, based upon their nature and etc. Right. So in this case, right, in supervised learning models, we will learn about the machine learning models like linear regression. We'll talk about something called as logistic regression. We'll talk about something called as decision tree. We'll talk about something called as random forest. In clustering, means unsupervised learning, we talk about something called as K-means. It's not like these are the only 5 algorithms. There are a lot more as well. But yeah, these are the primarily models which you must have to understand, right? So that's something we'll be doing here. And then finally, on the data side, on top of whatever we have learned, we'll go with the visualization, right? So we'll visualize normal data analytics. Data also will visualize machine learning, modeling data as well, right? And again, for the visualization, you are familiar with Tableau. So we will consider Tableau itself for the visualization. In fact, they are one of the leader as well. But there are other tools as well, right? Like we have Power BI, tough competitor of Tableau. We have QlikView. Again, we have Looker. We have Seasons. We have Pentaho. We have Datamir, and a lot more. Good. So that will be our technical footage.
Let's start with the main topic of this. So I wanted to focus on few things before we go ahead. So if we understand, right? I mean, if you see this in today's world, we are all driven by the data. I mean, the organizations are data driven. Now they're investing millions of dollars into this business data analytics, but unfortunately, they're finding that their investments are not returning the value that they expected. Now, this is where you can see that, I mean, if you see what does effective decision making involve, right? I mean, if you just look at this diagram, it is pretty much obvious that there is a lot of data and metrics, profusion of data and metrics that goes into this part, right? And on top of it, good analysis is what is important. So that gives you a decisions or effective decision. I mean, it would be like a, what you call, I mean, what IIBA calls is as evidence-based decision making. So that is what is IIB's intention based when we talk about the IIB's program for CBDA. Okay, so this is what I wanted to give you a preliminary idea, and then just a chart about the need of corporates for BA work. If you just look at the BA work, because I am primarily more focused on the BA work and the use of CBDA in my work. So that's where I collected this data. If you see, this is again from IIBA. So if you see that the current today's work, a BA's work is involving, let's say around 71% of that is involved in business and data analysis, which is expected to go to up to 80%, right? So you can see that there are other areas also, but these areas are losing out their significance and more relating to all, these are all mapping to these key areas. So that's where we are moving. Okay. So, I mean, we can't be isolated from this, the trends that are coming up in this area. So we have to pick it up. Having said so, we will see what is there as part of CBDA program is. Now, what is business data analytics? IIBA defines it as a practice by which a specific set of techniques, competencies, and procedures are applied to perform continuous exploration, iteration, and investigation of past and current business data for the purposes of obtaining insights about a business that can lead to improved decision making. Now, I understand that's a lot of words. Okay, lot of words. I mean, it's really complicated to go. I don't know why IIPA or even PMI define this, because they want to make it very exhaustive, very inclusive. But in simple words, if you look at it, it's about enabling improved decision making. But how we are going to do? Organizations will collect the data that they already have, or they may have access to, right? I mean, they will try to get that access, and in the area that they are interested in. For example, it can be marketplace, consumer behavior, let's say, or new product launch, whatever may be the area that they are interested in. And then they analyze that data, right? And draw business insight, which will be the input to the effective decision-making process. That is the point here. So if you look at this definition, it is talking about several techniques, competencies, and procedures. Yes, IIBA recommends certain set of techniques that are relevant for each domain that IIBA talks about. So it is better to look at those techniques because they help deliver value in a better way. That is why those techniques are important. Now, this is a brief outline of what we have in this. Data is going into, I mean, based on data, we'll derive do the analysis, get the business insight, and then that becomes our input to the evidence-based decision making. Now, let's look at what is business analysis versus data analytics, because these two are now IIBA coming up with another module, like let's say another course or certification, like the certificate in business data analytics. What was the reason, or how these two disciplines overlap? That's where we have to see the difference. How IIBA also views this. This is a snapshot from IIBA, and I mean the guide to business data analytics. Now, if you look at this, business data analytics is a specialized area of study that contains aspects of business analysis and analytics disciplines. Now, what is it used for? It is used for creating better decision outcomes, business outcomes, through evidence-based decision. Now, the point here is there are certain set of, let's say, you can say a group or certain groups who treat this data analytics as a specialty or subset of business analysis, specialty discipline of business analysis. But IIBA views it slightly differently. It sees that these two are distinct disciplines, but specialized set, basically a more specialized set of study. That is what it means. Now, if you look at the tasks, how a BA is BS, what is the main focus in each of this? When you look at this, its main focus is enabling change by defining needs and recommending solutions. That is exactly the definition of the business analysis practice. Okay. Now, when you come to data analytics, what is it? You will be looking at, because if you visualize a BA role in a data analytics initiative, his role would not be like a data scientist, or more like a, not like a data analyst. What I'm trying to tell you is, he may not be having all those technical skills to actually actually run the analysis of, or let's say, different kinds of simulations, to simulations on the data that is collected. But what he will do is, he will provide the business insight or the business meaning behind that data that is being collected or that is being represented. So that is what his business analyst's role is. Okay. So when in a data analytics initiative, how the business analyst adds value, that is what is defined here. If you see here, so we as business analysts provide context for the research question, right? One of the important factor is define or identify the research question. That is the first domain of the business data analytics. Okay. Now in this is the most crucial aspect, is defining the correct research question. Otherwise, all our efforts are wasted. So how BA works, adds value, BA provides the context of the research question, right? So these are the things that a BA does in case of a, you can say, data analytics initiative. Okay. This is just a brief overview. Okay. So as I said, right, I mean, if you see data analytics team as such, right, it is like a team sport, right? I mean, of course, nowadays, everything is based on the team as such. But if you look at this, these are the core. I mean, if you see, as business analysts, we bring focus to that initiative, right? So, and data scientists are the integral part of the team. However, the other people, as you see, right, data analysts or the customer experience, these are all depending upon, as the need arises, we may involve them in our analysis effort. So that's how a data analytics team functions. Okay. So this is one of the reasons why I wanted to start off with this basic introduction, because there are a lot of people who confuse that this course would help them gain knowledge on the data analytic techniques, or let's say more on the machine learning or something like that. But that is not what IIBA focuses on. IIBA focuses on what is applying the business analysis skill in a data initiative to make that initiative successful. Okay, that's the key focus of this CBDA course as such, right? So if you see this, these are the 5 practice domains that I talked about initially. So I said IBA or CBDA talks about there are 5 practice domains. The first one is identify the research questions. What do? We formulate the research questions that business analytics initiative will be used to answer, right? This is the first domain that we'll look into some more details of this each of this domain. The second part is the second domain that we talk about is source data, determining what type of data must be used for the formulated research question and assessing the quality of the data. We must note that the source data is also, while sourcing of the data, we should also focus on the quality of the data. Otherwise, it would be like a wastage of huge effort. This part, the source data, is the part where it involves the maximum amount of effort. So in a recent initiative in my company also, I mean, the client that I'm working for, they are doing a data analytics initiative in terms of using the revenue stream that we are generating as part of the launching of new plans, how good they are. So based on that, we are trying to develop business insights to come up with new offerings, right? So that's one of the area where we are working on. So when we look at this, what kind of data that we are collecting, which sources are we looking to, right? What is the quality of data? How reliable is that data? Right? These are the things that we will be focusing on when we look at source data, right? This is the source data domain. And then we have the next choice, analyze data, deciding how data analysis will be performed, including which models and mathematical or statistical techniques will be used. Now, this domain, as we see, analyze data, here in most of the organizations, you will see that BA's role is more like a supporting supporting kind of role. Unless that BA is really technically competent, he's having strong technical skills to do the data analysis himself, right? So otherwise, okay, I have rarely found people, I mean, of course, I've not been part of too many initiatives. I've just started off with this data analytics initiatives in my own company. But having said so, what I'm trying to tell you here is, usually this is the, my reading also confirms this, that we don't find too many business analysts who are very learned on this kind of technical skills, because these are expensive skills. I mean, when you look at these big data or any of these machine learning, deep learning skills, these are expensive skills, not usually found with everyone, right? Plus, these are hard focused on more on the technical side. These people look at kind of data as disconnected from the business part. That is how they look at, right? So these are different. So that's the difference between a business analyst versus a data analyst or data scientist. Then the fourth part is a fourth domain that we'll look at is interpret and report results. What we do is, using the analytics results, I mean, basis the analysis that we have done, right? We draw business insights, right? We draw business insights, and that we are going to use it to build or aid in our decision making. That is the main part that we are. And here we emphasize upon like storytelling or storyboarding, or you can say telling story with data, or more like visualizations. Visualizations, when we say visualizations, can be any form, right? Graphs, charts, all these kind of visualizations that we can use to report our results. Then the last domain that as a practitioner view is that use results to influence business decision making. Now translate the analytics outcomes, the outcomes that we have come across in this while interpreting and reporting results. These outcomes will be translated to business recommendations that the stakeholders or decision makers can use, right? So any business action that is influenced by the result of analytics initiative may result in an organizational change that affects people, processes, offerings, or technology. Now this again is kind of the role where you will see that BA's role is very, very important, right? I mean, if he is part of the data analytics initiative, which is causing a change, organizational change, bringing about an organizational change, which will also involve people change in the processes, or let's say the technology upgrade, or some kind of initiative. So there again, the BA's role comes into play till the end of that initiative, right? So that's what is the brief overview of the 5 practice domains. Just look at this next few slides. These are just, I'll tell you about what IIBA contains as part of the CBDA course. Okay. Now, in the identify research question, the focus is to arrive at the correct research questions. That is the most important part here, right? We will work with the data scientist to understand. I mean, we will anyway work with the stakeholders to understand their needs and then assess their needs. Based on that, we will also validate our assumptions with because this is a data initiative, right? So we will be focusing upon the data view of the part, meaning what we'll understand. We'll try to, let's assume that there is a activity called, we'll identify the stakeholders. So how do we identify the stakeholders as compared to, let's say, a business analyst initiative, normal BA role, I mean, traditional IT project view. Here, what we'll be focused on, we'll be focused on which stakeholder is will provide us the data, or who is the custodian of this data, right? And who is going to get impacted with the this data, right? So those kind of people or those kind of resources would be our stakeholders for a data initiative. These are 6 tasks in this domain. So every domain that there are 5 domains, as I said, every domain has certain tasks, group of tasks. Now this, if you look at what are these group of tasks, these group of tasks are, like, you can say they are logically grouped to make it as, and we call it as a domain. Identify the research question as research questions is a domain which consists of the logical grouping of these 6 tasks. Okay. So define business problem or opportunity, identify and understand the stakeholders, assess current state, define future state, formulate research questions, plan business data analytics approach. Now, if you look at this brief description of each of this is like, what is the business problem or opportunity? For example, it can be like improve customer experience of a retail store, right? That is the, let's say, the business problem or opportunity that we are looking at. Now, with this problem statement, who could be the corresponding stakeholders. That is what here I mentioned as data view of the business problem. Like who all would be the, what kind of, I mean, let's say, what is the footfall in the customer, in the retail store, right? Then there can be several other parameters that we can study as part of this business problem, right? So accordingly, we'll identify who would be the relevant stakeholders. Then assessing the current state, meaning determining what the existing data is pointing towards. Existing data of, let's say, the customer experience, customer behavior in our retail store, how that what kind of behavior that data is indicating. That is what we are trying to study as part of the assessing the current state. And then define the future state. What is the business outcome that we are going to achieve out of this? For example, we want to track more KPIs about the customer experience, if that is the part here. So let's work on to that. That is the future state. We'll define that in a very clear fashion so that we share we get a shared understanding with all the stakeholders. That is very important for the success of any initiative. Because end of the day, what we want to do is we want to deliver value out of this initiative to this business, right? That's the key part. Now, formulate research questions. If you see this is a higher level description of a research question or problem. Now, formulate research questions is the lower level or the fine details of the research questions that we will be going to investigate. Now, what could be the research questions for this, let's say, for the same high level problem that we have documented here? Now, for this, let's consider what I can say is if this is the initiative, let's say if this is the business problem, then if we want to improve the customer experience, what can we do? What are the factors that influence the customer experience? That is one such part we should be considering, isn't it? What are the factors that will influence the customer experience? That is one question, research question that can be part of one research question, which will be more like you can say this is the descriptive analytics, right? Then there can be another question which can be like what are the measures of evaluating this customer experience, right? So that is another example of this is again an example of descriptive analytics. What else can be the case? Okay, how do you classify the individual transactions on the retail side as positive experience or let's say negative experience? This becomes a predictive analytics question, right? So I gave you examples of 2 descriptive analytics question and 1 predictive analytics. There can be few more, right? Let's say, will customer experience improve by providing the let's say new payment method, or let's say by adding kind of a pay wallet to their payment mechanism? Will this help improve the customer experience? Now, this is again a prescriptive analytics question, right? So if you see this, what I gave you one example of improve customer experience of a retail store. This is a business problem that we are looking at, and we came up with 4 different kinds of research questions. And the last task in this is plan business data analytics approach. Now, this will define how the analytics work will be performed. What type of analytics initiative will it be? Will it be prescriptive? Will it be descriptive analytics? So those are the type of questions that we'll be answering as part of plan business data analytics approach. Now, in doing all this kind of all these tasks, there are several techniques that are recommended by IIB. I mean, some of these techniques are common to the business analysis work also. If you look at this, I'll say that till the interviews and workshops, these are the techniques that are common for that are there in the BABOK also. So the PAs do this. And exploratory data analysis, hypothesis formulation and testing, problem reframing and shaping. These are the techniques that are more common with or more specific to a data analytics initiative. Okay, so if we go more in depth into each of these domains as part of the course outline, course duration, then we can start talk about the techniques, what are the limitations of those techniques and all that. But for now, that's what I wanted to give you an overview about each domain. Okay, now let's look at the next domain, which is called source data. So source data to determine the right data needed for the given research question. That is the objective. That is what we want to do. Now, as I said, we would need people with strong technical skills to do this, right? So again, this can be done by data analyst, data scientist, or a business analyst professional if he has those skills, right? So the point I wanted to highlight here is you should not be considering that you won't be eligible to participate in such kind of activities, because that is one aspect that I wanted to clear towards the end of our discussion, where we say that how we are adding value, because even today organizations are finding it really very difficult to find people who are skilled in both the aspects. It's not possible. Okay, so you can only get expertise in certain amount of areas, right? So you need a team to work on that. So you will have a role to play. Of course, you have to upskill yourself. Like, I mean, for example, I as a business, I was completely into the finance domain. Right now, I'm working, have moved to the technical domain. I've learned a lot during this so many years, and still now I'm in the process of learning, right? So that's where we have to upskill ourselves, make ourselves useful in those initiatives that are happening around us. That's where we have to play a role, right? So that's the part I'm trying to highlight, that we should not be thinking that this is something that is reserved for somebody only for a technical person, right? That's what we want to highlight. So the tasks in this source data domain are these four: plan data collection, determine data sets, collect data, validate data. Plan data would, as the name suggests, what data is needed, availability of the data, determining how the data will be collected, how the data will be validated once it is collected. This is the planning stage. I mean, this is about the planning activity of the data collection. Now, after that, we will implement this plan in these three, like determining the data sets, collect the data, or validate the data. We are following the plan that we are implementing. Now, you need to understand one critical aspect of the course outline here. IIBA or the PMI always follows this kind of thing. There is a task called plan BA information, right? So which means what? We are actually planning the work, and then we are doing that work, executing that plan or implementing that plan. So the first part is about plan data collection, and then whatever we are talking about is we are about whatever we are defining as part of this plan data collection, that we are going to implement as part of our execution process, you can say, right? So implementing process, whatever name you may call it. So when we look at the determine the data sets, what we are going to do, we are going to review the data that we have identified with, right? And we'll determine the data types, data dimensions, sample size, define the relationships between different data elements. These are the things that we'll do as part of the determine the data sets task. Then we actually collect the data, activities performed to support data professionals with data setup, preparation, and collection. It includes profiling of the data also. Then validate data. It is a high-level validation only at this stage, because we have still not gone into the data analysis part, right? The analyzed data is still there. I mean, of course, one thing, another important point that I want to highlight is, while working in a real world situation, these tasks are not performed in a sequential fashion, right? You might be getting more and more data, you might be analyzing, I mean, you might be determining the data sets, you might be analyzing also, and then you will again back to this collecting of data, because that data did not work out for you. You'll collect a different set of data. So you'll keep on repeating this task. So the tasks are iterative. It is not, nowhere it is mentioned or nowhere it is mandated that these tasks have to be performed in a sequential way. Yes, for some tasks to begin, we have to do some things in a sequence, right? So, but then please note that these tasks are not sequential. That's it. So when we do a high-level validation of data, this is basically on these aspects, right? I mean, business validation and technical validation. What is business validation of data? So basically requirements, right? Based on what we discussed and based on which requirements we defined our data. I mean, what will be the data analytics initiative? And does that data that we are trying to focus on, does that validate those requirements? Yes or no? If yes, that is what is the business validation. Technical validation would more like technical testing of the data and all that. Basically, at a high level, if you look at, these are the things that we are look at: accuracy, completeness, consistency, uniqueness, and timeliness. These are the characteristics of the data that we will be examining as part of the validate data task. And some of the techniques that are useful here is, again, quite a lot of techniques are useful from the BA domain as such, BA skills, you can say, right? BA the tools and techniques that we use in the BA work, that is the same thing. is applicable here as well. The third part is analyze data, right? I mean, the third domain is the analyze domain. So here what we are doing is, if you look at this again, here we are working along with the data scientist, because here again, here the primary role is again for a data scientist. We actually, as BAs, mostly support the data scientist in bringing the business view of the data, right? That is what we are trying to bring when we work along with the data scientist in this domain, right? So here, if you look at this, what exactly happens? We create a hypothesis, right? That is what we do. We prepare data, perform data analysis. Are the results helpful? If they are helpful, well and good. If they are not helpful, then we make adjustments to our approach. That is what is considered creating a hypothesis and experimenting with data. That is what we do as part of analyze data in action, right? So there are again 5 tasks in this. These are the techniques that are useful. Now, if you look at these tasks, again, it starts with a develop data analysis plan. Okay, it tells us how to do the rest of the tasks about data analysis, right? So the primary responsibility of developing this plan is again the data scientists, but BA can draft the initial plan, as IIB also mentions. But again, it has to be reviewed by the data scientist, because he's the fittest person to do so, right? Because if the BA himself is technically competent, then he's more than welcome to do so. However, that's what is expected here. Okay, and then you prepare the data, which means you actually establish the relationship and linkages between the sources in order to create the data set. Now explore the data. Now what you are doing here is exploratory analysis to ensure the data being collected is what was expected from the data sources. The data that we are actually collecting here, we are actually collecting the data is really what we expected from the data sources, yes or no? That is what we are verifying as part of the explore data activity. Quality check. Primarily again, here the primary responsibility of data scientist, BA to provide the understanding of business domain to the data scientist. That's what we can do. Then the perform data analysis. Here, original research question in the business language is transformed into a mathematical question, which is translated into a model to perform a deeper analysis. Here, a lot of things like machine learning, deep learning, simulations, descriptive and inferential statistics, all these are required. Now, IIBA does not focus on, or it does not ask you questions on any of these machine learning or deeper learning. It will ask you, let's say, some basics about the, let's say, mean, median, mode, or some statistical standard deviation, right? These are the questions that do come in this exam. However, the primary focus is applying of these techniques. I mean, how these techniques are helpful. That is what you need to understand when we do this, or when we study this perform data analysis. You don't need to know R or Python to actually do this data analysis. I mean, or appear for this exam. That is not required. Then assess the analytics and system approach taken. As I said, if you look at the previous diagram, what I said is, if the results are not justifying what we wanted, then we have to make a course correction, right? Oh, so that is what is expected as part of this task. Assess the analytics and systems approach taken. The fourth domain that we are looking at is interpret and report results. What we have done is, we have identified the research questions, right? We have sourced the data, right? And then after verifying the quality and all that, we have also actually did the analysis of the data, right? We build some insights, right? That's what we are doing here. So business insights may differ from the way data patterns are understood and communicated. This is the difference between the viewpoint of a business analyst versus a data analyst. If you see, where the data patterns and signals focus on trends, distribution, and statistical parameters. If you ask a data scientist or a data analyst, he will be really very forthcoming or enthusiastic about talking about distributions, statistical parameters, and trends. But that will, you can imagine, right? When we talk to business or non-technical stakeholders, they are least, I mean, they will not understand all this jargon, right? We have to provide the business context of these numbers. That is what we do. So that becomes very crucial. So we add a very significant value in this domain. Actually, we need to understand this part, that our role is very, very significant as an analyst in this particular domain. So business insights are focused on inferring business relevant facts. So that's what is mentioned here. So again, the tasks in this domain include validate understanding of the stakeholders, because here we are, there are two things that we need to note. Plan stakeholder communication, determine communication needs to stakeholders, and these, of course, these two along with this task. Now imagine, if you look at any, or if you have come across any readings about the data analytics initiative that has happened, or any data-based decision that has been taken by the companies, many a times there is a lot of history behind that. What happens is the communication here needs to be really robust, because any gap, any misinterpretation of result is more likely to be termed as a gap. That is very, 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 very common in this kind of initiatives, because it is natural, because there are too many exploratory analysis that we are doing, exploratory techniques that we are using. So if the communication is robust, we can have a very active level of stakeholder engagement in this. So that is very important when we look at interpret and report results domain. So that is why you also see how business analysis skills would be really, really important in getting this done. The main important aspect is, again, derive insights from data and document and communicate the findings from completed analysis. Here we can use various techniques like storyboarding or 3-minute story or business visualizations. We can talk about these techniques if we go into more details about the course itself. But yeah, these are the 5 tasks in this domain. And finally, we have as a practitioner view, this is the last domain that we are looking at: use results to influence business decision making. What we have done is, if you look at this second line, that's more important. I want your attention here. Focus is on insights. It is not about aggregated data or summary of findings. So till now, what we have done is, we should be talking about the insights, not the aggregation of what we have done. Right, that is very important here. Otherwise, it's no use, right? So analytics results can be used as strategic asset to influence the business model and processes. The results can be used both as a decision support or by integrating into workflows to provide real-time decisions. For example, when we work on various fraud detection models, right? So if we do a data analysis initiative and find that can be embedded into our decision-making process about fraud detection, that is more than welcome. Or it can be, this kind of initiative can happen towards a strategic initiative, let's say launching of a new product. So that's what is meant here when I say it can be embedded integrated into the workflows, or it can be used as a decision support for making a crucial business decision. In this, there are several tasks: recommend actions, develop implementation plan, manage change, derive insights from data, document and communicate the findings from completed analysis. Again, if you look at one of the techniques that here, balance scorecard, right? This is talking about, if we know balance scorecard, there are 4 different areas based on which the parameters are evaluated, right? Customer feedback, then finance, or let's say the revenue, and the learnings, right? How we apply those learnings. Those are the things balance scorecard usually contains. Now, this technique is really very useful when we see how do we manage change, right? Or how do we apply the insights that we have made out of that we have drawn out of this data. So those are the things that we are looking at when we are performing this tasks in this domain, or activities in this domain. Now, this is a different, there are 2 views, as I said when I started off, right? IIBA talks about 2 views. One is a practitioner view, one is an organizational view. This is what is an organizational view. And it builds upon the previous 5 domains that we just now went through, right? So it focuses on those and mainly about organizational enablers to ensure that the success of the data analytics initiatives, right, in the organization. It explores how organizations can embed analytics initiatives into the overall organizational structure and decision-making framework. So basically, there are 3 domains, 3 tasks in this: organizational strategy, talent strategy, data strategy. Now, this can be like, organizational strategy can be centralized, decentralized, or hybrid, depending upon how you want to. And again, the focus is, you must remember, when we talk about this as a data analytics initiative, how the data analytics initiative will be guided using the organizational structure, right? It can be centralized, it can be hybrid, it can be decentralized. These are the 3 different variations that IAB talks about. Then there is a talent strategy, which means we want to retain or we want to grow the talent. We want to make sure that employees feel connected with the data initiative. They are or they are feeling challenged to work on these kind of initiatives, right? They're getting very good work. This is what is about talent strategy, right? And data strategy, meaning what? How, if you see that for an ad hoc initiative, you may not have a very robust data strategy. But when you want to grow on this, want to make frequent use of data analytics in your business operations, then obviously you would be thinking about the data, managing or building a strategy around how to manage your data. So that is what is being talked about in the data strategy. So these are the three tasks in this domain. Okay, as an organizational view, more details are there, but we can talk about it if we go into the course details. That's pretty much about the overview of the 5 domains from a practitioner view and the 1 domain from an organizational view. Now, this is where I wanted to focus upon the available opportunities for business analysts, right? I'm saying again, business analyst, but you can consider anyone who is doing an analysis work and is interested to work in the role of a, let's say, business data analytics, or let's say supporting the analysis work in a data initiative. So IAB identifies that these are the 4 major areas or 4 major roadblocks to any data analytics initiative. Lack of management or financial support. But if you see this, lack of management or financial support is more likely it has happened because companies of late have realized that the investments they have made in the past were not justifying, or they were not giving them the returns. That's why probably management or the companies have lost or they are not very encouraging in this kind of initiatives anymore, or probably they are lacking. That is what I'm trying to highlight here. My way of looking at it is companies went into this data analytics initiative with a very huge force, but without much planning, on-ground planning or on-ground strategy. So that's why these initiatives failed or fired back very badly, and ultimately they have or executives have become much wary to invest more into this. So that's why we feel that it is lacking of financial or management support. Then there is one more part, is failure to create a clear question to answer. This is one of the very important factors, meaning what? For a data analytic initiative to be successful, we must know the question very clearly. What is it that we are trying to answer by using this data analytics initiative? That is very important. And framing of this question is not an easy task. We can understand this more detail, but it requires more time. But this is one of the factors that IAB highlights. The last 2 parts I've highlighted in a bigger font size because I'll take it to the next part where we will show how, as BAs or analysts, we are adding value, right? Inability to explain and communicate the results of the research, and decision makers not using the results of analytics. This is where you can see that we as BAs or analysts can play a very active role. Now, how do the data analysts view the data? Data sets they view as data variables. They are no more than data variables for them. For us, when we look at these kind of numbers, we are actually trying to find a meaning behind those numbers, right? So that is why, and as is the case, has been the case as a business. When I say you're in your respective roles, when you speak to the customer about a release, about a testing artifact that you have delivered, or a business outcome that you have delivered as part of your testing roles, you might have seen that you might have actually not just looked at the test case passing or failing, right? You would have seen or visualized or realized the actual business value that the customer would derive by using of that particular functionality which you have just now passed, or let's say where you spend some more time correcting a defect and then you made sure that the functionality was delivered properly. So this is one of the key part that I'm trying to say, that we as analysts, or we as when we work in our respective roles, we are able to translate business problems into questions very well. We empathize with customers' experience. We do it on a day-to-day basis also, right? And we are very good at communicating technical results to non-technical stakeholders, right? If I talk about numbers, those numbers would not make much meaning to them. However, when I talk about how those numbers are actually
we need it because we need to take care of them. We need to ensure that they don't move out of our network. I mean, they don't go out of our. I mean, they don't cease to associate with us. All those things are required, and that's why we need to look at who are most profitable. Supply chain bottlenecks. Right, COVID has taught us the importance of supply chain, and where things are getting stuck, when a particular employee is likely to leave. This is also a data analytics problem. Based on the history, based on the performance, based on the many other parameters, can I predict, okay, is my trading program effective? So what I'm talking about,
Just a quick info, guys, Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IIT and PowerTech. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
I also struggle with this question. Whatever I am talking, mostly, I mean, it's a way that I'm just talking about few things, but is it effective? And the way I would measure my effectiveness is how many people of you have completed CBDA exam and cleared it. So that's my way of measuring. So sometimes you may have to identify your own KPIs. So yeah, in a way, I'm nudging all of you to appear for the exam also. So please take it. Appear for the exam. I can assure you that if you are attentive and if you follow or at least the basics things correctly, then you will be able to clear the exam. What will be the demand next month? So this is a forecasting problem. What would be, how many customers will come? And where should I open the store? Let's say you have got a physical things to sell and you want 10 and let's say in the city of Bangalore you want 10 locations. Where you should put those 10 locations? And how you should discuss, and what are the factors you should discuss, what are the data points? These are the questions which the data analytics professional has to answer. Yes. Retention, yes, customer retention, that's right. Profitable customer has to be retained. Okay, let's do this exercise right now. And my question to you all is, you are the business data analytics professional or business data analyst, and your management has asked you that you are a Indian automotive company, and for the sake of simplicity I'm taking a name. I don't have anything other than that. Let's say Mahindra and Mahindra, because they are making some fantastic products right now. So they want to expand, and they are already in couple of markets, but let's say they want to discuss which market they want to go full-fledged big, to go global market. And my question to you is this: find out the objective. Objective is obvious. I mean, I don't think that objective is not clear. So you want to expand to a global market, and maybe let's say we'll keep an objective that you want to generate 1 billion revenue in next 5 years from that particular market. Okay, that is your objective. I'm clarifying it. Now, what I want from you right now, and take 5 minutes, is what are the questions you need to ask in order to solve this problem? What are the questions you need to ask? Okay. What data you need, what analysis you will perform, and interpretation, just leave it, because the interpretation, once the analysis, actual analysis is done, that will be your interpretation. But if you can come up with something, is great, otherwise is okay. And then communication and influence. So how you want to communicate and how you would like to influence your findings to the top management. Is the question clear to everyone? I'm repeating for the sake of simplicity once again. You are a business analyst for Mahindra and Mahindra. And for those who doesn't know, Mahindra and Mahindra is one of the utility vehicles, tractors, or sports utility vehicle manufacturer of India. They have got a good market share in India in their segment, and they want to move to a global market, let's say either to US, Europe, UK, Australia, anywhere, China, you decide. That's all right. So they want to market, and they want to generate 1 billion revenue in next 5 years from that market. Correct? Now what I want you is, you tell me what are the question you should be asking as a business analyst. What are the things you need to know? What questions? In order to need answer to those questions, what data you need and what analysis you will perform. Interpretation, leave that aside. And how you want to communicate and influence, I mean, that will just be a very simple answer. But primarily I am interested in questions, data, and analysis. So think about objective means what you want to achieve from this, which we have already told. Questions. So in the questions, think about what is the opportunity here. Opportunity is the market expansion, right? What is the problem? What are the decisions? What are the things that you want to do? So some of you have already given some good insights, but what are the questions you want to answer, right? So that is what, which product to be launched. Correct. That is one question. What would be the price? Maybe another question. Or if not exact price, what is the price range? What type of model you want today? Whether this is a SUV market or a MUV market or a small car market or a electric car market, right? So these are the things. What data you need? So let's say you say that you want to launch, you want to, your question is to get electric market, or maybe for objective also you can bring it into some, I mean, you can break the objective into smaller chunk. So let's say 1 billion revenue in next 5 years. So you can break it. You can say that, okay, 100 million in next 1 year. Let's say 100 million, you can say that. Then you can break it that out of this 100 million, what I want to do is I want to get it from new product sales, let's say 80%, and a service revenue. You know, when you buy a car, you do the servicing and all that. So 20%. Again, I'm just giving you some example. And the service revenue and spare part revenue is also a big revenue stream for the organization. So let's ignore it for service revenue at this point. So new product sales. So you think about then what technology to be used and all those things, right? So these are your question. So each question you must ask data. So if you say electrification, what is the question you should be asking about? What data you should be doing? Whether the electric model will be success or not depends on what your question will be. Is the electricity supply reasonable or reliable? Is the electricity cost reliable in that particular market? Are there already electrical models available in the market? Getting my point? Is the charging infrastructure sufficient? How you will judge the charging infrastructure is sufficient? How many supercharger you have? So this is the kind of detailed breakdown I am expecting tomorrow from you. Or if not tomorrow, if tomorrow is very short time, please take this as a task for the next session. So next Saturday anyway we'll not have a class, so you'll have time. So please be ready with at least 1 page written document of this, and I'll ask randomly anybody to show your document, which we can discuss, right? Pay attention. I am saying objective, break it into smaller chunk. For each of the objective, identify what question you need to ask, and I gave you some examples. Make it like a good data analytics document. I mean, don't write it. I mean, just like that. I mean, put it into proper sections, put it into the questions. For each questions, logically ask for data. It's not that I need this and there is no logically flow between what question you want to ask and what data you need. Clear? And I also want you to put some assumptions. So obviously there would be sometimes you will not have the data readily available. Okay, so make your own assumptions, and you need to just highlight what are the assumptions you are making. And plus I also want you to write down how much confident you are about your analysis. So you can say that I can super confident, I can confident, I have low level of confidence, I do not have any confidence, whatever it is. Just write down that. Okay, I'm saying this because we will do some statistical analysis on confidence later on. Okay, so but in order to understand, you please be ready with that. Okay, and then communication and how you want to present your argument, how you want to put your argument and interpretation. I would request you can take a quick screenshot of this. Anyway, I'll upload this presentation also, but I have seen that generally the presentation uploading takes a while. Sometimes it takes 2-3 days. So take a screenshot and write down this case or write down this data analytics document. Correct? Are you up for this? Maybe next Sunday we will discuss it. I'm giving you some time for this. Yeah, I'm not expecting a perfect document, but I'm at least expecting a good attempt on this. Things should be logically connected. Things should look like that you are actually trying to write a business requirement kind of document. This is not a business requirement document, but this is a kind of your strategic analysis kind of document. This is what we are talking about. As a BA, you also need to sometimes create this. Okay, cool. Yes, Himani, same example. Yeah. Okay, the question is, this is the question. Market expansion by Indian auto company, or I gave you the example, I mean, name at Mahindra to a global market. This is a very broad business statement. This is not clear, I understand, but this is what your management has told, that we are doing well in India. We want to expand our market outside of India, and you suggest us which market we want to go. And there should be a logically, thoroughly researched document. So keep it in one page, because I don't want you to write so much right now, because there will be other assignments later on. So, and this is just initially, so I just want you to get a feel of it. So just write within one page, and these are the things which you will be doing. So automotive expansion of an Indian automotive company to a global market, which market to choose, when to choose, that's all your assumption. I mean, you define your objective. From that market you want 1 billion, but which market, which product, what you want to do, that is absolutely up to you. So make your objective questions, data analysis, interpretation, and communication and influence. Clear? Clear? Am I making sense? Okay. Thank you. Try it out. It will help you. It will help you clarify your thoughts. I mean, I'm very sure about that. I have done this in multiple batches. So this will help. Just, and I know that data analytics documents are not written like that. Maybe some of you have experience. You will tell me that this is not written like this. So I agree. But this is just think like it is a match practice or warm up before you do actual exercise, or you go to actual game. So this is just a kind of warm up, right? Some of the huge cases, I think data analytics, you know that I don't want to go into very detail of this. So there are a lot of interesting, these are all the interesting new startup, good startup. They are working on different fields in data analytics, AI, ML, sports analytics, cyber security, and other one is drug discovery are some of the things which I put in. I mean, there can be hundreds and thousands of others, but some of these are really interesting. They have got interesting products into their domain. So if you want to read more, you can read about these organizations, what they do from their website if you are interested. But I'm not going into detail. Anyways, that's not required from a CBDA point of view. But from your own understanding, just read about at least some of these organizations and what are their products. My face is not visible. I have switched on my video. I don't know. Can you see my face or not? Let me just see. I can see my face. Can you see my face or not? Oh, okay, there is a little bit of maybe something else is coming in the way. Can you see my face now? Or okay, read about some of this organization if you are interested. That's okay. This, I mean, not a requirement for the course, but in case you are interested, you can read. This is one of the question, and I said that hold on to this question, and I will answer it after some time. I told that what is the difference between a business analysis and data science and business analysis. So difference between business analysis and business data analytics and data science is explained here. So just think about this, the bottom diagram. Business analysis is more, as I said, generic about the business, understanding the requirement, creating some document in terms of getting it implemented. And the other extreme, you have got data science, and I'm talking only for a business data analytics domain or data science or AI ML domain. Here, if you look at from left to right, the amount of expertise, technical expertise will increase. So business analysis or business analyst is not expected to know a lot about the technical tool. A data science or data scientist is expected to know all about technical tools. Where as a BDA you fall in between. You may not know as much of technical tool as a data science. You may not know as much of business context as a business analysis or analyst, but you need to know both the things. And that is what the difference between a business analyst and a data analytics and a data science. So business understanding, high, medium, low. Technical understanding, high, medium, low. The other way around, right? From here to here. From left to right, your technical expertise will increase. From your right to left, for your business understanding or business analyst would also increase. But as I said, don't take this as a watertight segregation. As I said, this is not cast in stone or in metal. This is flexible. Sometimes business data analytics is and business analyst are almost synonymously used. Look at your organization and look at the things which is required and act accordingly. Ability to think about the problem. Okay, it helps you to ability to think about the problem. Okay, let me understanding. Yeah, understand behind a certain problem. Okay, right. All the view. Okay, fine. I got right impression should not be considering at this point. We don't know what is right and what is wrong. I'm only asking you viewpoint. Somebody's viewpoint may be incorrect. That is also fine. But I'm only talking about what exactly a viewpoint or what is a perspective. Okay, how many of you are engineers? If you are engineers, and even if you are not engineers, you can still appreciate. What are these diagrams called? What are these different type of diagram? Okay, perfect. CAD mod. These are not CAD model. I mean, don't go to the technical side. I'm only asking you from a layman point of view. Engineering drawing, those who have taken drawing, yes, views. Yeah, these are different views. So what is this? This is maybe I don't know, this is front or top. I looks like a front view. So okay, just a second, let me put my cursor. Yeah, this looks like a front view. Front view, correct? Front, you are looking at from the front. This probably you are looking at from the top, and then this you are looking at from the side, correct? So these are the different point of view from the place where you are seeing it. That's why you are seeing it very differently. So you will say that the airplane looks like this, somebody will say the airplane would look like this, somebody would say it's like this, right? But everything is correct. In this case, everything is actually correct, but it varies because you are looking at from a different point of view. Correct, correct, absolutely, from top and side view. So this is also a viewpoint. You are looking at the problem from a different angle. Correct, that's what it is. Viewpoint or any subject, right? Let's look at this small thing. I mean, this you must be aware about, correct? This is a blind man and the elephant, many blind men and the elephant. So somebody is touching the tail, is talking that it's like a rope, it's like a wall, it's like a fan, it's like a spear, it's like a snake. Okay, right? So now probably everyone is partially correct, but nobody is fully correct here. So everyone has a viewpoint. And why? Because they do not have a complete information of the entire thing. So they are looking at the things from a different perspective, from their own own understanding, own experiences, and your own experience, your own way of looking at the world, your what you say, I mean, your intellect, the way it has got developed, and that's why the perspectives are very different. And this is one of the reasons why organizations are looking for diversity in terms of all things, in terms of skill sets, in terms of gender, in terms of age group, in terms of education, because many different people, if everybody is having similar education, similar background, then the way they think will also be similar, and no new I think ideas would come. And that's why you can see that it's a very high on the agenda, because the way the upbringing has happened, the way you have been taught, and the way what is your education. If I put, and in IIMs and all that, I mean, many of you, if you have aspiring to be there, you see that there are some points for diversity in various things, and they also try not to put all engineers and male into one section or into one place, because they try to get people from various background, very educational background and all that, right? Similarly for organizations also, they do it. So this is what I'm trying to say, that these are perspectives different, right? So what are the data analytics perspective as per IABA? So data analytics perspective, IABA is talking about these these five different things. You don't have to remember all this, but think about it, and I'll explain to you one by one. It's talking either it's a movement, it's also about capability, it's about data centric activity, a set of activity related to data, a set of practices and technologies, tools, and finally the way decisions are made. So these are the five things which CBDA guide defines as a data analytics perspective. Okay, now we talked about movement, correct? What exactly is a movement? You may have looked at certain things, they actually catch up and they create a movement. I mean, a lot of people come in and everybody start doing it, correct? So that's what we are thinking about as a movement. And what movement this BDA perspective is talking about? It's talking about management philosophy and culture. And what are the culture they are talking about? They are talking about evidence based identification and solving, problem solving. Correct. So what is evidence based problem solving? What is evidence? Hardcore evidence we call. From where the evidence would come? Any thoughts on this? How will get evidence? Yes, from data you will get evidence, right? Data is impartial, data do not lie. Have you heard about the quote from Edward Deming, a famous quality guru? He told that in God we trust, rest everybody must bring data. correct? So that is what it is talking about. Data. Yeah, past cases is also data. Okay, I don't know is Samsung S7X200, so maybe you're joining from your mobile and that's why. But yeah, you are also right. Past cases is also a data. So data would give you that confidence that we have evidence for decision making. And the assignment which I gave you, I'm also expecting you to get with some hardcore data to support your argument. Yeah, because good. Okay, I'll remember. So because Samsung means because. Okay. Okay. So now we have talked about the movement, a movement and philosophy and culture and how it can happen. It can happen only when the top management is asking. So you go to top management, and if they do not ask for any data and they just tell you that, okay, this is what it is and this is not what it is, then there is a big problem. Then this data analytics movement may not proceed well. All right. So that is what we are talking about when you talk about focus from top management. And of course, openness. Why openness? Why openness is a part of this movement? Any thoughts on this? Openness. Can you think why openness is part of the management philosophy and culture? What would happen if systems are not open? If the openness is not there, it is commonsensical. Clarity of work is one part. The one thing, I mean, which I am trying to, okay, data sharing to build trust. Okay, what I'm saying is if things are not open, so data sharing. So if you look, the problem are always cross functional. A HR problem will not remain in HR, right? If you are not able to attract a lot of talent, let's say, it's not the HR is going to solve. I mean, it's about everything. And if there is no openness between different functions, then you will not be able to generate insights and you will not be able to create strong recommendation. That's why openness is important. Everybody must appreciate. There should be a cross, uh, I would say, the interfunctional or interdepartmental cohesion has to be there. And for that trust, also somebody mentioned it, I think somebody mentioned is as trust, yes, to build trust. So yes, that is correct. Yeah, yeah, Deepa told to build trust. So that is why it is important. So trust is extremely important to solve a problem. Experimentation. What is experimentation? Because look, sometimes what will happen that you get multiple suggestions to improve something, let's say, right? So you may not be able to uh, pinpoint, because whatever data will be there, that is based on past experience. So past performance is not a great indicator of what would happen in future. You have seen that mutual fund tagline in stars, past performance is not a indicator of future success or future performance. Yes, that's what. So if a mutual fund has performed well, mutual fund, you all understand, I mean, the financial instrument where people put their money and then there is a fund manager who can take care of it and they invest in different stocks. So they write it, right? So if something has done well in the past does not mean that it will do well in future. But here it's what I'm saying here is again the same thing. If something has worked in the past, because data is always from the past, it is, there is no guarantee that it will also work in future, because the context change, the situation change, the people who are doing it also change. Same thing you did before 5 years, fantastic success, now it may doomed, right from the day one. So what you do is you try to create small experiments. Okay, small experiment. You introduce it and see how the market response is there, or whatever your target audience, correct? Many a time you will see this A/B testing mechanism in websites. So they will tweak certain things within the website and they see if people are more engaged or if people are buying more, right? And but they will not change it to the entire population. They will just select it, and you will not even know that you are part of that group, experiment group. So I think there was one quote, I'm forgetting who told. Uh, Within Google, they said that at any point of time there are 99,000, approximately 100,000 experiments that keeps on going across various products, not just in search, but maybe on YouTube and search and small things. I mean, you will not even realize. So they experiment, they put it in the market, they see how the things are happening, and then they take it. Some places you will not be able to experiment, like the one which I told, right? But there are different way to experiment, but live complete experiment you may not be able to do. Just like the example I gave for, I'm not I gave, I mean the assignment which I have given. You cannot say that I'll just go and launch maybe in one small market in Australia, one small market in Mexico, one small market in Ireland and see, right? It's not possible. Because so it's important to understand what is the difference, where experiment can be done successfully, where experiment cannot be done successfully, or to what extent you can do experiments. So that's important. You, because if you launch a market, it's not just about launching a market. You need a distribution channel, you need a support system, that is your after sales service, you need brand awareness, you need massive amount of advertisement. People should know. If you are a Mahindra or Tata or whatever, Suzuki, Toyota, people should know. Unless your brand is already established, your competition will also be different. So yes, but what experiment you can do in this automotive case which I talked about? Maybe you can do some sample surveys. That's also, I will not call it a full experiment, but maybe not survey. Maybe you can get your model to that geographical market, and then there are auto shows that happens, right? You display it and you gauge what is the reaction of the customers. There is a auto show, I mean automotive, in Delhi also it happens, in India, in Auto Expo they call it, and in every part of the world it happens. So you show the, and I mean you showcase the product, you show the product and see how is the reaction. If it is a small product, you can still launch. Sometimes people launch a small sachet kind of thing. With a big product they will give you something free. In India you might be seeing with a broad thing. When Dabur launched its honey, I remember long back, Dabur is an Indian conglomerate of health and personal hygiene product. There's Chawanprash, that's a health tonic kind of thing. Those who are not familiar with it, so it's a kind of paste health. I mean, you which you eat daily to boost your immune. They give this a small bottle, very small bottle of Dabur honey free along with it for about 1 or 2 months, and then they ask the customer, did they like it? What was the quality issue and all that. So that's also a kind of experiment. So these are the different kind of experiments. Acceptance of the norm. Okay, so what is that? I think the culture should not be that whatever is happening, everything should be accepted. Correct. So challenging the status quo, as they say. So you are doing it, I mean, the same way. You need to, based on data, if you got new insights, then you should be able to act on it. I mean, you in the sense the organization should be able to. So that is also the part of culture what needs to look at. Cost benefit analysis, you understand? I mean, I nothing, don't have to add anything. What is the cost of the initiative, what is the benefit, and you compare both and then you take a decision. It's a very impartial, I mean, non-emotional kind of decision. Correct. So cost benefit and testing and validation is also part of experimentation which you talk about. Okay, and I don't have to actually talk a lot about this, because capability means what? The ability to do something, the skill sets. Yeah. So how you do that? Somebody wants to make a database decision making or business data analytics, but you need people to do it. Correct? You need to do it, and organizational competency and competency of the employees of their individual capacity won't be effective, right? Without all these things, without innovation, culture creation, and process design and improvement. So, okay, let me try to give you an example, and it will make it it will make it clear. So, what exactly innovation means here, and what is to be done with capability? So, for example, you joined as a data analytics professional, and then you identified an opportunity of your own. Correct? You said that I can improve the customer satisfaction score by, let's say, 10 points, provided we give, let's say we increase, and let's say you are an e-commerce site. So you say that provided from a 7-day return policy, if we can make it 15 days, correct, we can get a lot of customer satisfaction. That's what your observation, and you have data and you have analysis to support that. Now, if the organization is not ready for that, okay, if they are not ready to experiment and innovate, and let's say even if you experimented and you find it successful, still you see that many organizations, they don't do it. Why? Because they don't want to disturb. They will say that, okay, you are fine, you are changing it to a small set of customers, we are okay, but even after experiments, they are not ready to take a plunge into implementing it throughout the organization. So that's why the innovation mindset of the organization would come. There are many organizations where this mindset is not there. So you'll find it very difficult to implement any new ideas. And if you don't do implement new ideas, obviously you will not get benefit out of your initiative or your thought or your insights, whatever you get, right? Capability is also about culture creation. So you have seen in one organization, in one team, everybody is learning something, everybody is trying to do something different, but the same organization, some other team will not be doing, right? So why it is that? Because within one broader organization culture also, there are smaller team who have defined their own culture. So that is also important. Capability is also one culture creation. If your bosses will be asking you what new things you have learned and how can you apply to the organization, right? So if these sort of questions are asked, then in within that team also, there will be a lot of culture creation within that, correct? And that will be help people to improve their capability. And process design and improvement, because sometimes even if you have come up with a good idea, if the process is slow, the process is, let's say, not accustomed to whatever you are suggesting, in that case you will not be able to, I mean, even if you have capability, it will not be useful. So for example, I mean, let me think of an example. You have heard about this, right? The strength of the chain lies in its weakest link. You have got 5 machines, and I'm deliberately or not using uh, software examples because many of you are not from software background, which I saw. So I'm trying to give very generic example which are relatable to everyone. I'll also give data and data analytics related examples or software related examples subsequently. Okay. So I'm just trying to put a pen. So look, this is machine 1. I call it M1. This is machine 2, M2, and this is machine 3, M3. Okay, I'm writing through a cursor, so please ignore my handwriting. So let's say something will come, one processing would happen, some processing would happen. I'm not giving you a detailed example. You can think of, let's say it's a mobile phone. So here the screen will be attached to the mobile phone. Okay, here, let's say the processing, all the other assembly would be done. So let's say it's screen. Okay, here, I mean, let's say chip. Okay, chip, ch, and let's say let's draw something called M4, and uh, okay, M4. This is screen, this is chip, and then let's say, okay, this is battery. I'm just giving a very raw example. Okay, battery. Okay, this can process 30 units in 1 minute. 30 units in 1 minute. M1. Okay, M1 processing capability. M2 can process 40 units per minute. M3 can process 60 unit per minute. And M4, the battery assembly, let's say it only takes, I mean, it can be done only 20 unit per minute. Correct? What is the effective capacity of this entire system? The entire system I'm talking about. what is the effective capacity, what is the speed at which they can work. Very simple example. Okay, everyone got it. Hema is saying 20, Praveen, Lakshmi, everybody is saying 20, correct? So this is what I just trying to tell you, that if one is 20, because it can only process 20, no matter when if you do 60, what would happen? In a minute you do 60, so what would happen? Okay, let's go from here. 30 it can process. So after a minute it will push how many unit? It will push 30 unit here. But it can process 40 unit. But what it can do? Because the input is only 30, the 10 capacity will not be utilized and it will only push 30 unit. Okay, here. Okay, and 10 is the balance capacity. Okay. Here what would happen? It is 60, but it can process only 30. It cannot even process 60. So 30 would be your balance capacity of this machine, of the system, and 30 will be pushed here. 30 will be pushed here. Now, if you push 30 here, what would happen on the machine 4? Because it can process only 20, what would happen in a minute? Traffic backlog. Absolutely, absolutely. Bhavna, you did not get? Okay, I'll explain once again. I'll explain once again. This 30, because it can process only 20, so 10 will be your backlog or your wait. 10 will be keep on waiting. There will be a traffic that would come in, right? So that's what I'm saying. Okay, just a second, Bhavna, just a second. I'll do it once again, right? So for others, the entire system, though the components are working in different units or different speed, the slowest part of the system will define what is the speed of the system. And that is what we are talking about when we say that your strength of chain lies on the weakest link, and that is what process design on improvement, one part of it. This is an example of theory of constraint. This you might would like to read more. I'll try to send you some reading. This is not from a CBDA point of view, but additional reading you can put it. This is called theory of constraint. Anyway, so this is part of process improvement. Now, for those who could not understand, I'm just repeating it. There are one big system. Okay, this is a big system. This entire thing is a big system. Okay, this is entire big system. You have got 4 machines: M1, M2, M3, and M4. M1 is about screen. So there is a mobile phone that is coming, a raw mobile phone. Let's say basic skeleton is coming. M1 is the machine which attaches screen to the mobile phone, and its speed is 30 unit per minute. 30 screen it can attach. 30 different mobile phones it can attach screen. M2 is, what do you say? Let's say here, not this one. Let's say it's chip. Okay, it's chip. So the chip would be added to the mobile phone, and the capacity is 40 unit, 40 mobile phone, 40 chips can be added to different mobile phone in 1 minute, right? M3 is, let's say here it is battery. Let's say I've just written it here wrongly. So yeah, so battery. So you put battery, that is 60 battery can be attached into 1 unit. And let's say the fourth is, let's say the camera. Okay, in the mobile, let's say it's camera. There are only 20 cameras that can be attached per minute. Okay, for the mobile phone. So 20 units, so 20 it can operate. Now, what I was asking, what is the speed of this entire system? How many complete mobile, right from the frame to camera, how many of them they can process in a minute? Bhavana, that was the question. So what is top management focus means what? Top management is looking into those things very carefully. And why top management? Because whatever top management they do, it automatically percolates to the entire team. So if your CEO is asking for something, then everybody has to do it, correct? So if that is the focus, so for example, if cost cutting is the focus from one CEO, let's say they want to reduce the cost, the CEO will ask it to his or her direct reportees, then the direct reportees will ask to their own team, and similarly it will percolate, and finally you will have a have a very focused approach on cost, how to reduce the cost, right? So that is what the focus. So whatever top management will focus, everybody will start doing like that. So if the top management is asking about database decision making, if you are taking them to any proposal, and if they say, where is the data? What is the analysis you have done? What are the alternatives that you have you considered? Where is, I mean, how you have come to the conclusion, that logical flow of things which I am talking about. If they keep on asking this to their direct reportee, to the business analyst, then it will ultimately come to the business analyst, and they will also do it. The data analyst, they will also do it. The data scientists, even they will also have to focus on these things. So that is what I am trying to say. So this is what focus from the top management. The database decision making, that has to come right from the top management, and that is what we talk about, top focus from the top management. And your other question was acceptance of the norm. So acceptance of the norm actually means, if the culture is such that whatever norm mean, what norm mean, the way it is done, right? That is the standard, that is the principle. You say that this is what our policies. So if everyone is accepting and nobody is ready to question, then it's a cultural problem which you will not be able to solve. You may come up with a wonderful idea, but as I said, somebody who said this is not as per our policy, okay, then things is stopped there. So that is what I am trying to tell you, that acceptance of the norms should not be there. If you want to be, or let's say, I mean, let's not make black and white statement. Let's say that acceptance should be questioned. I mean, there should be a culture that whatever the norms is there, that should be questioned, and people should not take offense for that. And the culture should be cooperative enough that people are ready to openly discuss, even if it is not in the culture of that particular organization, or if that is not the norm. This is not a very complex thing to understand, Tanuj. So I hope you are clear now. Okay. Okay. Correct. Let's move. Okay. Then there are different BDA as per the CBDA guide. We have got data centric activity also as perspective. What are data centric activities? And then there is business data centric activity and core data centric activity. Two different types are there. Is about assessing, examining, aggregating, analyzing, interpreting, and presenting the result. Uh, I mean, I am not going into this detail because all these things will be taught subsequently, and this is what we will be looking at, some of the things. But let me just briefly tell you what is assessing. You will be assessing the data. You will be getting those data, assess, right? Then you will be examining the data, whether data is right or wrong, whether it can be trusted or not. Then, as I said yesterday, I was giving an example of data being there in various sources. Some data will there with your sales team, some with your customer supporting, some with your marketing team, and all those things you various system you need to aggregate. Sometimes you need to get all those data linked so that you get richer insights, and then you analyze means you do some statistical analysis, or you do a basic analysis also. You look at trends, you look at relationship between different things. You sometimes you have to validate it with statistical analysis, and some of the basic statistical analysis we'll look at in one of the class, right? And then you interpret means whatever you find out, your insights, that you have to present it, and this is what the core data centric activity, and then you present the result. This is what also we will look at. But there is also a business data centric activity. So business data centric means you have to plan your work, the entire thing you have to plan, correct? You have to plan what you will do and all that. Strategy analysis, sometimes it can come in ahead also. But what strategy analysis means, whatever initiatives you are taking, okay, that should be aligned to the organization strategy. For example, a few minutes back I gave you an example of cost reduction, and let's say you come up with a brilliant cost reduction idea, but at that time the CEO got changed and the new CEO came in, and the organization strategy has shifted from cost to, let's say, highly innovative product with a premium marketing kind of premium pricing kind of thing. So your entire thought process should move from cost to the revenue or value added product or increasing the value for the organization, right? So that strategy should be aligned, and that is what the strategy analysis would talk to you. And this is more of a BA work, business analyst work, not as a data analyst, but you also should think about that. So as a data analysis, maybe you come up with some interesting insights and then which will reduce the cost. I'm not saying that you cannot go to the senior leaderships and say that this is my cost saving ideas, but many a times what happens that if the organization is not focused on that, then what would happen? Whatever good work you do or whatever good time you spend, that will not be useful. And that's why it is absolutely essential that whatever you are doing should be aligned to the organization strategy and priorities. Stakeholder collaboration and management, of course, whenever you are working, you will have various stakeholders and we'll look at different stakeholder collaboration ways. But who is a stakeholder? Whoever is affected by your work. Whatever business data analytics work you are doing, whoever is affected, those persons are actually your stakeholders. So who are those persons? Maybe if you are doing a customer satisfaction improvement, so your marketing is a stakeholder, your customer support teams are a stakeholder. Maybe you are doing it as a project, so your project manager is a stakeholder. Somebody has given you money to do this project, so maybe that's a, what you say, I mean the sponsor, that person is a stakeholder. So there can be various stakeholders which you need to look at, right? Solution designing. So of course, solution designing, I mean, we're not talking about a very technical solution designing here, but at least what that problem and how you are going to solve that problem, that also should be there, right? So you did the analysis, you got the insights, but how you will do that? So you say that let's say you came up with the idea that there are particular geographies where we do not have our, let's say, distribution channels. So our partners are, in the sense, we don't have, let's say you are selling a mobile phone, you are Samsung, so Vikas is writing from Samsung, so I'm taking that example, and you identify certain locations where Samsung is not present, where competition is present, and it should be very much useful for you to present, right? So you come up with this, but then the management would say that, but you come up with insight, excellent, but tell us how you should do it. Sometimes they may ask you also. So you say that we should have 5 more distributors in this location, but they will ask you whether you want to do a hub and spoke kind of model, so you have got a central distributor and which will have smaller distributor, or you want to put another big distributor there, or you don't want to go to a distributor line, you want to put your own store there, company own store, right? I mean, if you do, even if you don't understand this distribution and other jargons and all, don't worry. I'm only telling you that each solution will have different options, so it may also ask you how you implement that, and that's part of solution designing. Recording and verifying analytics approaches. So maybe at times you have to do some experiments, and then you, for whatever is your approach for that, I mean based on data analytics, you need to verify that, you need to see that it is working to the practical world. And finally, many times they will ask you to present your findings or present your idea, and in the idea everything should be there, including your roadmap for implementation, revenue guideline, trends, and all those things should be there. So these are the different codes. So core data centric activity and business data centric activity, and this is also a perspective for your BDA work, right? No, so this course is not going to have a lot of hands-on because this is a CBDA course. I'm sure if you have taken the course, which is the product management and business analysis, there are other courses like you have got SQL, you have got Tableau, you have got maybe some statistic analysis, I don't know. So if you are part of those courses, that will be giving you some hands-on exercises. Some basic statistical analysis I will do using one tool, as I said, either in Excel also we can do, or in SPSS, but that is more from a point of view of giving you a very clear understanding of what tool to be used and how to do it, right? So that I will do, but we'll give you some hands-on, but these are not like a technical course where there will be a data and you'll be getting it and you'll be doing it in a different tool and doing it, right? experience, have you worked on CBDA process also? Yeah, Ramya, I have worked on multiple CBDA projects. So if you have got any specific, in fact, right now what I am doing, one of the project where I am working, I was talking about Salonis yesterday, right? The process mining, process database process improvement that I have worked. I have worked on other projects also, which are data analytics related project. I have worked on modeling and all that. So if you have got any specific question, I mean, the limitation of DA and BA. We can talk about it, Farooq, um, I mean, limitation. Don't focus right now on limitations. There are a lot of things that are limitations, but if you are doing it, starting as a data analytics professional, I mean, I would say that don't focus too much on limitations right now. For example, I mean, if the data is not there, that's a limitation. But if they are hiring you as a DA, data analytics professional, I'm sure they will have data. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe the systems are not integrated. That's a limitation. So you have multiple data in various systems, but you are not able to integrate because they are following the different nomenclature. There is no common key and all that, unique key, which everything is unique, so you'll not be able to do that. There are many limitations, and what we talked about earlier also, that are also limitations. If the management is not focused, if strategy is not aligned, these are many things which are limitations both for BA and as a DA. I am not going to talk about what are the limitations of a BA here in this class, but I'm going to talk about a data analytics limitations and some of the things I talk to you. So why you want to focus on limitation at this point is not clear to me, but what I'm saying is, uh, there can be various limitations, and once you get into a job you will see it, but don't focus too much on that, because if they are hiring you, at least the systemic limitations will not be there. Data will be available, system will be integrated. uh, Somebody, you can say that if I don't have a tool, that is also a limitation. If you have joined and if you want to do some experimentation and you want some tools for to do that randomization tool, so it will also not be there. So that's what we are talking about. Yeah, SQL is a pretty hands-on, and I would also request you that all product manager, all business analyst, all data analysts must know SQL. Yeah, even if you don't have to work it, but you should know SQL. Extremely useful in the reporting session. So if you look at this presenting your result, the last block in this, yeah, the last block here on the core data centric activity, that last block is your presenting your result, correct? So here your Power BI skills will be absolutely useful. So whatever insights you got, whatever the analysis, those reportings, how can you create a dashboard where the insights would be available to the management on the go and they don't have to come. So you created some reports, some interesting insights you find out, and the organization told you that, okay, we would like to see it in a weekly basis. So you use Power BI, you integrate those different resources, you automate that process and you give it to them, or you use Power BI to create some interactive dashboard or presentations, and all those things can be there. Yeah, so try it out. Look, SQL, I may not be able to give you any real life examples, because what would happen that SQL is a very much technical thing, and this, as I said, this course is not technical. This is more to give you what you will be actually doing in day to day, I mean, job once you get in, because all this technical, there would be technical teams to do it. As I said, it is good to know, okay, because sometimes you need to connect with them and you need to explain things, and if you know SQL, if you know Python, if you know a language, you will be able to connect better. But most of the time, as I said, business analyst or business data analytics data analyst, they may not be asked to do it. Okay, sometimes it's not, as I said, it's not watertight and all that, but for that they will also test you for your language skill, and language in the sense programming language and other skills. My focus is to give you the perspective of a business data analytics, how it is done, what you need to do, how to, I mean, go about things, right? So if you are looking for absolutely technical assignments and all that, you please talk to the SQL instructor or the Power BI instructor. I'm sure they must have given you, right? And you have to connect the dot. I mean, it's not that I will be able to tell you something and you will be able to do it. What I'm saying is, you need to connect the dots. So maybe your SQL instructor or your Power BI instructor may have given you a data set, right? Try to see what is the data set, from where it is coming, what is the insights it is getting generated. So don't focus only on doing that part. So if you know the tools and if you know business data analytics, go a little deeper why you need to do it, what is the business value, how you can increase the business value, how you can present it better. All those things are the questions you should be asking, rather than just mechanically doing it. Somebody gave you a question and you do it, that is perfectly all right. You also need to know that. But if you want to do a business analyst or data analyst, business CBDA professional, then you need to expand it. Doing it a little focused activity. You need to expand it. You need to say from where it is starting, where it is ending, what is the value that is getting generated, how you can improve that. All those things you need to know. In a Power BI class, maybe the instructor will give you the data. Here you will have to see what is the data you need, from where you will get it, what are the things you need to, how you structure that, all those pre things, then the data analysis part, and then after analysis presentation and everything you have to be familiar with. And here all other tools and techniques will come in, right, Tanuj? So I hope I have answered the question. If you still have a question, we can take it at the end of the session. So I'm not spending a lot of time, so in case you are not clear, you can just write and we can take it at the end of the session. We'll park it somewhere. Okay. Okay, cool. Right. So what are the different practices and technologies? This is actually the core of CBDA, which we'll be looking at in subsequent session. In next session, I'll be talking about source data and then analyze data and all other things I'll be talking about. Source analysis and interpret. These two are bigger chunk. All the rest three are smaller, and today we'll also look at identifying the research question. So I'm not going into detail here because all these things will be covered. What I am trying to tell you is these are the different set of practices or the steps which you need to do as a BDA professional, business data analytics professional. And these all steps are iterative, not sequential. You cannot say that I'll identify research question and then source and all that. Generally it happens, but it can start from anywhere also, right? Maybe some other teams have done and they have interpreted a result, and you are a different team. Your manager would come or your leader would come and tell you that I want you to look at their data and interpret the results, right? And it's also keeps on happening because you may have given an interpretation, the management, or while you are presenting your result, they may ask you some other, they may give you some other perspective or ask you some other question. For that, you may have to again go. So one activity does not happen sequentially, it happens iteratively. So you do and then you go back and then you do based on the question, based on the research. And sometimes the question is not even from the other managers and all. You yourself will come up with some questions. You may identify some other trends, may identify some other issues, or other things which we'll do. Next is it's a team effort, of course. The data science or data scientist and business analyst and subject matter expert and machine learning engineer and all that we have seen, right? This is
Just a quick info, guys, Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IITM Powertak. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
important. The VDA professional may not be a hands-on on every technology, but must understand it and know about its application and consequences. This is what is highly expected. Okay, as I said, a data analytics or a business analyst in a data analytics domain, this is what is expected from you. And that's why I was saying that this is not a hands-on course, because what we will be trying to teach you here is not hands-on. Anyway, you are getting it, and there are hundreds and thousands of courses available anywhere you go, any platform you go. Even Intellipaat also, they have what a data analytics and all the other courses. there, and Udemy, or you talk about your Coursera or edX and all that, there are hundreds and thousands of courses. You can enroll in anyone. Installing Python is a 5 minute job, and you can start doing it yourself or install any tool, right? What we are interested to build you as a capability that you understand, right, all these technologies and what it can be done. Correct? That's what we're not just trying to make you a soldier, we are trying to make you a general, right? In the general means he or she has to strategize, he or she has to look at various other things, and ultimately objective is to reach to the goal. A soldiers might have a one objective that they may have to capture a post, but a general have to think about many things and how to ultimately objective or create the value. That's why it is what we are trying to do, build you here, hand to hand or shoulder to shoulder. Yeah, and you will be doing it. So if they will ask you, so sometimes I mean, let me give a very practical example. I told you about one process, right? Process mining tool which I'm working. Yeah, one developer, I'm working as a consultant there, and it's a data analytics job only. So sometimes they call it consultant also. So the developer came, and I told him that you pull all the data from a system and you put it into this I mean simulation. So we are trying to simulate, we are trying to show, okay, I'll show you some interesting flow, maybe some YouTube videos and all that. Obviously my personal experience from my organization I'll not be able to show, because that's a trade secret kind of thing. But I'll show you something. Just remind me, maybe in the next class, one or two quick videos I'll show you. So we were trying to simulate, right? And uh, and it was going all the way around. I mean, it was not giving me a consistent flow. It was so many branches it was coming, it was very difficult to understand. And the developer came and told me that, I mean, this is best what I can do. I mean, I'm not able to squeeze it further, because I've tried everything and it is not happening, right? So I mean, I also got I mean, I could not understand what to do. And I sat down with him. I looked at what he is doing, what are the codes he's writing and all that. And all the codes were correct. I mean, he has done his job properly. Then I discussed with him, and then I thought that I told him, just tell me that what is the volume of, I mean, that is the, that branches, many branches, how important it is. Okay. I asked him that how much of volume is actually handled, the work, how much of work is handled by these exceptions. Then he calculated and says it's about 15-20% is handled by this exception, and rest 80% is perfectly falling in close. One I said that just ignore them, just remove it from your programming. I mean, you just take it out. Why? Because does not matter, because only for 15% I'm not able to get any view. So these are the things that you will not be able to do of your own, neither the developer will be able to do of his own. Because I was spending time with him, I was trying to look at the data and all that and everything that is happening. Then we could come up with a mechanism for what to ignore and what not to ignore. It's not that I can just ignore out of my own wish. The management will say, what is the logic of you're ignoring this particular data? Then we'll have to identify, is there any specific thing that is happening? For example, if there is any specific insights I am missing by ignoring this data and all that. So those sort of things we did it together with the development team, and then we'll come up. So again, if you don't understand the example, don't worry. All I'm trying to say that sometimes it's very important that you spend time with them, with the development team, with other business, other functions, as somebody also mentioned, and you try to generate a end-to-end kind of solution, and that's why it is important. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This I am not going to discuss about this BD as a decision making paradigm, because it's more or less we have already discussed. It's about database decision and evidence based decision making. This is also, I think I mean, we have already discussed it in, I think we have discussed it here. We have discussed it in movement, focus from talk management and all that. So I'm going to take it. Now, my question is, and this is where I want you to think, is the database decision making always better? And if it is not better, can you tell me one example, okay, where it is not better? My question is, Give me an example where the database decision making is not good or should not be done. And here, or in a way, I'm just talking about some of the limitations which I don't think, I think somebody was asking about it. COVID in logistic industry, here you don't use data. Why? Because absolutely you should use data, whatever it is there. If data is not there, that's a different question. If data is not there, I'm asking you for a situation where data is there, but you should not be used. You should not be using. Okay, because I'll admit you. Correct, Ramya. That is fine. But okay, let me flip the question. What are some of the situations where you should be very careful while using a database decision? You should be very careful. Or let me say that past database decision where you should be careful.
Okay. I thought the question is where we have taken the decision based on past data, and now that outcome is not as per the objective which we have set earlier.
Yeah, it can always happen. Actually, it can always happen. Just because you are taking decision based on data, you cannot say that I'll be 100% correct or I'll be 80% correct. You don't know. So that is a given. Yes, database decision making reduces the uncertainty, increases your chances of success, but it does not guarantee. So it can always happen. My question is where there are database decision making may not, I mean, there may be a lot of unintended consequences and things we should be very careful. I'll give you one example, and you will appreciate that. But yeah, I'm just trying to explain that. And there was one more. I think somebody talked about emotion. Yeah, I think, right. And when I'm talking data, I mean, sometimes also you also have to look at the leadership potential and leadership quality. What are the additional thing, team handling capability, whether the person is emotionally stable or not. All those things you need to look at. You can say that that is also a data, but that data is not available. You cannot make a decision based on that. And you can say that, okay, I'm observing, and by observation and forming some impression, and that is my data. I mean, I understand that, but that is your own perception. That data is not universal. Somebody else might be looking at it and getting a very different data, right? Very different insight, right? So what I'm trying to tell you that exactly whenever there are cases where data is not only sufficient, if the situation is changing, so in that case data may not be very sufficient. I may promote the most productive person, and let's say there are 5 developers, and the most productive developer or the best developer, if I promote, maybe he will do amazing as a manager, but there is also possibility that I will lose a good developer and I'll get a very bad manager. Correct. And in India, it's a big trend that it is considered that if you are a manager, then you will be getting more, and then I mean I mean it's considered as a higher level position. Generally, it is also there, but I have seen in other parts of the world where I have worked. So a manager can get less than I mean remuneration or salary than their report. Is quite common, and there are people, they can just remain as a very specific functional they don't want to become a manager, they want to become a technical specialist, and they are very good at what they do. They will be reporting to some manager because of administrative thing and other, but the manager will not be getting as much as them. In India, it's little difficult, but I have seen it. So you might have also seen, I mean, some of you are in different parts of the world, so you might have seen it. So what I'm trying to say is that uh, these kind of situations, you should not only depend on data, right? Some sort of judgment might be essential. Okay, so that is one. And the other thing which I wanted to tell you is when you make only database decision, there is a possibility that you will end up into some sort of biases. And this is a very hot topic in AI research right now, biases, algorithmic bias. So for example, and again, I'm just taking one, I'm just quoting some ethnicity and color and all that. But what I'm saying is this is only for a classroom discussion. I do not ascribe to this. I mean, this is just a disclaimer. Only for a classroom discussion, I'm putting this. And please don't misquote me anywhere. And please don't tell me that Vinay is saying that this ethnicity and this religion is, I mean, being discriminated. That's not the point. But I'm just giving a point. Let's say you are from a specific color and you have a specific gender, and this is actually proven by research. And I'll send you that research paper also for as you're reading. So they what they did is, uh, same job, same qualification, they created some fictional resume, and then they put a white male in one resume, absolutely everything is same, and a black female. And this research was done in US. I'm forgetting the name, but I'll send you that exact research paper also. I have that. And then they applied to the same jobs, right? Exam, everything is same. Qualification, because this is a fictional case, and the email IDs they created some, and they applied. And they saw, I think roughly around 20-25% more call for interviews for white males than black females, right? No, why it is happening? Why it is happening? Can you see? And let's say if a human is not segregating the resume in today's time, as I say, 80% of the resumes are getting segregated by bots, and this result may come in bots. In fact, it can come in also bots unless these biases are taken care of. Why? Just because while male, in US context I'm talking about, and it can, you can replace it with religion, with anything I'm just talking about. And it, some cases it may be female also who are getting a preferential treatment than male. It's quite possible. I'm just giving an example. So just because white males has been superior performer in a particular job, if you are only trying to take it as your input to hiring, then you are discriminating against a section of the society, because everything else is same and still you are hiring. And these biases are there in everyone. Every human got a bias. I mean, we also have biases, and because we also generate data, right? I'm hiring somebody, so I get that hiring data and I make a decision. So just try to be absolutely clear where there is a biasness in the data. You should be very careful before using the data for your analysis purpose, right? So biases can be anything, and this is very critical right now. Right now people are talking about explainable AI, because some of the times you don't even know on what basis the algorithm is picking up. In this resume, you created a neural network based model, and you don't know what is happening. You just create some basic input output, and it can automatically learn from it, from it reward function. And I mean, it called, maybe if some of you, if you know ANN, artificial neural network, you can explain better. I don't know it fully, but I'm just saying that based on its reward function, it can create these biases, and you don't know what is inside. So there is a lot of things that is coming as a I mean, explainable AI. So if you are interested to make a career there, this is a, I mean, new field in AI, and you might find some good opportunities later on. But this is not a, from a BDA point of view. I'm talking about from a AI point of view. Yeah. So that's why this is also important, which I wanted to tell you, that you must not use data where there is a chance that it may lead to biasness. I mean, and this happens. People from a particular locality, if you apply a credit card, you will not get. If you apply for a postpaid telecom connection, you may not get. Just because that area, maybe there is a large default, which is quite possible. But you as an individual, you should not be equated to the entire group in community. You may be a very wonderful I mean, with a very high credit score. But what happens that even if you have got a high credit score, just because you are coming from that locality and there is a high default in that locality, you will be discriminated. Discrimination, what is discrimination? When just because of some basic inherent characteristic like what is your religion, what is your gender, what is your color, from which places you are, if you are discriminated, right? That's a discrimination. And I mean, there is no way that we can build a better society, better country, or better world by using the establishing norms which the biasness or the discrimination is inbuilt into it. Correct? So be very careful whenever you are modeling something, wherever you are doing. Think about this. It's not just from a point of view of any work or project or exam I'm talking about. As a good human beings, we should not be accentuating the um, I would say the uh, biasness that is there. And sometimes people also don't even know. If you ask why you hire this person and why you not, they will give you the person that this person looks more confident, this person is good at communication, while in actual, I mean, it's just that they are comfortable with that person. So anyhow, I'm not going to talk more about ethics and biases. I mean, there are a lot of other things which you can read. But from a business data analytics professional, do not do something which will uh, worsen this already worse situation. Yeah. So with this, I am ending. Before the break, just one more slide, and before the break, after that we'll go a little faster. Okay. Um, yeah. So Elon Musk, I mean, this is what also he gave. So sometimes we give too much importance to automation, and here I'm replacing database decision making with automation, because sometimes our general perception is automation is always good. So he said that excessive automation was a mistake and humans were underrated. So this is also something. Some skills, some things humans are good at. So may not be right now, we are not in a position where we can actually use algorithms for that, about creativity, about empathy, about emotions and all that. So yeah, these are some of the places where, and the data analytics cycle, and this is from the CBDA guidebook. Let me just talk about how it happens. So obviously there is a first a question, and this question may come to you, either you can search or it can be given to you from the management, from the senior superiors also. So once that question is put to you, then you do some research, and by research we means you can get some secondary data, do some internet search, some literature or something what the expert is saying. You may read some books and all that. So that's the research you do. And after that, you create a hypothesis. So I'll talk about what is a hypothesis and all. Then you test the hypothesis. Hypothesis, you say that it's a testable assumption. It's your assumption which you are putting it to be tested. Yeah. So it is that hypothesis will test, and once the hypothesis tested, either you will accept it or you will fail to accept. And I'll again talk about this while we talk on hypothesis testing. And finally, is the testing is effective? Okay. And then you look at whether you are effectively capturing data or not. This is the section here we are talking about. Just a second. Yeah, I'm talking about here. If it is not getting captured correctly, then you may have to troubleshoot, and we'll see about it with an example. We'll see subsequently, but this is just a theoretical understanding of how it is done. And if the data is captured correctly, then you go ahead with the analysis and conclusion, and then you communicate the result. Now let's look at it from one example, and this will make it a little clear, the earlier cycle. And the example I'm talking about is a very good, nice scenario which you may like to be there. So I'm saying after CBDA certification, you have got 4 job offers. Okay. And you are now willing to, I mean, accept one. Obviously, you cannot accept 4. So what are the question is, what is the question here? The question is pretty clear. Which employer to choose? Correct. So I'm helping you to answer the first one. That is, question is clear. So which employer to choose is your question. Okay. Now, what is the research that we will be doing? Can I have some responses? What is the research? So you have got 4 offers from 4 different organizations. What are the research that you are going to do before deciding on which one to choose? Okay. Growth opportunity. Okay. So yeah, these are the things you would like to know, but I'm saying how you do the research. Okay, reviews of companies is a good one. Domain of work, roles and responsibility, designation. So these are the information you need, I understand, but how you will do the research? My question is. Yeah, Praveen, excellent. So you ex-employee feedback from public portal. So you are going to company's feedback. Perfect. I mean, you are asking people for that. Absolutely nice one. So that's one research you will do on the organization. What else you can do? Ask people working there. Online job board reviews. Absolutely, Hema. So that is also true. You can talk to some people. You can also look at global website, LinkedIn, Google reviews, Glassdoor. Perfect. So these are the kind of research. So you remember, so some of the secondary resources also you are checking, that is website and reviews or Glassdoor or LinkedIn or Indeed. And you are also doing some primary research. So primary research is when you are talking directly to the source. So who are the source? Let's say your potential manager or the employees who are working, or yeah. So LinkedIn is a third, I mean, is a website in where you can got this information. So generally, all these we call secondary resource because somebody has put it and you are getting it. Those people are not giving the information to you directly. So it's a secondary, it's not a primary resource. Or you can also, some of you also suggested that you will be doing a primary checking. So you will be asking for the employee. So these are the different type of research we can do. Okay. Hypothesis, I told you, is a testable assumptions. So what is a testable assumption? For example, uh, I mean, let's say if you remember, oh, I mean, I don't know, some of us who are older, you remember Pluto was considered as a planet where we were, I mean, learning geography or planetary system. I remember, I mean, it was a little bad. So, I mean, little old. So Pluto was considered as a planet. So what was the hypothesis there? The hypothesis there is Pluto is a planet because that is the accepted norm there. So hypothesis means what is the accepted norm, right? What is considered as a true. So here that is what. But after that, when the Pluto is not considered as a planet anymore, so your hypothesis would change. You will say that your hypothesis, your testable assumption would be that Pluto is not a planet. So what is generally accepted true is generally considered as a hypothesis. So it can be many things. So your hypothesis is what? Your hypothesis can be the organization is good overall, right? Your hypothesis can be the organization is good for growth, the organization is good for learning, the organization is maybe good for exit option, the organization is good for work life balance, the organization can be good for flexibility. All those things are your assumptions, right? Sometimes the research, why you cannot say, I mean, from research you cannot conclude because you don't know. There may be conflicting answers. So Glassdoor is saying it is good, and let's say LinkedIn is saying it's bad. Or in LinkedIn also, there are, let's say, 15 reviews. You get a overall star, I can understand that, but 5 people have not given a good rating and 10 people have given a good rating. So how you know that? Right? So you need to test those hypotheses, and testing of hypothesis, you need to do a statistical analysis. Some of those things we'll look at. So basically it gives you what is the confidence with which you can say that my assumption is true in a layman language. Okay, so that test of hypothesis will do. And how you can do it? There are statistical techniques, as I said, available. What is the source? You create a survey form and you get, let's say, more data. So you get 500, you collected 400 or 500 employees from the current organization or ex-employees, and you send them some questionnaires, and you design those questionnaire very carefully so that you filter out unintended, I mean, errors and mistakes and all that. And then you put it through a statistical test, and finally you can come up with your uh, either, as I said, either you accept the hypothesis, that is the organization is good, or you say that I failed to accept, or I failed to accept sorry, I failed to reject, not accept. You never reject the null hypothesis because there are always not sufficient information. Correct. So I'll give you some example in when we talk about hypothesis, but right now I'm just introducing the concept. So just take my word for that. Yeah. Then finally you do some analysis. You maybe, I mean, based on whatever responses you get, not just statistical analysis, you can do some other analysis, and then here you don't need to communicate to result to anyone because it is only for you. But probably you may would also like to talk with your spouse, or you with your parents, with your children, in case they are also affected by change of your job. So yeah, maybe how you convince, how if you want to take it, and there are always some trade-offs, and how you would like to convince. So this is what the analytics cycles talk about, right? As per the CBDA guide, this is what we talked about. And from the example, it should be clear to you how you are going to do, right? Pose a question, research, test hypothesis, testing effectively, capturing data and not. This part I have not spoken much about it right now, but that's okay. I mean, whether whatever responses you are getting are validated or not. What happens that you put a question and there is a bot, somebody put a bot, and every question it is giving you 5 star. So how your questions are how the organization is in terms of career growth, 5. How the organization is in terms of work life balance, 5. Right? So there is a bot. So what you need in that case, you will say that the data is not getting captured correctly, and if the data is not getting captured correctly, maybe you will write to rerun it or redo it, and that is what this step is talking about, right? So from the example, are you clear about this? And submit, right? Or keep it handy. I'm not asking you to submit, so you can uh, be ready with it. So what is the problem? Question is, how can we improve our staff retention rate? This is a simple question, and there is a difference between a research question and simple question. So simple question is, how can you improve the staff retention rate? Retention, you understand. Attrition, opposite of attrition is retention. So assuming that your organization is facing high attrition, people are leaving, churning, how can you improve the attrition rate? Correct. So this is the question. And what are the research? You can go to internet and do some research. Why people leave, what are the factors that is responsible, and I want you to create either a small slide or a small paragraph of writing on this. So whatever you read and whatever you summarized from the external resources, then I want you to, and then I have given two hypotheses here. You can use your own hypothesis. Okay, you can, based on your research, you can identify why people leave. So you identify few hypotheses. Okay, that is called, does high workload affect employee attrition, or does high compensation affects the employee attrition? So these are the two hypotheses I have put it, but it is not necessary that you put the same. Obviously I want you to come up with your own hypothesis. Yeah. So how you test hypothesis? So this is what it is written. So I'm not asking you to collect the data, but I am asking you how you will collect the data. Okay, what would be the mechanism? And if you collect the data through a survey, I'm also expecting you to create a small, let's say 5-6 questionnaire. You understand, you may have undergone many surveys, so put 4-5 questions as a sample, and then for testing your hypothesis. Correct. Forget about the analysis of data as of now. If you can find out simple trend or something, you can show it, or simple comparison. Other things we'll look at it. Finally, communicate result and recommendation. That is also not needed to be presented, but at least research, hypothesis. Research and hypothesis are two things I'm definitely looking at, and other things you can just mention. So again, 1 page, max 2 page, or 3 to 5 slides I'm expecting. You don't need to do both. Either one of it you can do it, and I'll tick off 1 or 2 cases and we'll discuss it just as a sample case to discuss whether, I mean, we are moving in right direction or not. The other thing I want you to is to try to understand that if you measure something, so let's say here it is saying high workload. Does high workload affect? So you need to tell me how are you going to measure workload, whether whether you are going to ask people whether your workload is high or low. But then again, it has got its complications. Somebody working 5 hours may say that I'm overworked, I have high workload. Somebody working 13 hours may say that I don't have sufficient workload. Correct? So there is a issue here. And if you take simple, let's say, report how much work or how much time people have spent, then it's also a little complicated, because if the person is not working, maybe spending 10-12 hours at office, but the effective work is very less. So how you are going to measure, that is also important. Maybe you would like to do both. So something, so whatever is your hypothesis, you must define how are you going to measure it. So here I said whether you are going to ask the employee or whether you are going to, I mean, take out the employee daily data or how much I mean, time they have spent, and accordingly you can do. But whatever, this is for my hypothesis. So if you have got other hypothesis, you need to do it. You need to do it your own way. Now, those who you have written, whatever you have written, and I am not answering the question right now, but look at the difference within your own count. Okay, I think I am not seen anyone who is repeated his first count with the second time count, right? So this is maybe a question of verification, because we have not checked it how many exact A's are there. So we have to verify. So if it is a question of accuracy, it comes for verification. And why the verification is important and why there can be issues, just think about it. Somebody talks about, I think Himani talked about whether it's individual A or whether it's A within other letters or in other words. Correct? So this is what is called your operational definition. What do you mean by A? That has to be very clear. So whenever you are getting a data, what is that data? What is the definition of that data? That is important. That's why it is called operational definition. Okay, so for example, I give this example always. If you ask how many employees are there in your organization and you ask it to HR and you ask it to finance, you will get two different answers always. Yeah, because somebody is taking temporary employee as a employee count, somebody is not taking, somebody is taking external consultant who has got your own organization ID and working for a short-term assignment, let's say 1 year temporary. So they will be there. Some third-party employee, whether they are not, somebody who has taken a sabbatical, whether they are employee or not, we don't. So all those things, I mean, I'm just giving a random example. So what exactly it is, if you are taking, and in telecom it is pretty clear. I've worked most of my life in telecom, so there is a term called average revenue per user. So what is this revenue? What are the components that are there or not? So you don't know whether your monthly rental or your anything else is part of it or not, whether whatever discount is given, it is net of discount or not non-net of discount. All these things would be there, right? So these are the things that will come for your operational definition. Source is also important. Source means from where you are getting the data, because sometimes depending on the source of data, things would be different. So what is the source of data? Who is saying this? What is operational definition? What is the measurement system? How are you measuring? This measurement system is a big issue, which I'll give you one example. In the next slide, we'll see. So there is a measurement system. How are you measuring? In what unit you are measuring, right? So that's what it is talking about, whether it's a scalar or metric mechanism. That's also one thing. Yeah. So, right. So you can, the objective is not to count this number, but tell you that where we can go wrong, right? So things of validation and verification can be very different, right? So I hope this concept is clear to you. The next one we are talking about this measurement system, right? And you know, this is a real life case. NASA actually lost 125 million Mars climate orbiter in 1999. And you can do a quick Google search here, and I have mentioned the source also in the bottom. So here, and actually, you know what was the reason? I have mentioned it here, that one engineer actually were using metric measurement system, and they did not convert from English. From English means foot pound second, British system of so in metric everything is right, you know, that is not foot, the length is meter, uh, the force is or the weight is kg, and the second is second, so that's time. But in metric, in foot pound second to this other unit metric system, uh, kilogram or meter or second, they did not convert. So while rest of the things were done as per the metric system, there was few components they were still converting. So obviously it will fail, right? If you're, the values would be different, and you program it accordingly to the value and it will work. So just think about that, right? If this mistake can happen with NASA, where the best of the brain works, and with a cost of 125 million, think about what kind of measurement error may be happening at your end in your organization, or where you are doing. So whenever you are calculating something, just ensure that it is properly defined, the unit are measured. If you are measuring revenue and all that, it is rupees, it is not difficult. But if, I mean, in India, but let's say you are a multinational, somebody gave you a revenue figure of 300 million, somebody gave you 350 million again, and you assume that let's say everything in US dollar, but probably some of them are also giving in euros. So very basic information, stupid mistake kind of thing you can say, but then these are the mistake that is actually people do. So be careful about that, what kind of the measurement system you are doing, right? Any question at this point? No. Okay. Now let's come to a very interesting topic here, and this is, you can expect one or two question in your CBDA exam on this. Um, there are four type of analytics, and there was one question when I said that we have not covered and will be covering. This is where we are covering that, right? And this is very intuitive, and I don't think it will require a lot of thing to, I mean, explain you. You can read about this, but I'm just giving you a brief summary. So there are four type of analytics which CBDA suggests. It's called descriptive, predictive, prescriptive, and diagnostic. Okay, I'm repeating: descriptive, predictive, prescriptive, and diagnostic. And how you define that? You define that from the point of view of time frame when the analysis is done, and what when the analysis, I mean, when the insights is get from when the analysis is getting generated at, right? So so if the event is from the past or data is from the past, and I'm just first talking about the diagnostic because it's easy. You say, why did it happen? Why? If the question is what you are answering is why from a past event, it's a diagnostic, right? It's a diagnostic analytics. If it is from the past and you are trying to understand what happened, you are describing a situation, then it is a descriptive analytics. Correct? If both from the past and future also, but if you are predicting something, so based on the past data, you are creating something, but you are predicting something for the future. What is likely to happen based on the past trend? That is your predictive analytics. So it's clear from the word predict, means you're predicting something, you're saying something that will come true. So this is your predictive analytics. Okay. Descriptive, predictive, diagnostic we covered. And final one is prescriptive. What is prescriptive? You are prescribing. It's just like a doctor prescribing you some medicines. So they are trying to, I mean, they are not just saying that what happened. They are also, I mean, they are not saying, not only saying what will happen, that is predictive. They are also giving you some prescription. So if so and so things happen, what you should do. So that is called prescriptive analytics, right? So these are the four things: past, future, past and future, and then both what and why, that will decide what kind of analytics you will be doing. Correct. So some of the examples are mentioned. Let's look at here. Descriptive analytics. The example is here. It is mentioned a monthly profit and loss statement, right? So business could make some high level decision over time where to invest more. So yeah, your profit and loss statement, it is only taking what, saying what happened, what has been your cost, what has been your profit or your revenue, and the breakup of that, and it's just telling you that. Correct. So this is descriptive. Diagnostic: why sales significantly increase in the month of March, June and September. Let's say this is the trend you said, and you saw that okay, there is some specific special cause variations, we call it. So there is some special cause for which it is happening. So and then you call it, it's a diagnostic analytics. Then the third one is predictive analytics. Predictive is obviously what would happen. We have talked about various examples. Who are the likely customers? What will be most profitable to you? How many, what will be your customer churn going forward? Which employee is likely to leave? What would be your expected revenue in that month? So these are all your predictive analytics, right? Okay. And here another example is given. There are two options. Which one is going to be more effective is what it is asking. And prescriptives, what action to take. So sometimes it's not only important to tell you what is going to happen. So you say that, okay, in next 3 months, I am, the organization is expected to lose 20% of its customer. If you give this, it's a good insights, but the management would say that, okay, you have given us a good insight, but what to do next? I'm not interested in losing the customer. What should I do? That should be one of the, um, I mean, prescriptive analysis. That is something which the organization will also expect you to give some recommendation, and that's what we are calling, when we are calling that, it's prescriptive analytics, right? So four types: clear, descriptive, diagnostic, prescriptive, and predictive and prescriptive. You are all clear about this, or any questions, any doubt on this? Okay, you may expect one or two questions on this. generally i have seen generally i have seen Generally I have seen some of the questions on this, right? So be clear about this. Okay, now let's look at some of the examples which would make it to you a little more clearer. uh, yeah, so just have a look, and please let me know if you have got any queries on anything where you think that it is not been tagged properly. I'll wait for a minute, and I'm not going to talk about this because pretty simple and we have given you some examples. Just read, and if you have got any doubt on any particular type of business case, whether it is that type of analytics or not, I'll answer. So please take a minute and read through this. Okay, just a second. So no, is it part of customer, people, supply? Okay, BFSI, and quantifying portfolio risk and evaluate risk. Okay. Um, what it is talking about is, um, so you understand what is a portfolio? Portfolio means, it's a, I mean, again, I can use the mutual fund example. and sometimes there are different asset classes. For example, stock of organization is a one asset class. There can be multiple other, maybe gold, maybe government securities, bond, real estate, and all that are the different asset class. So what they do is, when they are trying to do one type of analytics, what they do is they will try to see what is at risk, because at any point of time these financial instruments that is actually having a risk. For example, stock market may crash, real estate market may crash, things like war or pandemic or catastrophic event can happen. So these are some unpredictable risks. There can be also risk of financial default, just like we had in SBB Bank in US, and then Credit Suisse was also going through some issue. So these are some financial risks. So all this risk, for the entire portfolio, they will quantify. They'll say that what is the risk of it. Okay, and then how much value they can lose. So it's not that even if there is a crash, you will lose your entire 100%. So it's you will say that how much value you will lose. So this is not a simple thing. I mean, there are complex mathematical model they do, and they will tell that, okay, this portfolio is at this risk level. Okay, I mean, they have a different index for, I don't exactly know because I've not worked in finance VFSI domain, but yeah, they will tell you that this is what the value at risk, and that's what it is talking about. And this is a pure play analytical model. Sometimes they made complex mathematical model to analysis what is at risk. So this is important knowledge. Okay, and this might look very theoretical, but I just want to highlight that this is one of the most important success factor of a business analyst or a data analyst, both. Why? Because what happens that there are, I mean, many a times you may feel that if you don't know the subject well, you don't know the domain well, because you are a data analyst, I mean, you can manage, and sometimes you can manage, right? But there will be issues where you need to get into the absolute detail and understand it into in depth. Otherwise, you will not be able to add any value. Otherwise, people will question, why are you there? There is already a data scientist in the team. There already might be already some other analyst in the team, business analyst or somebody else. So as a data analyst, what skill set, what is to the table you are bringing? So unless you know the system in and out, whatever you are working in, let's say you are preparing for a bank. I mean, I'll give a software and non-software example. So if you are preparing, let's say, a billing system, or you are changing adding some features to the billing system, so you must understand how the billing process happens end to end. Otherwise, you will not be able to add any value. Must understand how it happens. Let's say, you are an analyst in a marketing domain, let's say. So you have to understand how the sales process happen. You have to understand the supply chain. You have to understand the brand. You have to understand the customer thought process. All those things, if you don't know, and if you think that, okay, because I am just a data analyst, I'm not a subject matter expert, so I don't need to understand those things, it will not going to work. So my sincere request, I mean, not from an exam point of view, but those who are trying to become a data analyst, right, wherever, whichever field you go, understand the entire thing, understand the process, understand the systems behind. Otherwise, people will question what is the value addition as a data analyst you are bringing, and that's not a nice place to be in. Okay, the other three things is important as a behavioral aspect which I need to talk about, and which is very important from a practical business analyst point of view. So when you work as a analyst, these are the things that will be extremely clear. So first is, you must have confidence to ask difficult questions. You know, when you are asking people about their business problem, they will may or may not give you very detailed answer. They will give you very superficial answers, or they will give you some answers where their own inefficiency, or if it is a leader, the inefficiency of the system, or the trouble within the system. So let's say you are interviewing a marketing head, okay, or okay, and there is a sales problem. So sales is not happening, and you are talking about a marketing head. Think about other than software in this environment, okay. So what would happen? The marketing head probably will never admit that the product itself is an inferior quality, right? He will blame or she will blame. Not blame is not the right word, but it's a matter of viewpoint. It's a matter of perception. She or he will always say that we have mentioned the best product, but it's only the sales team who is not able to push it to market. Is the branding team is not able to create a brand pool, or it's about customer support, they are not able to handle the query, or our supply chain, we are not able to meet the customer demand as much as they want. Okay, right? So all those things can happen, but you need to ask the right question to the right people, and you must have confidence. Some people will not like it, but you have to hold your ground, right? And the second point leads to you must have confidence to raise the right and difficult question, and it will only come when you know your stuff. Just and it requires a lot of preparation, background preparation. Whatever is the issue, you need to go through and detailedly, right? The second point is being assertive. As I said, some people will not like asking question, because generally what happened, as a data analyst, you will be asking question to some at times very senior people, right? And the senior people, and your tone cannot be intimidating, right? But your tone cannot be also very submissive. You are not there on their payroll. Your job is to get the real information and improve things, not to satisfy their demands, right? So you have to be very assertive, but you cannot get intimidated. I mean, you cannot intimidate, or neither you can get intimidated. Very important. Hold your ground, know your stuff. And again, as I said, this knowledge thing, this will feed in, because if you don't have knowledge, obviously you will not be able to ask the right question. If you don't not be able to ask the right question, you will not get right insights. Things will not move. Then people will again start questioning you as a data analyst, what value you are bringing, right? And the third most important point is filtering the signal from the noise. As I said, when you are talking about, you will get a lots and lots of information. Okay, especially in a workshop, in an interview, survey might be a little structured, but especially when you are getting this data informally or formally, through talking, through interviews, videos, group discussion and all that, you get a lot of junk. How you want to filter it, that is up to you, but you need to remove those things, those noises. How you want to remove those noise? Can you think about any tricks, techniques? So you ask somebody, he gave you a lot of information. How you remove the signal from the noise? Noise means that is only adding to the clutter, but not adding any value. Sometimes it may not be even right information. So how you will try to remove this clutter, remove this noise? Anything you can think about? Anyone? Just think about, in your real life, you're talking to someone, right? Some friends are like that, they will be talking over a lot of other things. So what you do? Sometimes you just discount. You know that this person, if he or she is saying this, let's say 80%, so you reduce it. So okay, 30 to 40% or 40 to 50% is max, is what is might have happened, right? So this is one way. So I mean, I'm not suggesting this as your way, but I'm saying mentally, these are mental models which we create. Sometimes you go and validate. Somebody says that this is the issue, sales is not doing its job. You go and check historical data, what is happening before this product, what is the efficacy of the same team. Somebody says the customer support team is not doing their job because there is a lot of complaints and they are not able to handle. You go and check, you go and identify, is this the really the case? Is this the complaint has increased? Is it a voice from customers, or is it a voice from few people? Right, go with the data. And that's why this is important you for you as a data analyst, you understand? So what would happen, you ask 5 people and 5 people will say the same thing. Okay, customer complaint has increased, we are not able to cater to our, this function is not working well, and that's why we're losing our sales, right? So because you have heard it from 5 different people, there is a natural tendency for you to believe that it is true. But however, my humble request is go and validate it with the data itself. Go and check it, see actually is it the case or is just a noise. Yeah, any question out here? No. Okay, let's move. Then we'll move to the next important thing. Okay, this is okay. This is just a summary, and I will be giving you these slides. So just for your reference, those who are trying to attempt to clear the exam, I think these are the things you can look at. And I'm again telling you, you will never get a question on what is the input and what is the output and what are the skills or what are the techniques. You will never get. But this still gives you some sort of mental model, as I was saying earlier. So just to keep everything into structure so that you can be a little more focused. So don't need to remember all this, but yeah, you will be getting these slides. Okay, the next important steps is identify and understand stakeholder. Okay, so why it is important to have different stakeholders? First you understand who is a stakeholder to this initiative, whatever initiative you have launched, data analytics initiative, whatever the project which you are doing related to data analytics, it can be anything. But who are the stakeholders for this project, and what do you understand by a stakeholder? So difficult about this. I don't see any chat. Customer, absolutely. Yeah, sales, manufacturing, customer, marketing, absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. So if you're launching a new product, so obviously you're launching it for customers. So customer is a stakeholder. But who will prepare? There will be some manufacturing unit, right? Why it is important? Important because if the manufacturing team can produce only 50 laptops in a day and your demand is 500 laptops in a day, you can't do anything. You can only sell 50 laptops in a day. So manufacturing is absolutely critical stakeholder here. Why? Because it will impact your profitability, your success, everything is impacted by them. Similarly, let's say your marketing team, yeah, they will support you with the brand and advertisement. You launched it, the advertisement did not come, and after 15 days the advertisement come when there is no more buzz in the market. Yeah, your customer support team, so you launch a new laptop, there will be a lot of calls from customers, but your team is not ready, not geared up to handle the additional calls, customer queries. Yeah, some sales queries and all that. Yeah, you everything is fine, you produced also, but you are not able to put it into the shelf all the of the market, right? Or you are not able to send it to, let's say, Amazon or Flipkart, through which you are doing, you have manufactured, but you are not able to sell it, right? So in that case also it will be so think about those things, who all are get impacted. And in a way, if you look at, everybody will get impacted. So just try to limit it. For example, I would say that finance team, whether they are impacted or not, of course they are impacted, because profit and loss is everyone, everything. But is it directly impacted? If in your case yes, then take it, otherwise don't take it. Because what would happen, that then in that case everybody will become a stakeholder and there will nothing, nobody will be left. HR, I mean, in a way, you HR is also impacted. You're launching a new product, maybe you need more people and all that. But what I'm trying to say is, just look at who are directly going to get impacted immediately, and we'll look at a stakeholder onion diagram to explain this concept more. But at this point, just think about that who all are directly getting impacted, and just see it will vary from your situation to situation. If the situation demands here that HR should be involved, then make them a direct stakeholder. But if the HR is not impacted directly, you are not hiring any new person because your existing infrastructure and sales team are sufficient, then you don't need to do it. That is what I guess. Okay. So why we need to understand the stakeholder? Because as we said, different stakeholders have got different expectation. This product launch example, right? Manufacturing would like to know how much is your demand is going to be, and accordingly they will program. I mean, they will do it. Maybe your marketing also, they have got a different expectation. Sales team also have got a different expectation. Maybe the pricing expectation from sales is very different. So all these different people will have different expectation in the project. And I have given a very generic example. In a data analytics example also, you will have technical teams, you will have cloud team, you will have databases team, you will have data analytics team, dashboard team. So all those teams becomes a stakeholder for you. So you need to understand what are their expectations, right? So different stakeholder will have what different expectation. Plus there are this called LEAGTK. So learning, experience, ability, growth, training, skills, competence, and knowledge. These are also important. And different stakeholders have got different impact. Impact means many of them, if you don't take care of their interest, they may derail your project completely. And it has happened to me. I mean, sometimes I'll tell you. So you must try to identify who are the stakeholders who are critical, and we'll see in subsequent slides. So those are, I mean, you need to be very careful in managing them. And what are the different tools? So different stakeholders require different tools. So you use the tool apt for the particular stakeholder. That's what we are trying to say. Yeah, this is what called stakeholder onion diagram, and this is exactly what I was trying to say. So this is a customer ordering systems we are designing, right? So who are the immediate, so project manager, business analyst, or data analyst, developer, tester, because this is software example. So this software, these people are immediately impacted, right? But what is the second level of impact? So maybe the help desk, maybe the user, maybe the trainer, system admin. This is the second level. What is the third level? Sponsors, SME, executive, and the fourth level. So you may also like to do this kind of stakeholder onion diagram. That is the different layers who are getting impacted. So this is very important too. Whenever you are initiating this data analytics project, you can try it out and see who are, I mean, who are all your stakeholder, and this is how you can identify, right? And this is, I mean, I have used these slides in other courses also. So in case you have already looked at it, please ignore it for a moment. But for those who are not here, and okay, Devansh, I'll come. Sponsor, I'll may come. Just give me a second. Okay, so I'm saying here, you look at influence, stakeholder influence, how powerful is the stakeholder, right? And then what is the interest, how much interest can also be positive and can also be negative. I mean, sometimes the interest may be negative. Negative means if the project succeed, the person will be worse off, right? And let me give you an example here. I mean, not a very easy thing to understand, and ideally, in an ideal world, it should not happen, but in real world, it happens. So, for example, I can tell you one project I was doing in which we are trying to automate certain system, right? So, automate means a lot of things that are being done manually. So, let's say in telecom, I'm giving example. So, you are sending a request for your plan change or your billing date change, or you have got any other issue. I mean, you want a certain discount. Many of these things people would get the request and process it. We are trying to automate through some AI engines, through some built-in intelligence. We are trying to automate. So what would happen if you automate? All those people might lose their jobs. Okay, generally all good organization, they don't throw people out. They just, I mean, try to absorb them somewhere else, but it's not always possible. And I just want you to be very comfortable with this concept. Okay, don't get very emotionally attached with this. We are all professional and we are working. I'm not saying that you become a heartless manager or heartless analyst, but sometimes don't take all these things into heart, because what would happen? It's not in your hand. So you should only bother about things. So you said that I am doing this project and 15 people will lose their job, and that's why, I mean, do your best, try to help them, I mean, whatever possible way. But if it is the organization decision, then either you are with them or against them. So yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to, and some of you are freshers, you might find this concept a little disturbing, but this is how it happens. And people do get jobs. I mean, it's always a bad experience when somebody loses a job, but then you will see that within 3 months, 6 months, max 7 8 months or 10 months, max a year, most of them, if they are even half decent in their job, they'll find something good. Yeah. Business cycles keeps on changing, and you don't need to worry about those things, I mean, about others, right? So you do your job as an analyst, right? So also, okay, I'm just a little derailed from my discussion, so I'm coming back. So what I said, that why somebody's power, I mean, somebody will be negatively interested, because if you success, then they will be negatively impacted. So for example, those people, their interest probably, if they I mean the project success is having a negative connotation to their own position, so in that case it will be negative interest. And it's not just about losing a job. Sometimes some managers, some leaders, their influence also reduces, because now let's say 50 people reporting into him, after that any project you reduce it to 20. So some people, some managers, some leaders, they are quite very particular, because their thought of power is how many people are there in my team or reporting into me. So in that case also it may be negative, right? So how to handle this depends on the project, depends on the how the situation is. Sometimes maintaining a secrecy is also important. You don't want to reveal more than is required. Sometimes it's good to tell in advance, let them know that this is what is going. Look at your own project, look at what is happening, what is organization policy, and take a call, right? So interest and influence, you must, do a balancing act. How you do? So most critical is of course the star region. Just a second, let me click on my pointer. So this is the most critical region. So here you need to be very careful in terms of how to manage these guys. Um, yeah, something goes wrong, your project will be in trouble, right? Then low interest and high influence. Again, these are influential people, so keep a close eye. And I mean, you don't want to overburden them with a lot of communication, because their interest level is low. If you give them a lot of information, they might find something and they might again turn negative. So if you are sure that you can turn them positive by influencing, do it. But um, be careful. I mean, you don't want this person to be high influence and low on your interest, or become a negatively interested, right? So you want to do it carefully. High interest and low influence, these are the people whom you can use as your volunteers. You can your evangelist. You can use them to propagate the good word, or a positive vibes around. So you can use them. A minimum contact, only send essential information to this team. And um, most likely, I mean, even if you ignore, it's okay. Neither they have high influence nor they have interest. Any question? So these are the steps. Create list of stakeholder, list their expectations, list what your business data analytics initiative needs from you, map interest and influence, create a stakeholder handling plan, and finally execute. Okay, so one question was there, who is a sponsor? So sponsor is the person who is authorizing this BDA, business data analytics work. In other words, sponsor is the one who is paying for this initiative, from whose budget it is going. Clear? So sponsor is the overall champion of the project. Champion in the sense it is his or her baby who wants this works to be done, and he or she is sponsoring, means they are paying money for that. They are providing budget for it. I think they are okay. As it, what is the current state? Again, I mean, this is very intuitive. I don't need to spend a lot of time. Current statement, how is it being done now? Right? What is the current state? So that is called baseline. Where are you? Benchmark. Where are we now? Okay. There are two ways we need to get the current state. One is called data door and process door. So data door means you are getting things from the data itself. So we were talking about the earlier launch, lack of sales example, right? And we saw that people will be saying a lot of things. So that is probably a process door, but data door means actually you verify those data. I mean, you go and you check. I am how you check, you get those reports and see it. So that is from a data, right? You look at the data and verify. Process door means, okay, somebody says that this is happening in this way, you go and see it yourself. So somebody says that let's say our insurance claim percent, okay, is 98%. Okay, how so obviously somebody says how you verify, you look at the data, correct? You look at the data. So this is a data kind of problem, so you will do it properly, I mean from a data source, right? But somebody says that our customers are um, our customer process, I mean let's say customer claim process. So I'm taking again a insurance example. So insurance, you make claims, like I mean for health insurance or for whatever insurance, you make a claim. So people say that our claim process is best. Okay, West. You said that how you know that? They will say that, okay, no, we get customer feedback day in and day out. Then you ask, do you have the data? So that somebody will say, no, these are informal. We don't capture this because this is based on our interaction. How can we capture? We are from sales team. So what you do? You would like to go and check by yourself. You can go and see. You can go to the meet some customer, talk with them, and see how the insurance claim flow is happening, whether it is taking time or whether it is smooth or not. That's a process door. So you go and see the process, right? So that is how called going and seeing. This word gemba is a Japanese word which is called go and see. So you yourself go and see, right? So as an analyst, you are also expected. So somebody would say that a developer will say that we are not able to connect the data, right, because there are some issues. Though you believe them, they would be true, but it is also good to go and see. You saw that, show me which field you are taking, how you are connecting. You are not helping them. I mean, you are not telling them technically. They will know more. But it's also good to have a look. What is the issue, right? So that's what I think. Understand the process flow, data flow, and business value chain. We'll talk about all these things right now in subsequent slides. So hold on. Where do we want to reach end-to-end initiative? So what is final? I'm talking about the final stage. So ideal final stage means this is where the current state is. You want to say where we want to like. So let's say our customer satisfaction is currently 80%. We want to go to 90%, right? That's where the final stage is, right? Future state. Smart, specific, measurable. Anybody can complete. SMART. What is full form of SMART? Smart goals. You might have heard it. And we're talking about smart future state. Specific. Specific. It should be very specific. It should be very clear. It should not be very vague. Right? Measurable. Then specific, measurable. Then let me see. Attainable. So somebody say attainable. You can't always say that I will be 100% accurate, right? So though you can achievable or attainable. Yes. That is correct. That is correct. Achievable or attainable, people call it. Next one is relevant. What is relevant? I mean, relevant means you are looking at examples, which is, I mean, looking at a KPI which is important. Okay. I mean, let's say you want to improve your customer satisfaction, right? So customer satisfaction KPIs are very important. But um, um, but let's say in order to improve customer satisfaction, you say that I want to check how many hours our developer or our I mean software engineers are spending in the office. I'm just giving a random example. Is it relevant here? How many hours or how many hours the software engineers, or let's say what is the productivity of the software engineers? Maybe very vaguely it might be related, but I'm just saying if not related, so don't put it. It's not a relevant here. That might be relevant in another context, but in this context, improving customer satisfaction and how much software engineers are spending at office doesn't matter, right? So that's why. And time bound, of course, it has to be a time bound manner. Okay. Agreement and consensus amongst all stakeholders. So all stakeholders must be agreeing. So again, I'm saying your sponsors, if you are not getting any agreement, And if it is going beyond your manageable level, then involve other people, ask for help, sponsor another, you ask for help. But sometimes you will see that some sort of disagreement will always be there, full consensus might not be there. But again, you have to check whether that person is influential. Those that person who is, I'm talking about here, if is a highly influential person and having a lot of interest, then they, at least those people should be aligned to your project vision or your initiative, correct? So those people, at least you should be, um, I mean, should be taking account of their interest, and there should be some agreement. But yeah, remember that you cannot satisfy every person, right? You must have heard about this quote. If you want to please everyone, then go and sell ice cream. Don't work in an organization. You can't please everyone, but you also have to be careful whom to annoy and whom to please. I mean, so that's why the stakeholder matrix come in, correct? Any question out here? I've not spent a lot of time here, so I mean, not in the sense this is I'm spending a lot of time, but this is something very I would say that non-technical, so you all can understand. So let's move. And if you have got any questions, you can put in. Process flow diagram, I will talk in the next class, and right now I'm asking you to note down this tool, okay? And please download this software before we come to the next session. So go to, please, you download this Bizagi process modeler. So I'm not showing it right now, or let me just show it to you. We'll do the exercise next session.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IIT Powertech. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
I this is, you can see this is the icon, it will be there. So if you click it, it will open and your process modeler will open, and we'll do some process modeling using Bizagi process modeler. And why I am asking Bizagi process modeler, because this is a free software and this is a lifetime free. So basic Bizagi modeler is free. Other things are there which you can actually, I mean, there are add-ons for which you need licensed software, but here you need not. So you can just put, you can create a user ID and password. I'll be putting my user ID and password. Let's go. Yeah. So there are different types of maps that can be created. So I just want, this is called a process flow diagram, which I will show it to you tomorrow next session. Then there is something called spaghetti diagram. So this also I will show you a video example, but not today, in the same session, with a different tools called Salonish. I will show you. So yeah, there are different version of processes. So this all will discuss. Customer journey mapping also we'll discuss in next session. I want to talk to you about something called value chain diagram and data flow diagram, or what I discussed. So remember these terms, because yeah, sometimes you may have to use it. What is value chain? So value chain is nothing, how value is created and how value is delivered to the customers, how it is flown. So that you show it in a pictorial manner. So this is called a value chain diagram. So how much? So industry value chain diagram. What, how value is created in an industry in manufacturing? You got raw materials, you get goods, intermediate goods, then you manufacture the product, then you sell it, and then you after sale service. So this is a broad value chain, but this can have multiple levels also. So you click on the manufacturing, and then once you click on manufacturing, then you get it. What you do is, then you get this manufacturing, then within this manufacturing, then there are various steps. So this becomes a value chain within manufacturing. So inbound logistic operation, outbound logistic, sales and marketing and service, right? So this is within manufacturing also. You can get a other value chain, and then you have got infrastructure, humans issue, technology, and procurement can be other, right? So value chain is basically the flow of events, how or the process steps, large big process steps, how value is getting delivered, okay, to the customers right from the beginning. And you can go to as much as detail you want to go. Okay, what is a data flow diagram? From the word itself you can know that how data is flowing, how data is moving between different systems is called a data flow diagram. How data is moving between different systems. So let's take an example. Let's take a railway reservation example. Okay, so similarly from value, I mean, as what we have seen in value chain, also here also we can see that this has got various levels, and I'm showing you different levels. So let's start with level 0. Level 0 means very broad level, extremely high level. So what we can say there, what is a level 0 here? Or sometimes people don't call it level 0, directly call it level 1. Don't worry about this level, what exactly, I mean, whether it should be 0 or 1. You remember that as the level increases, the detailing increases. Okay, so level 5 will have more detail or level 2 have more detail? Which level of diagram you will have more detail? 5 or 2? 5, Lakshmi. Yeah, yeah, perfect. Hopefully, I mean, you are listening. So as and when you go to a higher level, you will get more level. So this has got a very basic diagram here, right? So here you just a second. Let me put a pointer. Yeah, here you see we have a passenger, we have got a railway reservation system, where we have got a admin, right? So what are the things, what are the data that is flowing from passenger to the reservation system? It's going cancellation, reservation, ticket info, right? Reservation information, cancellation is going from passenger, but ticket information is going from the reservation system to the passenger, correct? Herely, what is admin? Up and down train info, let's say train information, reservation and cancellation info, because the admin is providing it, the cancellation info from railway to here it is going, and then passenger info is ultimately getting stored. So this is just an example. So you remember, I mean, you understood basic, what are the data that is flowing from one system to another system, in which direction, is called a 0 level data flow diagram, correct? Okay, let's look at the next. Now if I increase the level, I made it level 1. So what I'm saying is, now I am again splitting it. So passenger information, okay, what are the information? Things can happen. There is a reservation process, and then there can be a inquiry process. Okay, so inquiry process, that can be down storage and up storage. That means, I mean, different system it can go in from inquiry. I mean, if you're asking for a particular thing, that information will be obtained from another system. So those up and down information is saying, or the reservation can directly go from here, which we have looked at in earlier case, right? So here reservation from here to admin, right? So here, right? Then we can have another system called ticket generation process. So from reservation process, the data is flowing to the ticket generation process. Maybe it is also not shown, but there some information, ticket generation process, from there the information is flowing back also, right? And if there are any issue, the ticket generation is happening, and parallelly they are sending it to the admin for data storage and information sharing, correct? So now let's go to another level. Now if you look at level 2, look at, we have got more complex systems, right? So there is a query process, reservation, passenger, inquiry. If you look at, it is building on this. So passenger, reservation, inquiry, ticket generation, report, admin, all these things are still there, right? All these things are still there. But then we have got more information. So then there is a reservation system, then there is a report is getting generated, then inquiry and passenger, then reservation process, then railway department, some reservation information, right? So just appreciate the fact that there are more inputs or more data points that are coming, and you are including. So sometimes this is one of the things you will have to create, okay, as a data analyst or in a data analytics project. You will have to create a data flow diagram. So think about, there are different ways data flow diagram can be created. This is just one of the ways. So it's very simple. You put it and you say data, what data is going, which direction it is going, and you are putting it into a pictorial format. That's all data flow diagram. Clear? Any question out here? Okay. No. So if we ask you to create a, let's say, 3-level data flow diagram, level 0, 1, 2, 3, will you be able to make it? Yeah, yeah. It's a just basic. I mean, don't worry about. I mean, there is nothing out there. Okay. So I mean, I'll also share one tool with you next session. So that also, oh, perfect. Leela, you do it in your office. Maybe Leela, you can share your experience. Maybe I'm unmuting you. So anything, any experience you want to share about data flow diagram, any insights, any challenges which you have faced that would be interesting for others to hear. I'm unmuting you in case, I mean, optional this for you. So if you are creating those data flow diagram, in case you are interested to share your experience, that would help everybody. Kanaya, how to do it is simple. I mean, you can just do it in your PowerPoint also, or you may have to do it in a tool. So UML diagramming tool is there. Again, UML is not part of this course, but I can show it to you, or you can use another tool. So, I mean, I'm just writing. You can also download. They have got a free version for 30 days. So this is called eDraw Max or eDraw Mind. Okay, so eDraw Mind and eDraw Max, so that you can use it to create this. I mean, and there is nothing to create. You just create these blocks and you just create those direction, and maybe at times you may have to give some more information so that you can do it. I hope you can do it. Okay, let me try to show it to you. Okay, what is happening is, because I've already installed, it is directly taking me to the my website. So my diagram. So yeah, this is the link. You can actually download this and practice. Should not be a big issue. Give me a second. Let me just put it. This is the tool I'm talking about. So you can use UML also, you can use eDraw Max also. And how you do it, I mean, this is how you can go to any template and then you can quickly do it. So this is, you can use a concept map or template also, or in case they have got a data flow DFD diagram, I'm not sure, but it's more or less same, or you can use it UML also. But I mean, here I'm saying this looks a lot nicer, and that's why I'm using this. So look at this, you drag this. So let's say, what do you call, railway admin. I'm not drawing it in detail. I'm just showing it to you. Okay, railway admin. You drag another one. Maybe you can increase this, and you can reduce it and say that this is passenger. Okay, okay, you can reduce the font size and all that. You can do all that, right? And then if you want to connect, so there is a connector here, you can see. So either you can directly connect here, or like this you can connect. Okay, or you can use a curve connector also. Look, this is one passenger, let's say, um, railway admin. Then we may have, let's say, we may have the inquiry and reservation. Let's say here I'll say Okay, sorry, this. So this is one. I'm putting it here. This is inquiry. Okay, from here you can again use a connector, and you can use a curve connector also. The curve connector also you can. Sorry, my mistake. Curve connector, like this you can do it. Here also, if you want to remove this and put a curve connector, you can put a curve connector like this. Okay. Then what you said, that inquiry, and we had what another one called reservation. So maybe I'll put another one. So okay, it's called reservation. I'll again put a curve connector or straight, whichever one we like. I mean, I'm just putting it here. This from here it is going, and from here also we'll have, let's say here, something like that you can create. I mean, be as creative as you can. And this is, let's say, reservation, right? So something like this. Clear? Uh, tools are not important. Tools you can always learn, and I mean, these tools are won't take more than 10 minutes for you to get familiar with. Okay, so do not worry about it. So I'm just saying it. Don't worry about tools and all. Um, 1 second, let me just save this. And you can always, I mean, do it through another tool also. Absolutely no problem. Whichever is working for you, you can use it, right? Something like this, and you can use straight and whatever you want. You want to color this, all that, all those things are possible. So try it out, and you can get all those whatever you want to do. You can always do. Here is just like Windows. So you want to fill it, yeah, like this. Let's say here I want to fill it in a different something like. So right, so put your hands on these two tools, eDrawMind and eDrawMax. eDrawMind is more for doing mind maps and all, but eDrawMax is where you can use concept flow diagram and data flow diagram, so that you can use. UML also you can always do. I'm not going to show you UML right now, because UML I'll show you for something else, and at that time, if you are interested, then I can, I mean, we can discuss it. But right now I'm not showing you UML right now. Okay. uh, okay, fine. Should we move? Okay, data flow diagram you all understood. Okay. uh, let me show you something called business model canvas. And this is again not a complex thing, but this is one template which is there for any initiative, data analytics initiative, or even non-data analytics initiative. This is just like a one-page summary of your entire activity, which you will be generally showing it to your top management or sponsors, right? So they want to see what you are doing, why you are doing, what are the costs, what are the revenue, and all that. How. So it's not a status report, it's not a project status report, it's basically like a one-page summary of your project. So what are the things that can happen? And I'll share this presentation so you can use this template, or there are many templates. Okay, depends on the initiative, the headings will be changing. So key partners, key activity, key resources, maybe something else would come in. But the idea is to, this business model canvas is, the idea is to have in one page everything covered, so that your leaders they get all the information in one slide. So here maybe it's a sales project, so they're calling it channels, customer segment, relationships, cost, and revenue. You may have some other structure also. So you just type in business model canvas template, you will get, this is just one of the template which I mean I use, so I kept it. So if you don't want to use this, you can, I mean, you can be pretty sure that you will get hundreds of templates. I mean, I'm just trying to show it to you. So you say, just put business model canvas template. Yeah, it's already there, right? So yeah, look at how many templates you are already having. And if I go image, so many images you will get. And this is a very interesting tool, and trust me, I've used this, and that's why I'm saying, because many a times what happens, this top management, they don't have time, they don't have time to look at into your lengthy slides and all that. They would say that I need into one page. Can you give me in one page summary? Why are you doing? What are you doing? What is the benefit? What is the cost? What can I expect at the end? So whatever is this use the business model canvas template and provide those I mean managers, superior sponsors, whoever needed. Clear? Okay. Value stream mapping, again, I will just briefly tell you, this is not part of your business analysis tool as per CBDA guide. It is not there. So I'm not going into a lot of debate. However, I will be sharing some documents on value stream mapping. If you are interested, you will be I mean reading it more and get I mean do some searching. You'll find it. I'll send you some documents on that, some good comprehensive documents I'll share, so you'll get a good fair bit of idea. But I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I'll just tell you a very brief about what is a value stream mapping. So value stream mapping is a pictorial representation all the different steps that generate value, which is similar to value chain, but value stream, the difference is it is lot more detailed, and the difference is not just in detail. So what happens that here you capture additional information. Additional information means how much time it is taking, how much resources you are taking. So any step you take, so these are all different steps. Sorry, let me just, yeah, so these are the different steps. So in this step, so this is probably an insurance policy, I mean, value stream mapping. So reserve notification, verify, cover, assess, loss, and send check. These are the 4 basic steps, very high level, right? There can be a lot of steps in between, but right now for simplicity, we are focusing this. So you just look at from where it is starting. And it is not just capturing those information, what you do in the step in process map, it is capturing a lot more detail. So what it is saying, so what is the process, right? What is standard operating procedure? What is the delay? How much actual time it's taking? How much time it is waiting? So it is happening for 14 minutes, but it is waiting for 1 minute or 1 day, right? What is the overall efficiency? So all those things you want to look at, and you also would like to look at the different wastage, lean wastage. There are 8 type of lean wastage. Again, I'm repeating, I'm not going into the detail because this is not part of your CBDA guide, not part of your data analytics activity, but I will share those documents, and in case you are interested, you can read more. So these are different symbols of delays and all that you will get to know. Don't worry about that. Okay, I on the presentation I will share will have all the details, additional documents which I will share that will have all the details, right? Then another tools which this talks about, CBDA talks about, CBDA guide talks about, is functional decomposition technique, and this is a very fancy name for very similar things. Org structure, organization chart. You understand? Those who are freshers, it's just about who is there. I mean, let's say there is an organization. In organization there are different plan products. There can be product based, or then there can be hierarchical based, whatever it. So functional based you can do it. So this is done from a functional basis. So each plant, there is this plant product, then there is managed production, then there is controlled distribution and all that. So you just break it down. So under each function, what are the sub functions? Each sub functions, what are the further sub functions are there? That you just divide it and show it. You got it? Nothing fancy. I mean, there is just a fancy term. It's about showing your org structure or org chart. It can be org structure in terms of function. It can be in terms of your individuals, in terms of your individual in the sense, let's say marketing head and product manager and all that. This also is a type of functional decomposition. Yes, now you have got it. Now you have got it. It is again descriptive. It is describing a phenomenon. It is asking about, yeah. How do you classify individual transaction on a retail site? Um, okay. The third one. How do you classify? How do you classify individual transaction on a retail site as a positive or negative experiences? How do you classify? So what are you doing? There are transactions you are classifying into positive or negative. So what are you doing? Don't get confused by the word how. Okay. Ultimately, what you are doing, you are classifying one experience as positive or negative experiences. What are you doing? Again, Raymond, diagnostic is why. Are you saying why it is positive and why it is negative? Are you doing that? You are not doing it, right? You are saying, you are just classifying. You are saying that this is positive, this is negative, this is positive, this is negative. Vishnu, prescription, it is not prescription. It is prescription means, let's say somebody is a negative, I mean, you are getting a negative experience. What you should do, that is prescriptive. If it is positive, what you should do, that is prescriptive. You are telling what the, I mean, organization what to do. That is prescribed prescription. Here you are just predicting. You are no, not description. You are classifying it. You are saying whether it is positive or whether it is negative. You are telling it, right? Whether it's a positive experience and a negative experience, right? So you are predicting it. You are based on the individual experience. You are predicting whether it's a positive experience or a negative experience. You are predicting. Are you clear? You went there, a shop, you had an experience. Okay, it can be positive or negative, I don't know, but based on experience, I want to tag it whether it is positive or negative. So the algorithm is predicting, the algorithm is suggesting that based on this experience, based on this what has happened, your experience is positive or negative. So it is predicting. Does it not depend on the transaction is on the future or past? In future, okay, in future also you can do it, and in future it is definitely, predictive. But think about that, the transaction has happened in the past, but the classification has not happened. The classification, you are doing it now, you will be predicting. It's for future. You don't know whether it is positive or negative. Got it? So the transaction is on the past, but the prediction, you're based on the historical data, you're predicting. Any prediction will use some data, and data is always historical. So in that case, nothing will ever be predicting, Hema, correct? So data is always from the past, you have collected something, right? So I'm saying based on data, what treatment are you getting, that will decide. Hopefully you are clear now. Will the customer experience improve by adding new features such as pay wallet? What you will say? So be clear about the task at hand. If it is answering a question, why? So you said that sales improved in last quarter, and you do why analysis, 5 why analysis, and you say that because there was a shortage of this product in the market and competition was not providing, I mean, they was stocked out, and that's why your product went. I mean, random example again. So diagnostic, you are saying why it happened. Okay, you had a fever. Then what is, you went, you traveled and you went outside and there was a rain and you got drenched. Probably that's why you got fever, and that's a diagnostic, right? Prescriptive. And then you went to a doctor and doctor said that, okay, today you will have temperature, tomorrow also you will have temperature, day after tomorrow the temperature will subside, and after that you will be ready, you will be perfect. So this is what he is predicting. He is predicting, or he or she is predicting your health. So that's why it is predictive, right? What is prescriptive? You take this medicine whenever you have fever more than 100, you take this paracetamol, you take this antibiotic. This is the prescription. If temperature comes, do this. If temperature does not come, do this. And don't exercise for the next 3 days and take bed rest. Prescriptive, only prescription, right? Telling what to do. Customers happy, do this. Customer not happy, do this. Employee satisfaction to improve, do A, B, C, D, right? What is predictive? You understood? Predictive, prescriptive, descriptive, and diagnostic. So descriptive is you describe what has happened to you. So you said that this is what happened. I'm having temperature, I'm having a headache, I'm having body pain. These are all description which you gave to the doctor. Here, You descriptive means what happened to the customer, that you are just describing. That is the descriptive analysis, or nothing related to the question. The senior executive team want to assess their sales performance over the past 3 years. What is the keyword? They want to see the sales performance. Okay. And they are setting the sales objective. So important is sales performance. Now, think through annual growth. Is it related to only sales? If I want to check sales performance, is it related? Of course, sales is important because they will bring new customer. But what is also important, that what happens to the existing customer? Are they staying? Are they not staying? Are our value from them increasing? So, getting my point. So there is, all the functions are responsible for annual growth, not just sales. Though this can be a parameter, but this cannot be only sales. Performance. Sales might be getting a lot of customers. Okay. But what happened if the customers are not being taken care of? So that is not their full responsibility. Though this is partially correct, and those of you who have said A, I still agree that you are partially correct. Just because we have got B as a better option, I am excluding A. In real life, say, growth is always responsible for sales. But here, because we are looking at, as a question is very clear, that we are looking at sales performance over past 3 years to help sales objective, I would say average time of conversion. Why? Because time of conversion is exclusively in the domain of sales team. Others cannot help. So if sales team is efficient, they will crack this. Others, number of customers retained over past 3 years, it's a combination of sales, customer support, how good is your customer relationship and all that. Sales cannot be held responsible for this one. Why? When it is correct time to market the software, sales will not decide. Sales team will only, this is maybe a product team, marketing team will decide. This is not going to be decided. Sales teams are the front end team who will just go and make the sales, get the lead, make the sale. Okay, right? So yeah, think about that. And if you say, if you have said A, again you are partially right. C also, I mean, I'll not call it even a 50% correct. At least A is 50%. Maybe C is 25% of correct, because if the customer are not saying, probably we will assume that sales is acquiring customers who are not good, or who are, who are just focused on short-term gain and not long-term relationship and all that. We can think about those things, but these are, at the end of the day, it's only assumption. We are assuming that. In the question, we should not assume, and that's why B is the most appropriate answer here. Is it clear to everyone? Because it is sales performance and it is sales objective, I need to find a KPI that is exclusively under the control of sales team. Though all the four are related to sales, B is the one which is completely in the hand of sales, and that's why I should be looking at it. Correct. But I fully appreciate that this question is a little confusing question, and I hope that this kind of question should not come. You need some evidence to answer your research question, and those evidence will come from your data. So this is the step which will tell you on what data to collect, from where you'll get, whether data is sufficient, insufficient, whether data is accurate, inaccurate, whether the data you are collecting is pertaining to the research question or not. All these questions will be answered here. So in a nutshell, once you identify a problem, that is your research question, in this step, you will be getting the data which will be required to do analysis in order to answer your research question. So this is in a nutshell, this step means. Okay, this we talked about. Now, yeah, this is the typical flow of analytics. You will see that we have our data, and then we perform some analysis through some AI algorithms or anything, and then we got generate, right? So we are currently here, and this entire thing is covered by business context, that is your research question and knowledge, right? So once you identify, so we are getting into data, and then we'll do into it. And these insights are again presented into those visualization format and all that, where you will be displaying it to your managers, to your top management for decision making, right? So we are here at data, sourcing of data. So data can be archived data, that is data that has not been currently used, live data, or streaming data. Live and streaming are more or less similar, I mean, discussed in the different context only. So whether the data is current data or past data, and when I'm talking about current data, is very recent past. Data cannot be for future. Data by itself means that something has happened and from which you are doing. But depends on whether it's the 6 months old, 1 year old, 1 day old, or 1 second old. Yeah. So that is what is going to, I mean, distinguish between the, okay, what exactly is data? So if you look at Oxford Dictionary, it talks about facts and statistics collected together for reference or analysis. I think this is Webster Dictionary's definition. Data is a collection of information gathered by observation, measurement, research, or analysis. They may consist of facts, number, name, figures, or even description of things. So basically, whatever we look at, whatever we observe, and we have talked about this last time. You remember, everything we gather is mostly data, whether it's I mean, structure, unstructured, that is video itself is a data, audio is a data, your language, text, numbers, everything is a data, and that's what it is talking about, right? Collection of data set, data is called data set, single piece of data is called data point. So I put in it here so that you don't get confused. Sometimes in the jargon they will call data set or data point. Data point is single, data set is the set of data or many data. Okay, now what exactly is sources? What are the sources of data? Sources means from where we get data, right? We all know this. So your Excel spreadsheet, Word, PPTs, these are data. CRM, SAP, Salesforce, extra software. So these are softwares. You get software from data. Your customer relationship management. I mean, SAP is a ERP system. So rather than SAP, I should have called it ERP because that is more general. Or your sales pipeline, Salesforce, and other, right? Mobile call records, what you are talking about, that itself is data. Physical files. So data not just means only electronically. I mean, your physical data is also a data. So let's not forget that. Survey forms, sometimes we do it, Google, Microsoft form, survey form, we do it, right? So that's also a data. Pictures, video, AV files, social media posts, these are all data. So just to give you I mean, understanding that everything consists of data. So do not ignore. I mean, whenever you are trying to get it, you can get it from any other source. I mean, any source from this. What is the difference between structure and unstructured? The one is unstructured means totally raw. Structure means proper format. Uh, non-structure is random. No, randomness has got nothing with the data structure and non-structure. Proper format. Svetlina, what do you mean by proper format? Can you just explain a bit? Correct there. So Ramya is saying structured data is that can be presented in rows and columns, and unstructured is that cannot be presented in row and column. For example, image and videos, and she is perfectly right. Structure means anything that can be put in row and column, that is structured. So your Excel is your in a type of structured data. Your databases are your structured data. Unstructured is which is not there. I mean, cannot be put into rows and columns in terms of a database, that is called unstructured data. Social media post, I mean, it's coming live, right? Image, audio, video files are all unstructured data. Which is easier to handle, structure or non-structure, and which provide richer insights? Okay, look, I am just trying to tell you that don't fall for these binaries. Okay, binaries means this is good, this is more insightful, and all that. You, I mean, as a data analyst, skepticism and curiosity is the two most important thing any business analyst or data analyst need to have. Don't fall for these binaries. I'm saying that. How you know that structured data gives you better insight? Have you look at the situation? The safest answer, as I said, is people say, and jokingly people say that it depends, but it's true. It depends. It depends on the problem. It depends on what kind of data you have, what kind of situation you are in. Who and today's time, I think we have got such a lovely tools that even unstructured data can be also handled properly. So we don't know. We don't know. I mean, at least handle, I can still say that structure is easier to handle just because we have got more tools. But unstructured also we are able to handle right now, though it might require a little more effort. But from inside, you should absolutely not say that structure gives you or unstructured gives you more insight. We don't know, right? Any data that comes out with result is more informative. Okay. So don't fall for these binaries. Whenever you see absolute this kind of absolute answers, right, in your options also, please ignore them. You say all or no, nothing or everything or all or all these are extreme statements. So generally they are incorrect. But I mean, again, I'm saying it depends. But generally they are in general in the options you can look at and eliminate. Okay, now let's spend some time into these 4 types of data and why this is important. This is important because the type of data would determine the type of analysis that can be used. Okay, so these are the different types of classification. Okay, these different types of classification, and generally, I mean, uh, generally these are the classes, but you may find some others also. But I'm not going into those details because they are rarely used. So categorical and non-categorical. Categorical means what? Category, right? Non-categorical, this is not category. So generally categorical means, I mean, those things which you can put into a bucket, categories. Okay, that is called categorical. Categorical are generally discrete data. Discrete data means the data which cannot take values between 2 integer. Think about that. The data that cannot take value between 2 integer. I'll give you some examples. You will be clear. Okay. Continuous is which can take value between 2 integers. Okay. Now, first, let's look at discrete and continuous. Then I'll give you an example of categorical and non-categorical. That will make it clear. Discrete. So your shoe size, is it a discrete or is it a continuous? I said discrete is that cannot take value between 2 integer. It can be only integer value. Shoe size. Shoe size is continuous. Shoe size, can it be 7.5? Shoe size I'm talking about. Size. So that size you get while you go to the shop. I'm not saying that you're measuring and what is the length. Okay, that's a different thing. Okay, so in that case it's discrete because it cannot be between 2. Size, your size, or X, XL, L, medium, small, medium, large, extra large. These are discrete size because this cannot be, there cannot be I mean between this time you cannot have a 8.5, though you can have length of your feet at 7.5. I can understand that, centimeter or millimeter, right? So that's what he's saying. So that's discrete. But similarly, length of a shoe. So your shoe size is discrete, but length of a shoes, is it continuous or discrete? There are certain types of data which is very difficult to put into discrete and continuous bucket. For example, but though we'll try, but for example, I would say that we take a data of and the data just is colors of a rainbow. There are 7 colors, correct? So I say colors of a rainbow. This is one data. Will it be discrete or continuous? I mean, it's very difficult, right? Difficult because it's not a number. You can say there are 7 colors. I'm not even talking about that number 7. I'm talking about the colors itself. That's a data. So you say colors of a rainbow. So somebody write that I mean we've got violet, indigo, and all that the person has written in a table. So that is a category because yellow is a category of color, or color itself is a category. So that you can see as categorical. Generally categorical are considered discrete because also we can say that it can be yellow or it can be not yellow. It cannot be yellow 0.5 or half yellow or something like that. I mean, store technically it's possible. I mean, you can mix a lot of things and do it, but generally you understood certain things that are category. Name of people. So I mean, there is no sense to ask it whether it's discrete or continuous. There is no sense of talking it is a discrete or a continuous, right? So that's what So name of a person, color of a rainbows, and all these things are categorical. And what is not categorical, which is not a category, so that is not a non-categorical. Clear? Yeah. Discrete is when you have got one specific possible options like a drop down, but continuous can be. Yeah, yeah, agree, Hema. A good example. So discrete is when you can choose one against other, all right, one or other, then it is discrete, right? So that's why you see discrete and categorical are divided into the same bucket. So similar to, so discrete sometimes, I mean, it's also makes sense to imagine it as a categorical or categorical as discrete or non-categorical as continuous. Is it clear? Anybody has got any doubt? Anybody has got any doubts between discrete, continuous, categorical and non-categorical? Now, discrete can be defined into two sections, two ways, nominal and ordinal. I'll explain what exactly it is. Continuous can be divided into two ways, that is called interval and ratio. What is nominal? Nominal, I mean, itself is coming from the word name. So whatever is name, that is nominal. So your name, my name are nominal. Name of objects, name of things, name of color, everything is nominal. Okay, getting my point? Names. It would be a name. Now, what is ordinal? Ordinal is rank. Okay, ordinal is rank. These are not number. For example, you say there are 10 people who are running. Somebody got rank 1, somebody got rank 2. Can you say that these ranks are actually numbers actually? Though rank can be 1 or 2, the rank cannot be 1.5, so it makes it discrete. But it is not numbers. I hope you appreciate. These are ranks are only order. It only talks about, okay, 2 is the person having rank number 2 is better than rank number 3 in terms of, let's say, finish time, or rank number 1 is better than everybody else. But we can't call them numbers. Can we call them number? Can we add rank number 2 and rank number 3 and get rank number 5? We can't, right? First, second, third. Yeah, only value. Okay, yes. So that's why you call it, that's why you call ordinal data, ordered data or ordinal data. Yeah, interval or ratio are both continuous data. Okay, there are both continuous, only one difference. So the interval and ratio are both, I mean, percentage or any value which can say weight or anything. The only thing is interval is when your zero, absolute zero makes sense. I'm giving you an example. So weight is 0, that means no weight is there, absolutely makes sense. Height is 0, is there is nothing, the object does not exist, right? So that is your interval. Ratio is something when you are making up in a way, you are doing it in a way that there is a 0, but the 0 still has some meaning. For example, so you say, I mean, you say that temperature, 0 degrees Celsius temperature. Does 0 degrees Celsius temperature means that there is no temperature? Can you say that? Because there can be a minus degree, right? So if 0 degree has no temperature, then how come, I mean, we can go to minus? Are you clear about this concept? 0, absolute 0. If that is not making any sense, I mean, if the 0 itself is having some sense, some value, then we call it ratio, right? And if it is not having any sense, I mean, absolute 0, then it is called interval. Okay, so I'll give you one more example. Okay, sorry, just give me 1 second. Okay, so first tell me weight is a continuous data or a discrete data. Weight of a person. Weight of a person is discrete or continuous? Weight of a person is continuous. You are all. Who is saying weight of a person is discrete? With weight of a person is, how can it be discrete? Weight of a person can be anything, right? It cannot be. I mean, is it that only in the yeah? Okay. So weight continuous, right? So now, does 0 weight makes any sense? In the sense, just 0 weight has a meaning or not? 0 weight has a meaning or not? no one can have zero weight. I understand no one can have zero weight, but so that is absolutely right. uh, you are all correct. So weight has got no meaning, zero weight has got more no meaning, absolutely zero, right? Height zero means what? No meaning, right? No height, nothing, absolutely zero. There is no weight or no height. That's why it is called, in this case it is called interval. But ratio scale means when zero still has some value. Zero weight means no value, zero height means no value. But 0 degrees temperature, does it has some temperature? Does it has got some meaning or not? Your scale 0 degrees Celsius has got still nothing less than zero. How come, Lakshmi? Nothing less than zero, unless you are looking at a different scale called Kelvin scale, or that absolute scale, that we are not talking about. Your normal temperature which we measure, or maybe this is the response of last question, I don't know. So okay, correct. Okay, so 0 degrees still has got some meaning, and that's why it is got a ratio scale. Okay, now give me another example. So I don't know how many of you work on I mean estimation. So for example, sometimes what happens that um, you do your estimate, right? And you give it number 0, 1, 5, 3, right? So something, what is the minimum people take? Most of the people will take as one minimum. But sometimes people also take this work is zero work, right? But there is absolutely no work I have to do. But sometimes still they would say that, okay, 5 minutes work will be there. So for example, let me explain it once again. So let's say you are estimating how much work one has to do. So you say that 1 day of work is, you are defining it as one, and you can only give, or let's say 1 hour of work is 1 hour of work you are defining as one. Let's say 5 hours of work you are defining as five. What you define, which is just 5 minutes of work, correct? So sometimes we define it at zero, though it is not zero, but still we are defining it zero. So anything less than one, the effort which is there, anything which is less than 1 hour, we define it as zero. Are you able to understand my example? I'm saying you are making an assumption, or you are making a what you say, I mean, a rule that anything that requires less than 1 hour of work, you will mark it as zero, correct? So here it is becoming a ratio scale. Why? Because still it will have some work. Less than 1 hour means still some work. But because of your own convention, you are marking it as zero. So whenever, because of your own convention, your own way, you are marking it as zero, but actually it has got some work to be done. In that case, it become ratio scale. Okay. Okay. Cool. Car color. Let's do it quickly. Car color. Um, whether continuous, discrete, categorical, non-categorical. Quickly. Discrete. Categorical, non-categorical. Color. Who is saying color is continuous? Car color. It be blue, black, yellow. Discrete. Yes, categorical. Perfect. Okay, quick one. Car license number. Okay, discrete or continuous? License number. How can license number be continuous? Can you have can you have value between two different number? First of all, tell me. No, so it is discrete. But the interesting thing is whether it's a continuous or discrete. Discrete you said, that is okay. I'm asking about when you said that it is discrete, many people get confused and they call it continuous. Why? I'll tell you, because it's a number. But does that number mean anything? It's just a number. Always remember, continuous, in the continuous data, you can always do some calculations. In car number, you cannot do any calculation. It's just a number. It's a substitute for the name. If you want to give your car a name, and instead of calling it a name, you give it a number as a just like your roll number. right? Your employee ID, your roll number, these are all categorical data. These are all discrete data. Even if you are giving the number as a point, let's say somebody's employee ID is 1101.05, let's say, assume, still it is categorical. Why? Because that 0.05 number does not mean anything. Getting my point? Interval, it should be interval. Okay, now let's move. I'm not rest other you will look at. There are a few more examples. If you have got queries, you can always ask me. Let's look at the sourcing of data, and let's quickly look at what are the ways we can collect the data. Okay, so I am sure you must have got a good grasp of this data. This is something which you might also learn in some of your data analytics course if you have enrolled. I don't know, but this is also taught there. But I am just giving one example here so that it's also clear to you. Okay. Determine the data set, collect data, validate data, and plan data collection. These are the 4 tasks that are there in source data. Pretty clear. You first plan, then you determine what's data to be collected, collect it, and then finally validate. What do you mean by validate data? Whether whatever data you are capturing is actually, it's not just about accuracy. It's talking about whether the data you are capturing is actually intended. I mean, whatever you intended to capture, are you capturing that? For example, you are capturing employee satisfaction. Okay, and you ask a bunch of question. You ask how you feel here. Okay, now how you know that how you feel here is representing their employee satisfaction? Or let's say you ask how much are you earning, and you say that though, and you make, I mean, you assume that the one who are earning more will be more happy. Obviously we know that commonsensically it's not correct, but sometimes it's very difficult for you to judge because these are some obvious examples, it's clear. But when you are doing a data analytics, whether that actual data is representative of the, I mean, not representative, is actually answering your research question, answering what you wanted to capture, that's is called the validation of data. Getting my point here? Relevance, yes, ensuring the relevant. The in the smart, that part, specific, measurable, achievable, and all that, we are talking about the relevance part. So these are the things which we do. Some of the question you need to keep in mind: what data to collect, okay, from where you will get it, who will provide. Sometimes nowadays in the data protection and all that, it's quite difficult to catch hold of many data, right? So you need to get all those approvals and all that. How are you going to fetch the data? What would be the file, and how much data you need? Whether 1 day data, half a day data, 1 minute data, or 1 year or 10-year data is sufficient. All these questions you need to ask, and you need to provide justification for everything. Okay, so you need to provide justification for everything when you are trying to get this information or trying to correct the data. Okay, functional and non-functional. So functional requirement is something related to the working of the product. Non-functional is maybe related to performance or something else. For example, I mean, quick example is you are buying a car. So maybe your functional requirement are your power, how many people are there, and I mean, how many, let's say, what is the mileage? These are functional requirement. Maybe non-functional requirement is it should be reliable. Immediately your working of the car is not affected, but maybe long term things and all that. So these are non in software also, you will find that functional and non-functional requirement quite clearly. So something that is related to the working of the product, that is immediately, that is called functional. Something as related, I mean, not related to the working of product but may affect it. So for example, people say the code quality in software. So what kind of codes you have written, whether it is replicable or not, whether you can be, somebody can be take it, I mean, and replicate it or not, or whether they can understand it or not. So those things are non-functional requirement. And you also need to know what is the time, cost, and scope of the project. So everything has to be there, otherwise you will not be able to, I mean, what you say, get the required data. Yeah, I don't see any chart here, so I assume that it is clear. Okay, so prepare your data collection, sourcing the data plan, not data collection, sourcing of data plan. In the plan, you put all those 4 steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you ask these questions, and then you try to collect the data, and it should be within cost, time, and scope. You can't say that I'll collect 10 years data and I'll take another 2 years to collect it. I mean, commonsensical, but I've seen people making this mistake, asking for huge amount of data where it can be done with less data. So whatever is minimum possible, my request is do that. Minimum possible or minimum requirement you fulfill. And then once you fulfill, you can go as much as you can, but ensure that at least the bare minimum is fulfilled. Okay, there are 5 V's of five V of big data. Big data, you understand? How many of you have heard the term big data? Everybody would have heard. Okay. So what are these big data? This big data is actually, okay. So big data is actually, Suraj, Devans, big data means, so, a lot of data you can look at into your database and you can get it, right? You can get it very quickly, in the sense your Excel, your databases and all that. Some of the data are so big that it is virtually impossible for you to make sense of it immediately. For example, um, the number of let's say the Twitter feed or Facebook feed, not just your feed, the entire Facebook data or entire Twitter data. Let's say you wanting to see how is the, let's say, reaction to whatever happening in let's say in India politically or in sports. So you get millions and billions sometimes of tweets, and so these are the data that is called big data, correct? um, so it's not just a collection. It can be a collection of multiple data set, but Harita, it can be one data set having so large a value that it is very difficult to, I mean, put everything together. So it can be multiple. You are right. So data can come in from multiple sources also, but it can also come in from one source. Still, it can be considered as a big data. Okay, and these are the basically what you call velocity. So how fast data is coming, data is getting generated. So in the first day, you remember I showed you the amount of data that is getting generated every year, and it's on zettabyte or something. So 1 billion TB is high velocity volume. Okay, so how much data is getting generated, how velocity is, how fast is getting generated. So immediately getting generated, I mean, one after another. Volume, velocity, right? Variety, so it can be a multiple time, text, image, video, normal data, which I think Harita you are also saying that from multiple resources. Veracity is data must be reliable.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IITM Powertak. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
Data must be truthful. So data reality trust, this verifying and validating of the data also has to happen. And finally, the data has to have some value. Some people call it 3V, some 5V. People keep on adding V. Do not worry about how many V's are there. Just think about. But I think primarily 3 are important: volume, velocity, and volume, velocity, and variety. But later on, people have viewed veracity, that is truthfulness, and value also. Okay. Why I'm talking about big data? Because sometimes you may have to analyze some big data trends also as a data analyst. So do not worry, you don't have to do technical stuff, or at least not expected, but you should know what is the characteristic of that, so that we can do it. Okay. Now let's look at some interesting example. Okay, let's look at some example and what mistake we do while we are looking at the data. And these are all practical examples. I mean, these are not theoretical example I'm giving it. Okay, practical example which you might be also doing at times. I have also done my fair bit of errors here. Now, look at the question. 75% of all goods travel by truck. So let me just stop it and let me just try to talk about it. 75 of 75% of all goods travel by truck. What is your understanding? What is the general understanding? When I say 75% of the goods travel by truck, what would you say? What is your thought process here? I mean, what is your interpretation? Quickly. Guys, can you hear me? Out of 175 products are traveled through air. Okay, not air. I mean, truck. I'm talking about truck by road. Goods, ground transport. Okay, Lakshmi has got different understanding. Devansh has got. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, I'm just replacing air by. Okay. Now it is saying that 75% of all goods travel by truck. Okay, so Lakshmi, you are saying by ground transport. Ground transport includes truck, includes train, includes small cars and all that. So are you still saying that it is goods by ground transport, or would you like to change it? Majority, right? Now think about this question. Look, what happens, how you will classify. Let's say initially the goods travel by truck, travel by air, and then finally last mile it was traveling by truck. Or first it was traveling by ship, then by truck, or through any measure. When you say majority, is it exclusively by truck, or is it only the medium is initially something else and then it is truck? Getting my point? Is it end-to-end truck, or is it only the last mile or small portion of the truck? What happened if 5% of the entire journey it is covering by truck and rest 95% by air, or let's say by waterways or ship? Still, will you call it that it is traveling by truck? Getting my question? So these are the kind of question you need to ask critically. Otherwise problem will be coming because you have not seen it, right? I mean, you have not gone through it properly. I see a no. Can you please be clarify, Lakshmi? Okay, Ayappa Swami, I'm not going to that discussion in detail. What exactly it is? This is just an example. So whatever you are assuming, okay, I would say that at least write that as an assumption or write that as a calculation methodology. Otherwise, it's totally wrong. Whether it is 25%, 75% only by truck and 25% by other, or whether it includes if at least it is touched by truck only once, even for a small portion of time or small portion. Now, how you should collect the data? This is interesting, guys, and this is important, which you should also know. I think I have spoken about it, so I'll not spend much time. Anyway, you will have the slides, so you can read it. But just think, survey, think through. Survey, you understand, you create one survey. It can be, sometimes survey can also be longer question format. In a question and answer format also, it can be a survey. Create survey. Experiment, I have told you, you create two groups of responses. You give some stimuli means you showed something and you say how are you feeling or whatever it is, right? You showed something, you give them something, and then you give a response, and then stimuli, and then you calculate, I mean, you observe the response. So for example, somebody says that if I reduce the price of my mobile phone, more people will buy. How you know that? How you will experiment? This is also part of the A/B testing in software language in right? A/B testing means What do they will do? They will reduce the price, okay, by some amount, let's say, and half of the people they will show the reduced price, half of the people they will not show the reduced price, and they will see. And obviously here it is pretty obvious, so you know that reduction of price is leading to more sales. But let's say the product color. So you say that if I change the product color, earlier it was only available in black. Somebody who said that okay, I'll change it to green, and the sales will be more. Here we don't know. Okay, here we absolutely don't know whether it will be more or less. So there I will do an experiment. I'll show green one, ask one, sometime ask, and if people are buying more, and if actual buying is not possible, at least I'll ask their intention. So I'll give them a prototype and I'll ask them, uh, are you willing to buy this product, let's say in next 7 days or something. So they say that okay, I am willing. So in that case you will say that okay, big, the color has an impact on my sales, correct? So these are experiment. You give a stimuli, you give a environment, a situation, right? And then you see the response. Okay, and then you say that okay, because of this is happening. Interview and focus group, you know. Okay, interview and focus group, you know, I don't have to tell you about this. You go and ask question, and I think there are some interview techniques which we'll see if time permit. Otherwise there are enough material available. You can clearly, you can look into this. Basically interviews, there is a lot of preparation that is required as pre-interview. And then they say that you ask open-ended question, you don't feed your answers to the people. You always remember this line that everybody is expert of their own life and their own work. So whatever they are doing, they are experts. So you don't need to put it, you just need to be a calm listener, and you just don't pitch in everywhere. You remember, and I mean you just take notes or record it. And if you are taking recording or transcribing, then you must take consent, you must take them, tell them the purpose and all those things. Basically it's also useful if you take multiple people, two people take one interview, right? Focus group, you understand, you ask many people who are involved into that field, expert, subject matter expert, and you ask questions, and you ask them to answer, or not you are not asking, you are just facilitating. You just trigger and then they discuss, and then they come back, right? So how are they using this product? So some of those things will come out. Secondary data collection, already there is a data, there is somebody already have done something, and you just got it. Observation, observation, you understand, you just go and see what is they are doing. And ethnography is primarily is about you, I mean you being a part of that entire environment. I just would show you one quick video right now. So to give you an understanding of ethnography, sometimes is very important, especially if you are trying to learn about culture and all that. Not as much as in say in the data analytics, but I still think that it is one of the most powerful research method. And I'll tell you, no amount of data can give you that insight till the time you yourself be part of the ecosystem. For example, I'll tell you, one of our uh, I mean, professors, actually, not professor, he was a visiting faculty. He was telling us about one incident. Then, and that was long back when there was a new organization. They were trying to set up their petrol pumps. So one international, they wanted to set, but how you decide where to put the petrol pump? And you know, petrol pump, and it was primarily a highway petrol pump kind of thing, right? So generally what you do, you will see that okay, you will see where is the gap and you will try to fill in. But those are not the best places where people put, I mean the highway goers, they fill their tank. Most of the tanks, I mean they are get filled, the vehicles fuel get filled when there are many different nuances, when they are preparing their food, or when there is a shelter and all those things. These are kind of where there is a good dhaba, and dhaba means there is a hotel. I think there are people who may not understand the Indian language. Dhaba means there is where the most of the truck drivers and all that, they they take their lunch and dinners. These are called dhaba. So near that, so what he made do, that professor, visiting professor, he asked one of our intern to accompany a truck driver, or not just one, multiple truck drivers. You said that I mean, I don't want anything. You cannot tell them that you are doing a research survey. You will have to ask them for a lift or something, and you have to live with the truck drivers for 2-3 days, cover the distance, and get insights. And then you know what are the things they are looking for, what are the exact things they are looking at. This is an example that is coming to my mind because that was shared with me, but it happens everywhere. Getting my point? So you have to be extremely careful about the data, I mean, insights you are getting, and sometimes you have to complement. And it is not that once you do survey you can't do, say, interview. You can do many things, depends on your time and your what you call budget. But it's quite possible that you make multiple of these methodology, you can use it, right? So ethnography you have understood. So just to break the monotony, let me see what is the time. I think sometimes when you collect data, you will get some missing data. Okay, so it can be a technical issue, it can be a non-technical issue. We'll see that. So there are these three type of primarily missing data it coming, and you need to be careful about what exactly you do with the missing data. So the first thing people say that is the missing data, just remove them, right? But problem is, let's say you are doing a survey and um, you got a data, and obviously there are some missing value, and then you realized that the data from one particular age group, let's say you had multiple age group, one particular age group is totally missing. Can you ignore this entire group even if the group is small? Probably not. Why you don't want to ignore it? Because if you are ignoring, you are excluding the entire insight from that group. So that's what this missing data treatment is talks about. So you collected the data, you just think about the broader picture. You identify a research question. The second one is you're collecting the data. You have identified everything. You got the data now, but there are some missing value. How you treat? So one is that the missing completely at random. So you need to see that whether the data is completely at random missing. So there is no missing value, no missing value in, I mean, for any particular, I mean, geography or location or age group or whatever, completely at random. So in that case, you will do that you can delete. So entire thing you can delete because it's completely at random. We don't know, right? The second one is missing at random. So the difference between missing completely at random and not missing and only missing at random is there is one particular area in which it is randomly missing, but that area cannot be say that it is completely random. For example, the same example which I gave. So you are, there is one particular age group, you have some data, but within the data some things are randomly missing. So you have got, let's say, age group. So let's say less than 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, and greater than 50. So greater than 50, you have data. It is not totally missing, but within that there are some random missing. Random data are missing. Are you getting my point? What I'm trying to say? Within one particular category, there is a random data that is missing. So that is called missing at random. Completely missing means without category, the data is missing from all the, I mean, all the category. Here, maybe from a particular category it is missing, but it is not all the data from that category is missing. It's not like that. It's not like that by more than 50 years of that bucket, no data is there. Yes, data is there, but some data is there, some is not there. Those are not there. Data are missing are random, right? But it is, that's why it is not completely at random. Here, you may have to impute. That means you may have to calculate the data. Okay. So Devans, missing at random is you, okay, now let's think about this. So you have got 4 categories of people from where you are collecting the data: less than 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, and or let's say less than 20, 20 to 50, and greater than 50. Let's say for the sake of simplicity, 3 categories, correct? Now, in one, missing completely at random means from all the category, there are some data points are missing. You don't know which one them, but they are random. There is no trend as such. There is nothing. There are some data that are randomly missing. You took out the data sheet and you saw that some data points are randomly missing from every. So this is called missing completely at random. From all the category, everywhere it is randomly missing. Now, the second category, missing at random. So you saw that less than 20, the data is fine. 20 to 50, the data is fine. But beyond 50, more than 50, what is happening is some data is missing, but only in the category greater than 50 years, some data is missing, but that is at random. There is not that greater than 50, every third data is missing. Are you getting my point? From one particular category or one particular area, data is missing in random. So it is called missing at random. Not complete, not from all the category, only from one category it is missing. So that is called missing at random. Now, finally, not missing at random, you know that, for example, every third data in the entire data set, you saw that every third data is missing. So this is not missing at random. There is some reason. Or you say that greater than 50 categories totally missing. That is also not missing at random, right? Because there is no data for greater than 50. Are you clear about everyone? I mean, sometimes this might come as a question, or even if not as a question, I mean, this is a very common question in interviews of data analysts. Sorry, totally it is missing at random. It is not missing at random. That means your data collection is effort is all waste. For example, as I said, every fifth data is missing. So that means there is some problem. You may have to collect the data once again, or greater than 50 years of category, entire data is missing. Then it doesn't happen. And at times you may not even know that there is missing. So it's also required a bit of experience and bit of thought process to see the data, because not every time data will come in rows and column, right? So that's how. And you have sent a survey for response. You can only look at what response has come in. What would happen that maybe because you sent the survey form in English, where the local language was different, right? So you will not get any response there. So you will assume that okay, everybody has responded, but you don't know, because many people will not respond. And anyway, even if it is in local language also, then there would be many people who will not respond, because whenever you send a survey, it doesn't mean that everybody will respond, right? So what I'm trying to say is it's also at times important to understand whether the data is missing or not, because it will not be a sure shot database kind of thing where you can see that this data is missing and this data is not missing. That because those people who are got a heavy workload, you also wanted their insights, correct? But because you have sent it and because you have responded, those who are having extreme high load, responding to a survey is the last thing they will do. Do you agree? A lot of survey requests you must be getting. How many of them you respond, unless it is from your close friend or somebody who has requested? Yeah, they will not reply. So what would happen in this case? So you will only get responses from those people who are having less workload, right? So basis on that, if you take your insights would be wrong, because you are doing it on workload, and those people who are having high workload, you will miss their responses. Correct. So here, rather than doing a random sampling, maybe you will do a stratified sampling. So maybe, I don't know, but maybe if you have got a workload data, then you say that, okay, from low workload, I'll get few, from mid workload, from the high workload, stratified I will do, or maybe convenience sampling, or maybe a purposeful sampling you will do. So right now, only a simple random sampling may not work, right? So this is what. Under coverage bias is also similar. What it is talking about is, give me a second, let me switch on my pointer. So under coverage bias, so you are doing a survey and you are doing an online survey and you send it, you will not get people who are having low internet connectivity. So there is a less of coverage there. So that coverage is getting, I mean, the amount of coverage you will get from those areas will be less, right? Self-selection bias is when you are selecting something and then the response is a little different. So for example, so here the example is giving for a thrill seeking. What, let me give you one example. I mean, you want to let's say survey about people experience in um, extreme sports, right? So extreme sports, you want to take a survey, and then you went to a place where extreme sports is happening, right? So this is a little bit opposite to the under coverage or non-response bias. So there, what will happen? Everybody into extreme sports, so their understanding and their interpretation would be very different. They will be more willing to participate. They will be less. I mean, the fearfulness or the apprehensions would be less. So because you are selecting the sample from a particular area or selection, so there might be a self-selection bias is what talking. Survivorship bias is, we are talking about that. Just the example which we talked about for the aeroplane is a survivorship bias. This is also, I mean, so for example, I mean, you always ask, so there are a lot of startup. You will only go and ask the startup which has been successful. So you will get some insight, but that is only thing that will, because that is a survival thing. I mean, right? They have survived. So those who have not survived, what are the challenges they face? You might totally lose out, right? So that's what it is talking about, survival bias, pre-skinning or advertisement bias. So you, right? So you are setting up something and you end up with a sample that is more motivated, right? So it's like it's a bit like self selection bias, but it's on a specific criteria, right? So healthy user bias, similarly, you please read through, and if you don't understand, I mean, I can explain once again, but then we will move right now, right? I'm not skipping anything, guys. If you really want to talk, we will talk, but these are pretty simple things which you can always read, and I'll obviously share this PPT. So I'm just moving ahead. Yeah, this is just a mental representation of the things, so will help you in your memory. Pretty generic thing. When you are collecting the data, look for accuracy, needless to say, completeness, consistency. Consistency means what? If you are getting the data from 2-3 different sources, just check that whether the data from the different sources are similar or consistent, as they say. Unique means there are no duplicates. So you have to ensure that one data point is not getting repeated multiple times. And timeliness. So you cannot take 10 years old data for some survey which you want to do. You are doing contemporary, let's say, fashion style, and you can't take even 2 years or 3 years old data. So whatever is your purpose, that will decide what is contemporary and what is not, right? So that's what we are talking about, right? So these are important point which you need to consider while you are collecting the data. Many of these courses which you will be doing in the data analytics, this might not be there, okay, because they will give you the data because the way the courses are designed in a academic environment is very different from the way you will be doing actually in practice in job, right? Here, maybe, I don't know, you may be given a data set, and then you may be asked to do a analysis, or maybe you will be asked to present something, do some what you call that reporting or dashboarding or Power BI, and those things you just need to do and present. In real life, it's very different. And let me tell you, that is, I mean, I'm not denying that that skill is not required. I'm not saying that knowing Tableau or Power BI is not essential. That is extremely required. But many a times you will not be given everything into a platter. Here is the data. Give me some insights. Hardly happens like that. You have to collect your data, you have to validate your data, you have to check your data, and then you have to present. You can't just go and say that data was wrong and that's why I mean my insights were wrong. You gave some insight. Later on, it was found out that your insights were incorrect. Fault was not yours because the data you got was incorrect. Nobody is going to listen to you on that, right? Please keep that in mind. So I will suggest, I mean, pay attention to all these things which I'm talking to, because these are not the things that you will get in other courses. I mean, again, I'm not saying that they are not important. We both complement each other. A Tableau course, a Power BI course, and what we are talking here is complementing each other, because that skill is required. But for certain things you need to do before and after that also. So that you need to do. And 2-3 times you make all this kind of mistake, next time you will be out. And I'm very honest about it. I'm being very blunt about it. Okay, so you can't say that the data was given to me was incorrect and that's why my answer. Once, fine, you are new. Once, people will give you a chance. Second time, they eyebrows will be raised. Okay, that this person is not I mean detailed enough. He or she doesn't know her stuff. Third time, be sure that you will be out of the project. If you are lucky enough, you will get another thing. Otherwise, you'll have to find some other job, right? So I'm just making it very clear that do not get into the impression that everything will be thrown to you in a platter as a data analyst. Sometimes it may be, but most of the time, at least if the organization is not very large, where the system and processes are not watertightly compartmentalized and different, then you have to do most of the things. Get the data, get to the source, check the validity of data, do the data sanitation, do some analysis and present. And if the analysis is quite complex, maybe you will have other people, but many times these analyses are pretty simple. Straight away you will able to identify some trends and all that. Clear? Okay, I'm not scaring you. If it requires specific skill sets, specific tools, some of the tools we'll look at in the ETL tools today. I mean, I'm not going to demonstrate because that's not part of CBDA, but I'm saying if it requires specific tool, the organization will train you if it is required, or they will even look at it before they are hiring. But once you are in there, you cannot say that I could not check the accuracy. I hope I'm clear about this, right? So these are the steps: plan data collection, determine data set, select techniques to source data, collect the data, validate the data. These are the things which we looked at, right? Any questions, queries till now? And if you want to talk, please let me know. I will unmute you. I have not unmuted anybody now, but in case you have got any queries, question, I am happy to unmute you. I don't see anything. Can I assume that everything is clear? Okay. Because there are no response, let me just move ahead. Okay, now we are looking at one particular thing. Okay, that is called data dictionary. This is one of the tools listed in CBDA, and data dictionary means what? So just imagine, sometimes you get a data set which will have, let's say, 50 different columns. 50 different columns will be there, and names will be written like agent ID, system creation date, system update date, operator ID, application ID, something like that. Okay, you will get it. Now, it's not always humanly possible for you to know all the fields. Not possible, because maybe you are just want to do an analysis for a particular stakeholder. You are not into that system. It's quite possible. How you know what are the columns of the data set is saying? What is the description of each column? What is the description of each column? What are the data type, or what is the domain, or I mean domain name, just forget about here. Here it is for this particular example, they have domain. Or maybe what is the measurement unit, whether you are talking about in number of unit or centimeter or meter, or let's say in kilogram, whatever it is. Correct? So a data dictionary is a file which you will get or sometimes you will have to create, where the data set, each and every column of the data set, the description would be there, and the description may vary. Here it is domain name. So name, domain name, type, and description. It can be anything. It can be, as I said, unit of measurement, function. Domain is a type of function here. It can be anything. But what it is talking about, what that particular column is talking about. Column, you understand, just like a Excel data set, you have got different columns. In different columns, you will have got different inputs. What does that column means? What is the agent ID? So agent ID here is identifies the record. So they are this is on a particular, and you may not fully understand here because this is again the example I have taken from a particular industry. So here they are having this, and this information you will get. What is the record, you will understand, but at least you from here you know that agent ID is the record, system creation date, the creation time of the record. So record is probably one transaction, something where happened, so it is getting recorded. So that's what it is talking about. Okay, clear. So you may have other criteria like what is the range of the value. Here it is not written, so sometimes it's the range of the value. So let's say 0 to 100, or if sometimes if it is a percentage, they will say that 0 to 1 or 0 to 100 percentage or some other values, whatever it is. Correct. So this is what we call a data dictionary. Clear? Data dictionary is a file which will talk about the different columns in a data set. What does it mean? What is from, I mean, and it can have various description, as I said, but at least what it is saying. So sometimes it will have what is the data type, what is the minimum maximum value, what is the measurement unit, what is the function or domain or business side, business name, or I mean business in the sense strategic business unit. I'm talking about one business may have got multiple units, right? For example, General Electric may have got its aircraft engine, may have got its healthcare, maybe GE Lighting they have sold. So that might be also be given, I mean, in a large data set, or within a function also you can get it from different units, right? So that is what it is talking about. Is it clear? Any question here? Data dictionary, will you be able to answer if somebody will ask you in an interview what is a data dictionary? Will you be able to answer? Yes. Bhavana, reappear once or repeat once? Repeat. I guess repeat. Okay. Bhavana, data dictionary, you can explain it to interview. You don't have to remember anything. Okay. You need to tell that data dictionary is a file generally which is given along with the data at times. Sometimes it has to be created, which talks about each column in the data set. What does it mean? Sometimes it will have the description, the measurement unit, the domain, the function, the data type, the minimum maximum range of value, right? So again, I'm repeating, it's a file which will talk about the different columns. Okay, quick recap. We look at data sources and time, continuous, discrete, categorical, non-categorical, nominal, ordinal, ratio, scale, right? Okay, I'm not going to repeat those things, guys. Definition, please go back, and because we have talked about this extensively, but I'm just doing a quick recap. Data classification is same thing we talked about, right? Steps of sourcing data we looked at. We also looked at what are the different tasks that you need to do for sourcing the data. You remember here? Yeah. Source data. These are the tasks. Sampling techniques we looked at. We looked at different biases, and we have not done the case study. We'll do it. Okay, don't worry. Now let's look at this case study, right? Let's have a quick discussion here, and I want people to talk now. So I will unmute you, and please talk about itself, and or you can use the chat window also, but maybe let's have a discussion. The question is okay. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, you will get these slides, Bhavna, don't worry. So I hope you are getting the study materials which I am uploading. You have got the class presentation, class recording, assignments, CBDA guides. Those things you got it. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So yeah. So my question here is, there is one project you need to do, and hypothetical case I'm talking about, that employee perception about their direct manager in a large organization. And this I'm talking about specifically for collecting data. And I'm not going to talk about everything because this is one of your assignment, which I will upload, and there is nothing out there, and this is only specific to collecting data, nothing else, right? Collecting data. So plan data collection, determine data set, collect the data and validate data. These again half a page to 1 page maximum you need to write. But I want you to think about how and what are the critical things that you need to take care if we are collecting this data. So now my question to you is, how are you going to collect this data? So you want to go to, I mean, this is the managers are there, you want to collect this data, you want to do this project. My simple question to you is, how are you going to collect this data? Is my question clear to everyone? Bhavna, the question is, you are given a project where you need to research about employees' perception about their managers, what the employee feel about their manager, or whether positive, negative, neutral, that we don't know. So employees perception, they may be angry, they may be sad, they may be very upset, they may be happy, very happy, whatever it is. You need to collect and you need to provide to your stakeholder management about this overall sense. You need to collect some data, right? You can't just write that, okay, people are happy with their managers or people are not happy with their managers. You need to tell what exactly it is. How are you going to do that? How are you going to collect this data? Questionnaire, Lakshmi, okay. Feedback form, personal interview, personal questionnaire. Okay, review feedback. Reviews means, Harita, what do you mean by review feedback? Okay, just a second. I'm just unmuting you, Harita. I want to understand what exactly you mean by feedback. Harita, can you speak? What exactly you mean? One-to-one review meeting. Okay. Surveys, interview, focus group, observation, skip meeting. Okay. We can drop an email to take feedback. Now everything is fine. You have given me a lot of ways to collect the data. Now let me ask you a simple question. Is this a sensitive matter or is this a simple matter? If I want to give my feedback about my manager to somebody, a third party, is this something is a sensitive matter or simple matter? Sensitive matter. You sent a mail and you are asking people to respond, right? You are asking people to respond. You are sending a mail and you are asking people to respond. Do you think people will give a honest feedback in email? Who is saying yes or who is saying no? No, most of you know. Why no? Why no? Yes, Hema. So I'm coming there. If it is anonymous, Hema, you are absolutely right. Now, the thing which you need to consider is you have to be absolutely anonymous here. If you want real, you have to be anonymous. You can't just ask people, oh, come to this room. We'll have a group discussion. Talk about your manager. Do you think people will do that? There will be 5 people around. Don't you think that somebody will go and talk to your manager or manager's manager or leaders? So a group discussion, a discussion is absolutely out of window here. Survey can be done if it is anonymous. One-to-one can be done, yes, but again, you have to take extreme care to ensure that you have their trust. So forget about data collection here. First, you have to build trust. Otherwise, whatever you get will be a piece of junk. You will be not able to do anything about it. Once you collect the data, you will give it, and then no improvement would happen. And then people will question the project manager or you as an analyst that these guys are not doing their job. Are you clear about that? Just don't. And as I said, plant data collection is the first thing. So you need to plan how to collect the data. You can't just go and say that I'll do a survey, I'll do this. What would be the mode? How are you going to do it? Somebody says skip level meeting. I don't know how the skip level. That means, are you going to interview the people, or you are asking the manager's manager? So manager's manager again. I mean, and it all will depend on the organization and context also. Some organizations are pretty open about it. Some teams within the same organization are pretty open. Some are very closed. In some team, you can openly express what you feel, right? If something is going wrong. In some organization, does not happen. And as I said, within the same organization also, some bosses are so receptive. They are fine if you say no. I mean, I'm talking about a lot of things. I mean, I work in an organization where I mean, my boss is, I mean, I've worked in 5-6 organization, and my current boss is absolutely amazing. He will himself ask, tell me what is going wrong, right? And you can say anything, but I'm talking about the same organization in a different function, different department. The bosses are very rigid. So you also have to take care of that. What is the culture of the organization? What is the culture of the team? Okay. So all those things you need to take care of. Are you clear about this? Are you clear about this? So data collection, don't go blindly. Okay, just look at everything. Everything into the perspective you have to look at, and then start collecting data. Otherwise, as I said, you will get a piece of garbage. So do this exercise. Again, I'm not putting a lot of workload on you. I'm saying only half a page to 1 page max, minimum half page, maximum 1 page. Determine data sets. You have to think. I'm not answering it right now. What are the data set, other data set that might be useful? What is your data collection time, and how are you going to validate? These 4 things you have to write. 1 page, half a page to 1 page. You need to write it, and probably we can discuss in the last session, or I'll just talk about it sometimes later. Yes. Data set, Shubham, means forget about data set. I mean, forget about the word set. What other data you can take? What other data you can say? So Harita is right. Data set is a collection of data, but I'm saying forget about the word set. What additional data you can collect in this in this survey, or not survey? Let me not call it survey. In this project, or in this business data analytics project or initiative, what you can do? What additional thing you can think through? I'll talk about it later on. Okay. Now let's talk about something called ETL, and this is important. As I said, sometimes you may have to do it in a organization which is small, which is not very hierarchical. So where the distinction between data analysts, business analysts, data scientists are not very crystal clear. But in many organizations, you may not do it, because this is also a specific skill. Especially if the data set is large and complex, and you have got multiple systems from where you need to get the data, you may not do it, but you need to understand, right? So that's why we are talking about here. So ETL is a practice that stands for extract, transform, and load. So what exactly are we doing here? We are first getting the data from different sources. I've spoken about multiple sources. Tell me, what are the different sources which we have talked about, or any other sources from where you can get the data? Yeah, Hema, that is right. But give me some name. Primary, people have given survey, questionnaire, interviews, and all that. Secondary is all fine. But I'm talking about some system. Did I not talk about, let's say, your HR system, sales system, social media, SAP? Absolutely. This is what I'm talking about. So you have got multiple systems, right? SAP is perfectly right. ERP system. I spoke about Salesforce, CRM. Yes. So this is what I'm talking about. So So, okay, so you know that, good. So what I'm talking about, that you have got multiple systems. Survey is also will come in there, but just now for the time being, consider that you have got multiple systems from where you taking the data. So same data can be there in multiple systems. I've spoken. So the sales journey, let's say there is a business customer in a B2B environment. So B2B means you are selling to companies, you are not selling to the direct customer. So maybe you are selling AC, but you are not selling into individual household. Maybe let's say you are selling it to offices, for example, I'm saying. So their sales journey, or everybody's sales journey is captured, but in CRM, let's say their sales journey. Sales means how many they purchased, when they purchased, what was their requirement. This is one data you have. After they purchase, what are the things they are doing, how many complaints they have raised, what are the additional queries they have raised. All those things are in CRM, right? Customer relationship management. So you've got a sales system, you have got a CRM system, or relationship in life customer management system, right? Maybe you would also like to integrate the data with their social media profile. So let's say it's a B2B, you may like to look at LinkedIn or Twitter feed, or for example, what they are talking about you in wider, I mean, in the social media. Maybe this is what you want to do. Now, just think about that. There are data in multiple different systems. Okay, you want to do a comprehensive analysis. So you have to first get the data into one area, correct? In one system, in one place. This is exactly what it is talking about, and you make it ready for analysis. Correct. So you're getting the data from different sources. Transform is something I'm going to talk about very shortly. And then you are finally making it ready so that you can do some analysis. This is, in a simple layman term, this is what is called ETL. If any of you are working on ETL, I would request you to add, right? But this is what the basic understanding of ETL. Now, how abstract means, you just go through SQL, through Python, through any other query language. Many of these databases or clouds have their own query language for extracting data. Your Google Cloud, your Amazon Cloud, and all that, right? So all those things, they have got the data. So you connect those things. Either it can be directly from the CRM, but mostly what happens, that the data they generally store somewhere else. You cannot interfere with the direct system in most of the time, but I mean, this is a general good practice I'm talking about. You may not directly go to the SAP system and take the data, right? Generally, for a safety and security system, they put the data somewhere else. There will be a replica, a copy. So you get the data from there, right? From various systems. And then what happens? Why transformation is needed? Why transformation is needed? Because sometimes the data you need to marry the data, right? So how you know? So here there will be 50 customer, here there will be 100 customer. How you marry them, right? So you need to transform. Transform means what kind of transformation we need to do? For example, and this is very basic things I'm talking about. I mean, this is not a technical course. This CBDA is. So I'm not going into the detail. Maybe if you are doing it, some other courses you can go there with the instructor. Is a lot more detail that what are the other transformation techniques that are available. There are a lot of mathematical techniques available in a higher order transformation happens. You might be, mostly I'm not saying it, but in mathematics, you might have done that transformation of non-normal data to normal data, what do you call that? Laplace transformation in calculus we do. Those who have done mathematics in 12th, you may remember, or graduation. So that's a very different kind of transformation. Here I'm talking about, there's a very complex transformation. You can have a very simple transformation also, because in one output, one data, in one source, let's say it's on DD format. In other, it's DD format, right? So you need to marry those formats. Otherwise, you will not be able to do analysis. So these are the different kind of transformation. You can do transformation from the data type itself. So file type. So CSV, XML, PDF, Word, Twitter feed, those you have to marry. You have to make it consistent with each other so that different things can talk about. Data types, you remember, right? String, you understand? String is character to number. You know, I mean, I'm sure that since you have enrolled to this course, I know know a bit of programming in language, right? So there are different characters, different data types in any language, any programming language, right? String and numbers are just two things. There is in Python we also known something as float, right? So this is what we are talking about. Speech to text, text to speech, encoding and decoding. Sometimes why encoding and decoding? You understand? What is encoding? You need to code. Why you need to code? Any guesses? This is a commonsensical question. Why you need to code? So sometimes what happens that because of the data protection and other things, okay, data security and all, you are not allowed to store or use data in its exact format. So what would happen that, let's say your customer details are there, their name, addresses are there. Okay, you can't just go and take it. So customer number, you may have to code it. You may have to, encode it, right? So instead of number, you will get any, let's say, ASCII code or a alphanumeric code, right? So with that, you will do analysis, and later on, if required, you can do it. You can reconvert. Whatever you do, sometimes, first of all, at times the data itself is there at a coded form. So if you do some analysis, either you do with that coding intact, but sometimes you also have to uncode. So these are also the transformation. Encoding and decoding is a type of transformation. It's a it's a data security related issue which most of you have pointed out. Correct? Yeah, database compatibility we talked about. So sometimes, especially older organization where people are doing it multiple things. So half of data is, let's say, in Amazon cloud. In my organization, it happened. We are migrating from Amazon cloud to Google cloud. So half of the data is currently in Amazon cloud, AWS. Half of them is Google cloud system. Many of them in many different places, right? So all these database needs to be compatible. And sometimes if it is not compatible, you might find little difficult to extract. There are still some tools available, and all these things you don't have to do it. Now I'm talking about this. If it is a smaller organization, smaller database, you may have to do all this transformation yourself. But most of the time, you will be given some tools. So there are many organizations have got many tools. So these are some of the examples of tools where they are. This is a so most of the data tools are there. Informatica is there. Alteryx is not written. Alteryx is there. Oracle has got there. IBM has got. So you don't need to do, and you don't need to know all the tools. So whatever your organization is using, either you may be trained in that, or just be aware about this transformation. So for example, so let's say you are analyzing, you get the data. So this will help you. You see that if the data from you ask this question to the person who has given you the data at times. I'm saying. So you ask that what are the transformation that you applied? Is the format all ready? Is there any coding on decoding? Is there? What tools they have used? So all those things you need to, it will open up your mind to ask different and relevant questions, so that at least you are sure that the data is correct and ready to be analyzed, right? And once everything happen, you load it to a place. Loading is, as simple as putting everything into your own system, your own laptop, let's say in an Excel or in any other system, so that you can start doing analysis. So ETL, cool. If I ask you what is ETL, will you be able to explain to anyone, to a 5-year-old, what is ETL? Okay. To a 5-year, so some techniques are there. Not techniques. You might be knowing. They say that if you really want to know whether you have understood or not, so there is one thing they say. Imagine how are we going to explain a 5-year-old, a 15-year-old, and a professional. Just a newbie and a complete expert, right? 5-year-old, 15-year-old, newbie, expert. Newbie. So just they know something. They have just entered into that field, and a complete professional. How are you going to explain? Not just for ETL. Try it out for anything. Somebody says, what is business data analytics? Think about it. How are you going to explain into a kid and, let's say, teenager and other things? So if you can explain it, then you know that you have arrived. Clear? Okay. Try this technique. It works. It actually works. And one more thing, guys, I wanted to talk to you. Not related to this, topic here, but I wanted to talk about it because this is very important. And from one of my experience I'm talking about, what happened once. And because I was talking about data security and all that, that's why this thing came to my mind. Once what happened, I I presented something to my client, for some improvement and all that. And that was highly appreciated, because not just me, I presented, but of course there are effort of a lot of people there that was involved. So the entire team got very highly appreciated. And then what happened, that my manager, actually my boss, he actually sent it to his own group, saying that this team has done. And it's pretty common at times, right? It's pretty common that this team has done this kind of analysis, and this right. So within that analysis, and because it was for our client, right? And our client was also a big organization who were doing it for other organization. So because it was a presentation, what I did is, those names were uh, still intact, because I was saying that with this client you can do like this. Here you can, give a little more discount. Here need to do. And that presentation was not circulated. The presentation was obviously confidential, people knew, but few screenshot of that got circulated along with that. So what happened, that we were all there and we took a picture, and in that picture, one slide, obviously when you took a screenshot, that's whatever slides were being presented, that slides were there and our picture were there, just like in Zoom and all that, right? That got circulated. And you know what happened, you might be quite be able to, you might already be guessing that the client names were there, the client's customers name were there, right? And our recommendation were also there. Some of them were very minute, not visible, but still it was there. And we did not circulate the presentation, but that got circulated. My manager circulated it, and it got circulated, and everywhere it went. That this is the kind of analysis you can do. Overall, in a mail we write, we did this analysis, we did this tool, and ultimately, it went full circle, and it reached to our client. And he was, the person was absolutely red faced, and we faced such a difficult time. You know what? He told us that who gave you right to display who are our clients to everyone, because it's a large organization, right? We are working in one project, we are working with that organization. In some project, we are working with that organization competitor. Might be possible. Large organization, it happens. You are understanding the gravity of it. We were into a big soup. And and this is the kind of mistake people can lose their job. Thankfully, nothing happened. But I'm saying this is the kind of mistake we can lose our jobs for this. Even the client can leave. Millions of loss can, millions of dollars or euros or, whatever is the currency, those amount of revenue can be lost for the organization. So be very sure what you are circulating. Just because, you are doing a good analysis and all that, whenever you are doing, and at least sensitive information, customer detail, client name, you either dark it, or you just remove it, or just refrain from sharing. If it is required, sometimes it is required, you have to black it out, inked it. Clear my point? Do not share anything confidential. Forget about your analysis. Everything will go for a toss. People will not look at what good job you have done. People will just say that how careless you are, that you are sending clients information to everyone. And we didn't even circulate the PPT, and that was just a screenshot where in bottom our faces were there, in Zoom and in Teams. That was a team call. And then in the slide, one tiny bit of were there. And then we had to face a lot of difficult questions, right? So be very careful. I mean, just and data security and privacy, are so critical now. If you make one or two mistakes out there, no matter how good you are an analyst, people are not going to look at you. one mistake, maybe again, as I said, maybe they will give you a warning and leave it. I mean, I got a warning, my boss also got a warning. But if we make, so once you open the diagram Bizagi, you will see a screen like that. Those who are trying to do with me, uh, I hope you have got this kind of screen. So you have to, I mean, this is a default screen. Otherwise, you go to home, or you go to file and open new, and you will be in this screen. Yeah. Okay, good. Now let's look about a process, and the process I'm talking about is a pretty simple one. So let's say you are a postpaid customer, or let's say you are a credit card customer. I mean, let's use credit card because it's more general and everybody would be able to I mean, relate to it. So what I'm doing is talking about a simple process called credit card, let's say, renewal. Okay, so credit card renewal or credit card, that what you call the limit extension or limit expansion. So you have got a, let's say, limit for a monthly usage, and how the thing can be improved, or how the thing can actually, I mean, what you call the limit can be extended. So what is the process? So it can happen that the customer will let's say, that limit, not extension, I mean, limit expansion or limit increase. So first of all, let's say it is going to one team who will check the customer usage and then recommend based on that whether the customer is worth of giving a higher credit limit or not. The other team, what they will do is they will look at your credit history. So first one is looking at your usage and how much revenue you are generating for the customer. The second team is looking at your credit history in terms of your payment, whether there is a risk to it or not. If both the teams are okay, then it is going to a final approving authority and the person is approving, right? So this is what, that's a pretty simple basic, sound like a little complex. Let's say this is a two level. So level means, I mean, here we can put like a swim lane. So we can take different functions name. So for example, we can say this is a customer. Okay. Or we can say, okay, one more level, let's add. So three level we are adding customer. Here we can say that we are saying that, let's say, customer support, or not customer support, I mean, let's say revenue assurance. Okay, revenue assurance. Revenue assurance is, they are looking at their usage and history, which we talked about. Level, okay. So how I have added, just go to left. Here you will see something called, if you hover over it, you will something called lane is there, LANE. You just drag and release it over the picture. So I can do it. Look, I'm dragging, I'm releasing. Once you see a highlight on the top, you just release. Got my point? Yeah. So the last one we may not need. So let me just Control Z it. Yeah. Okay. So customer revenue assurance. And okay, let's put one more level, as I said. Then I say credit risk. This is another credit risk team. And the final is, let's say, approving authority. So let's say final approving authority in this case is, let's say, risk manager. Okay. Now just look at different symbols here. If you hover over it, you can get various symbols, right? So end event, this is an intermediate event if you want to do it. This is a sub process if there are further process you want to do. This is a gateway, logical gateway that we'll see, and this is a process step. So these are the few simple diagram here. Then there are other symbols. You can choose more symbols. You can go to format and choose more symbols if you want to. Okay. Yeah. Now what you need to do? So let's do first. I dragged it. This is a start event. So this is, let me call just a start. Or if there is some system trigger, you can say it. Okay. Then from here, either you can drag a step. So what is the next step? Let's say customer sends a request for credit limit increase. Okay. So rather than either you can do it from here, you hover over, you click in here, then you will see few symbols appearing here. So directly you can click here. So it will do it. Or I'm Control Z, I'm doing it through Control Z. I'm just showing it here. Or you can drag a symbol from here and then you can do it here. If you do it, there will be no connector, but you have to go a sequence flow left hand side and you have to drag and you have to drop. So again, from top, you need to, set it. Clear? So the best way to do it is just remove this, let's say, hover over this symbol, you will, and click it, you will see many different symbols. So here you can just click in here. So you'll task one is, so let's say customer sends a request for credit limit increase. Okay. Okay, then double click, it will go. Maybe you want to increase the size, you can do like this. If you want to increase any size, you can do like this. You need to click in here and then you need to drag it. So from here, okay, here, okay. Clear? Then where this request is going? So sometimes what happens that you can write additional notes. You want to write additional document, data, object, everything is there. So here database, system, data object, anything you want to write, you may have to put it. Some picture, image, those things also you can add, right? Okay. Now what I can say is, what is this data object? So data object, let's say I want to put an additional data object. I'll say that email. Okay, so data object, customer is sending a email. Now from here, what I need is, I am saying that this is going to the next, this. So this is the support team which is receiving. You can align it as per your convenience, whatever you want. So task one is, let's say, validate the usage and revenue. So the spelling mistake, you can correct it here. Validate usage and revenue. So once revenue usage you validated, so customer is worthy or not. Let's say when I am writing start, it is not drawing under green. Which green you're talking about? So Bhavna, let's continue with this. Maybe at the end you can share your screen and we can see what is happening here. Right now, let's focus on here. Even if you are not able to do it, that's fine. I mean, this is a pretty simple. If you spend 10-15 minutes afterward also, you'll be able to figure out. It's just a matter of doing. Otherwise, we can do it together. Right now, let's do it here. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to put a decision box here because I want to check whether it is let's say they are whether they are recommending for increase, recommending for increase based on some parameter. Recommendation for increase, let's say. Okay. So recommendation. So what can be there as a answer? It can be either a yes or a no. Let's say it is no, then you inform the customer and close. So let's say here we are getting, so double click here on the arrow, you will get a, path. So here it is a no. So this also I can take somewhere inside, or I can actually on that, you can just do it. You can increase it. So no. So I will say no, inform the customer that it cannot be done, and then you close it. So for closure, we use this red symbol. So I'll put it here and end or close. Let's say matter is closed. So there is, okay, because I took it from here, there is no arrow. So I need to get the arrow from here, took it here, and close it. Clear? But if it is a yes, so I need, if it is a yes, then they will send it to the credit risk team. So here it is a yes. So I'll put send to credit risk team. Okay. So here I need to put a yes. So on the arrow, double click on the arrow. No, so I need to remove this because this is interfering. On the arrow, you double click and you say yes. So recommended for use. Yeah, recommended for use. So here this is yes. Maybe I may like to take it near to the arrow. So now it's clear. Okay, recommended for use. Now, or the beautification you can keep on doing. Yes. So if it is recommended for usage, then there is a next team, that is credit risk team. So what is evaluate? Credit risk team, what they will do? They will evaluate. So I'll just say evaluate. Okay, I need to bring it here. Okay. So what I need to do? I need to double click, evaluate. So decision. So extension or no extension. So you can write, so credit worthy or not. So credit worthy or not. Let's say this is the question I'm asking. So credit worthy or not. If the person is credit worthy, then what I will do is I will send it for approval. So let's say yes. So I'll send it for approval. So I'll do it here. So what it is says, it's yes, credit worthy. So credit worthy, I can put a credit worthy or not. Yes, credit worthy. Then I'll send it to approval risk manager. So no. So it will come little up because I am sending it. The credit risk team is sending. So I'll say send it for RM risk manager. Send it to RM or risk manager, right? So you got a hang out of things. So if risk manager, then risk manager had two choices: approve or reject. So approve or reject. So let's say it is reject. So reject again. What you need to do, if it is reject, then send it to the customer. Send a mail to customer. Okay. So who is sending here? Risk manager is sending. So inform the customer here. Who is informing? This revenue assurance. So if this is not the case, let's say they are just sending it not direct to customer but directly to revenue assurance. So let's say revenue assurance is the one who is connecting with the customer. So you can say that mail to RA, revenue assurance, and then revenue assurance, what they will do is you will just have to drag one arrow from here, and then you have to take it to, sorry, here you need to put it. Got my point? Yeah. And then it is closing. Let's say if it is credit not as credit worthy or not. So if if it is credit worthy, they are sending. If not, they are again sending it. So what you can do is, if not, then directly you can put a arrow here. Sorry, my mistake. So if not, you can directly put a arrow like this. Also, you can put. It will directly go here in this path, or if you want it to do it here. So if it is yes, so I'll put it at Deep, I have multiple times I have shared. I can share once again, but maybe if you do a quick search, it is pretty clear. Download Bizagi, and what you can do is you may have to open an account. Without account, they may not be able to. You may not be able to download. So just Google download Bizagi, you will get it. If you want me to do it, I can do it also, no problem. But just give me a second. Yeah. Right, so this is how it looks like. This is how your process would look like, right? So if you can resize, if this thing you are thinking that it's too much, then you can resize like this. But here this step has gone in, so I want to increase this. Or here, this is how you can do it. You can play with it, and whichever way it suits you. Because I realigned, look at my alignment is incorrect, so I may have to realign here. Okay, I may have to realign here, and something similar I can do it. Clear? Any question? So this is just a process map, how you do it, and this is a simple process map. You can do a complex process maps also. All those things are possible. But this is a free tool. Try it out. It will not take more than let's say half an hour for you to be familiarized. It's a very simple tool, very intuitive tool. If you have used video, it will not even take 15 minutes for you to get familiar. The only why I'm using this is because this is first of all free for lifetime. And then other things you can do, you can import, export other files and all that. There are many other tools. Signavio is also there, that is good. Camunda also is there, but they are not free. At least here there are few more things that are free. There is also one simulation part which will not be able to run workflow. You can run it, those things, so we are not doing it here. But this is simply a process flow diagram. So this is called process flow diagram, business process modeling. All these are or flow chart. Everything is same. Whatever you can think, these are the same thing which we are talking about. Get my password. Anyway, no problem. Let's remove this. Let me just try to, without even logging in, I can do it because I have installed it. So yes, this no, I have purchased, but you can use a trial version also. Okay. No, I have purchased, but I'm not able to recall my password because I have not used it for some time. But that's okay. I mean, that the trial version is also fine for our purpose. For demonstrating you how to create a mind map, that should be okay, right? And I'll reset my password after the class. I don't want to do it now because obviously it will take some time, and we don't want to do it. Okay. Okay, we'll do it later on. Now, what happens here is basically, what is a mind map? Mind map is a pictorial diagram of different aspect of one particular thing, which will help you to remember. I mean, it's about and let's look at it. I mean, no, if I speak, that may not make a lot of sense. I think it's 30 days, Tanuj. I am not sure. 30 days most likely, but I'm not fully sure. Okay, so let's say let's do a main idea. I mean, let's look at what we want to do. I'm just thinking about a good example here. Nothing else. So what can be a good example? Okay, let's look at a pure organization example. So let's say you are explaining what is a company, what are the different functions, and what are the things they do. You want to explain that. We want to do it through mind map. Okay, so what is the main idea? Main idea is org org structure. Let's say you write it here, right? So in org structure, what are the different functions? So let's say, so you can always add or you can always remove many different things, right? So give me 1 second, because it's a trial version, it's not allowing me to do a lot of things, but yeah, fine. Okay, no, this is not. So okay, so here there are three main topic is anyway that is added. If you want to add more topic, so you can go back here on the top of the bar and you can click in here topic. So you can click in here, you can click more. The more you click, the more things will coming, right? So that's how it works. Okay. Okay, wait. I'm just showing you what is a mind map. Mind map is a pictorial representation of any phenomenon, which will help you to remember and help you to realize. And you can use this in many of your presentation chart and everything. So here I'm trying to show you what is a org structure, and you want to explain it. I'm taking a very basic example so that all of us can relate. So what is a org structure or org chart or organization? So what are the different functions in an organization? What are the different functions that you can think of? Manufacturing, whatever you call it, right? In different organization is different. The names might be a little different, but ignore it for a moment. And yeah, audit may be a part of HR. Sorry, finance only, right? Now this is one. Or so what are the things that HR does? Can you just quickly tell me what are the things? So here what you do is you click in here and then you go and add a subtopic here. Okay, so click in here and add subtopic, right? So if you click again, that will make a subtopic of a subtopic. Don't do it right now. So what you can do is click on the main topic, go to subtopic and click it, right? So this is how it will come. Okay, what are the function HR? What are the things that HR does? I think you have responded. Recruitment, okay, offloading, okay. Okay, offboarding, okay, onboarding, I guess. Fun activities, okay. So what are the things? Let's say HR is talent acquisition. I'm short in front. I'm sorry. Let's say compensation is another part. Talent acquisition, compensation. Let's say employee engagement. In short, I'm writing employee engagement. Okay, and let's say in talent acquisition, let's say, or anything employee engagement. So let's say in talent acquisition, okay, what are the things that are there in talent acquisition, or let's say employee life cycle management, let's call it. So it includes talent acquisition, operations, okay, employee life cycle management. Okay, here I go and I put some further subtopic. Okay, sorry. Okay, again I click in here and I'll put a subtopic. So here talent acquisition, let's say separation. Let's say here another subtopic I want today, performance management, right? So for example,
Just a quick info, guys, Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IITM Powertak. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
okay, in talent acquisition also you can do, let's say, few other things you can do, but I'm not going into that detail. Yeah, grievance and all that, that's fine, right? So what are the things in finance? So you click in here, you add a subtopic. Somebody already said audit. I'm putting. What else? Again, you go to finance, add a subtopic. What finance also do? Let's say working capital management. So company needs some. Okay. Then what they do is again a subtopic, fundraise. Let's say your startup fundraise. I'm just or okay. What else they do? Finance, audit, okay. Audit I have mentioned. So working capital management, fundraise, finance, all that. Audit is there. Okay, what else? I think more, okay, that's fine. I think there might be few others, but what claim process? Claim process, okay. I mean, maybe it's okay. Approvals, different approvals, claim approval. Okay, let's put a subtopic. Approval. Okay, okay. In audit can be put some subtopic. Audit can be internal or audit again subtopic, external, internal, external audit. Okay. Marketing, what does marketing does? Marketing does add subtopic. Subtopic is let's say product management. Okay. Subtopic is advertisement, brand management. Okay. Scheme management. Okay. Okay. So primarily scheme management is done by sales, that is distribution. So right. Okay. Let's go to sales very quickly. Let's get this done. So I'm adding a subtopic is your channel management. Okay. Then the subtopic is schemes. Somebody said schemes. What else? Let's say business development, right? Let's say sales also solves queries related to sales. When, I mean, assuming it's a B2B sales kind of thing. Okay, quickly. IT, I'm just putting infra and let's say security. Okay, CSD or say, let's say insert systems. I mean, different system, data system, all that. Customer support. Let's say they are doing customer lifecycle management. Along with that, let's say they are also doing customer engagement. And let's say operations. So let's say they are doing production or creation operation, whatever you are creating, production. Let's say they are also doing support. Let's say operation support first level, or let's say they are also doing, let's say troubleshooting for critical calls or critical product. Now this is what exactly okay, logistics, maybe, yeah, good point. Operations, we can say logistics. Okay, so now just think about this. What I'm trying to tell you here is that just by looking at this, are you not able to get a complete view of what an organization is? And you can make it little more complex. You can connect different things. Sometimes this is connected. So all those things are, yeah, this relationships also you can draw. I mean, sometimes it makes it a little complex, but you can still do it. So like this is, you can say that system and let's say troubleshoot are part of another wider thing called, let's say here, from here you can put it, part of wider thing called this floating topic, where it can connect with multiple things. You can say that dispute resolution, let's say, or let's say legal or something. Okay, so this kind of things, or I mean, you can do all sort of these things you can do, and it will give you a very complete picture. So my request to you too is take this tool, and right now we have not completed all the CBDA chapters, but once the CBDA chapters are complete, go back to the what you call the the CBDA guide and create a mind map. It will definitely help you to, I mean, crack the exam. And if not, also it will, you'll be very much, I mean, at least you will get a structure of what are the things they are trying to talk about. Yeah. So do that for CBDA, all the topics that is there within the CBDA, I mean, guide, please try to make this clear. Any question on this? Okay, this I will also put it as an assignment, but you don't need to do it now. Maybe end of next week, when we'll complete all the chapters, you can create one mind map for the entire CBDA guide, entire syllabus. So at least you will read the syllabus. And guys, you also need to understand that in syllabus, in guide, there will be many more things which I will not be able to cover within short. This is just 18 hours plus 2 hours for the additional case studies and question answers. So 20 hours is not sufficient to cover all the content in the CVDS. We are covering most of the things that are important. There might be still few things. So at least you will read that. So for that, please attempt this assignment. Not this week, but next week we will definitely do it. In my view, when we talk about data analytics, so because this is talking about data analysis, how to analyze the data. And that's why I would say this is the heart of the CBDA. Again, I'm going to talk about few tools, but we will not be doing a lot of hands-on here. Objective is to make you understand the applicability of the tool, why it is getting used, where it is getting used, and what to look for. I mean, in terms of the critical insights. So that is what the objective is, and we'll cover. And yeah, this will take today and probably tomorrow's session as well, or half of tomorrow's session as well. We'll try to cover this. Okay. So what is actually is, you already have data, right? You have a question, you have a trouble. That is what the identifying the research question talks about. Then you already have source data, and you do all that massaging of data, and you created it in a ready format where it is can be consumed, in the sense where analysis can be done. Now, what exactly analysis? The data itself is not giving you any insights. So from the data, what you want to do is, within the data, you need to do some mathematical, statistical, any sort of analysis, any tools you will use, software tools, non-software tool you will use, and you will generate some insight. Just by looking at the data, it does not mean anything. So that is called analysis. So that is what we are trying to food, right? Yeah, result of examination. Yeah, understand the data. Yeah, I can agree. But primarily, you are trying to generate some insights out of the data that is available. Now, you know what are the things that is there. I mean, the way it is done is, obviously you need to prepare the data, which is the ETL part and other prepare data sourcing part. But once it is ready, then you perform some data analysis. Then you check whether the results which you are getting, that is useful or not. And if it is, I mean, not useful, you may have to iterate it. You may have to redo it. You may have to make adjustment and do it again and again, right? So if it is not supporting your research questions or the problem which you are trying to solve, in that case you may need to redo it, and that's what it is talking about. Now these are the different steps which we are talking about. So yeah, first is develop analysis plan. So this is one, in a way, in CBDA, everything you do, you first plan for it. So what analysis you do, how you will do, that is what you are planning here. Okay. Yeah. Then you prepare the data. So this what preparation data is. You may ask that already we have prepared the data. Oh, you are right. Already you may have prepared the data in the sourcing of data, but sometimes you may not need the entire data. You may need only a certain section, and you may have to further trim it down, or you may have to do further adjustment. So that you will do. So that's why you are talking about the preparation of data. You may have to put the linkage and all that you are collecting in various sources. You want to merge it. So that Sometimes sometimes people do it on sourcing data, but that's after sourcing the data, you do it. You can also consider it as a part of your analysis. Okay. Next, you have to select what is the right analysis techniques. What exactly are you trying to analyze that you need to do. So business case, decision analysis, financial analysis, these are the different ways this can be done, including machine learning, deep learning, simulation, storytelling, and all those things would happen. You select the techniques, then you again do some exploring the data. Means you just first get your feet wet into it. Just try to get a sense of thing. You do some very basic analysis and check what exactly it is, whether the data is right or not, whether it is giving you a right sense or not. So all those things you do basic explore data, and we'll see in those steps what are the exploration and all that we'll see. Then you do the actual data analysis. So let's say there is a machine learning technique. So for example, you want to do a correlation analysis, a regression analysis, or a recommender engine, whatever you want to do, that is the step where you do, right? And then access the analytics, then you get the analytics, and then you system and approach taken, you get it and recommend, perform iteratively, explore data, everything you do again and again till the time you get the right insights. Some common mistake analysis does, this is again a very much theory, so I just want to say that, but this is important because we still do those kind of mistake. So one customer persona means type of customer. So let's say you can define into customer into different segments, and one segment you can say that this is a persona. So let's say um, students, okay, that's one persona. Working professional, young working professional, male is one. Um, um, let's say 30 to 35 years, uh, women are, let's say, another persona. Or let's say you're somebody, a retired individual around 60 years, that's another persona. So these are the different kind of persona you can say. So generally what happen whenever we do analysis, maybe the dominant persona that will overshadow everything, but you need to remember that there are many different type of customers and everything has to be catered to. And this is another dilemma, is one tool will fit all. So people what you can think is, one tool fits all means, you do one analysis and you use one kind of tool and you think that that is what the sufficient. May not be, may or may not be. Most of the times it may not be, because you need to look at multiple things to see whatever you are, I mean, whatever your insights, if that is right or not. And that's why you may have to choose multiple tools, right? And one case for all situation, I don't need to explain. So your insight, you don't assume that it will be applicable everywhere. Just think that what are the situation where it is applicable. And basically the final one is also for the business, that you need to ensure that you are not dependent on one vendor. You remember there is something called 80-20 rule always. So 80-20 rule says that 80% of, at least 20% of your supply should be from a different vendor. So you don't depend completely on one vendor, because something may go wrong with that vendor. Tomorrow, if you have to change quickly, you may not be able to change. But at least you will have someone else whom you can persuade to produce more or sell more or supply you more, which will help you to mitigate the impact, right? So you remember this, lot of things happen. Not just man-made, but natural thing also. Sometimes there is a natural disaster. Let's say there is an earthquake or fire in one of the critical vendor. What you do? You must have alternate source. So don't putting all your eggs in one basket, which they say. That is what this is talking about. Yeah, this is again a pictorial representation. What is the team effort, or what are the things that a data science team or data scientist and a business development analytics team, what they do? And you may think that this analysis and this statistical and mathematical analysis are primarily in the domain of data science, which I agree. But as I have already told you, sometimes the differentiation is very thin, what a data analysis do and what a data scientist does. And the other thing what I want to tell you is, I mean, even if you are not doing the technical stuff, you need to know what exactly those tools meant, where they are useful, and as I said, the applicability, the practical aspects of it. So those things you need to know, right? So what are the BDA need to know? Obviously, the business domain, right? Domain is required because without domain, you will not be able to generate a lot of value of your analysis. So how it will be applicable, you will not be able to pinpoint. Um, so sometimes the project plan or the initiative plan of the analysis, sometimes it is asked for the data analytics professional, BDA professional to make, and the data scientist to validate, or vice versa it may happen, but at least the few version you may draft the initial plan. So what are the analysis? That's why you need to know, and that's why I mean I'm putting it here so that you are aware and you know that this is also a part of the data analysis professionals. You must understand the mathematical techniques and algorithm in sufficient detail in order to explain the analysis approach to business stakeholder. This is important. It is not saying that you need to do it by yourself, but you need to know. So the question would be like, let's say, why you have used a clustering techniques, why you have not used regression, or somebody say why you have not used stepwise regression rather than normal regression. Correct. So all those things are there and they will be asking you to, I mean, they may ask you all these questions. And that's why it is important for you to know why one tool is getting used, not others. You may not have to do it yourself, but you need to answer. Insights means what is the analysis? What is the analysis? There is a data, there is some insights you will get, right? So for example, for example, let's say our customers, so you say that these are the set of customers who are extremely price sensitive. So if you increase the price by 5%, at least 50-60% of these customers are likely to leave. This is one insight. So yes, absolutely, this is knowledge of data. So from the data, from the analysis, you will find some outcomes or some knowledge which you will pass on to the decision maker. That's what we are talking of, insights from the data, right? So this point is clear. You may not have to do it, but you need to understand in order to explain it to the stakeholders, right? And you also need to be very clear about how to use, what are the business and performance indicator that the data scientist must be using in order for the data output to be used and to be used effectively. That is address the business need. Yeah. What are the metrics and performance indicator? Can you give me some example? For example, and we'll talk about those. What is the accuracy? What is the recall? And there are a few more parameters. That is one. We'll talk about that of a particular model that can be there. Or you can go from a business side and see that what is the uptake. So you launch this. Uptake means, let's say X percentage of customers are using your product. How much more it will be there? So maybe those sort of business metrics or key parameter you need to come through. So it can be from a business point of view, like uptake, revenue increase, customer churn, those kind of, or precision, recall, accuracy, all those things are there, which is from their from the model point of view. And this I'll give you some examples to see. So maybe next class or this class we'll discuss about it. Okay. What are the steps? You normalize, that means you remove redundancy. Same, that means same item is there multiple time, you remove it. Standardize, so you put it into one common format. Sometimes it's a part of ETL also, but let's say ETL is not there and you are a small organization, you are doing everything in Python or Excel, so you may have to do it. And the pre-data things, this is also cleansing. For example, missing data, you remember, missing data treatment. Last time I talked missing completely at random, missing at random, and not missing at random. You remember those things we talked about? So if what kind of treatment you want to do, whether you want to completely remove the data, you want to put some additional, I mean, you need to put some average value, whatever you want to do it. So that cleansing of data, that is to be done. Yeah. And then finally you are ready. Now I just want to put one uh, example here. I'm taking the example of a e-commerce platform of let's say Flipkart or Amazon, right? And this question to you is um, one there is 1 hour of outage. We will try. Yeah, mostly you will try. So what happens? Even after doing everything into that particular hour, I mean, whatever you do, day of the year, month of the year, and all that, what you also need to consider that how much increase it has happened in the subsequent hour or maybe a subsequent day, because not everybody will come back after 2 hours. So you also have to look into that. That is most important. Otherwise, you will miss out. You will give a wrong interpretation. Are you getting my point? Because 3 hours there was no sale, it's quite possible that people have purchased after 3 hours in the next 1 day or half a day or whatever you want to fix up a period, and that additional, what is the normal sales in that time and how much extra you have got, correct, that you may have to subtract, then only you will actually get what is the actual loss. Because loss means the customer came, he could not or she could not buy and never came back and did not do. And of course this is just an estimation, it cannot be 100% accurate, but what would happen is that you need to subtract the extra sales. Are you getting my point? Am I making sense here? So some of these things, this you need to think through. I mean, no amount of I would say courses and everything will teach you all these things. Maybe I'm only giving you one example, there might be 10 other examples, different kind of examples. So you have to think critically, you have to be very you just think what are other things can happen. Otherwise these sort of things get missed out. Okay, so think through, and then you will be able to give a logical good answer to your stakeholders, and they will also value your input. Then the next one. Okay, any question? Let me take a pause. Any question? So that's why, I mean, for a data scientist, for a business analyst, the most important skill, if you ask me, is obviously the critical thinking ability. Critical thinking means you have to look at the problem or the solution from various angles, multiple ways, and then you have to question everything. So curiosity is a very important skill for a good data analytics professional or data scientist. He has to be curious about everything and try to understand. And of course critical thinking. Critical thinking means, I mean, it's not about finding faults with the solution, but it's about thinking where it can go wrong, what have I missed, is this can be improved. So that is a very critical skill set for I mean, data analytics, data scientist, anybody you say, right? So I don't know how to develop it, but basically if you start thinking about it, then it gets developed. And I'm sure many of you are, I mean, already working into that field, and I'm sure you may have got good insight. So domain knowledge is also important. So domain knowledge has to happen, and then ability to think it from multiple angles. Little bit of that creativity and problem solving skills are also needed. Okay, this is what one data set. I mean, simple data set. Can you make any sense of it? What is your output? I mean, what is your interpretation of this data set? What do you understand by this data set? Any preliminary guess? Anything you can write. Just look at the data and tell me what is your first reaction of the data file. Something related to annual salary, okay? Employee details, okay? Because good. Devansh also saying, yeah, both of you are correct. Obviously, this is related to salary. Obviously, these are employee detail. Anything else? Can you tell me something more about it? Different departments. Okay, fine. So what I'm trying to say is, it's really difficult for you, and this is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 columns, right? 8 or 9, 8 columns, and probably around 20, 25 rows. With that also, it's so difficult to tell something about this data. And this is what the power of analysis and power of mathematical and statistical techniques. So what we are going to do is, we are going to use simple statistical techniques which will give you, and this is the starting of analysis. The analysis means the basic analysis which we can do in here is the basic descriptive statistic. What you can do, so just look at left-hand column and right-hand column. So this is the first level of analysis you can do. How many employees? 30. What is the average salary? What is average tenure in years? 11.5. Gender breakup, male 17, female 13. Ethnicity breakup, Asian 12, Black 4, Caucasian 9, and Latino 5. This is US data. So, I mean, these are different ethnicity, right? So, just think about this. Is this giving a better sense, the thing in right than the thing in left? And point is, this is why we do basic analysis of the data, because data we have, but we will not be able to get any insights. And somebody was asking me about insights, right? This is what we know by insights. Some useful information, some knowledge from the data. And that is why the analysis is important. I'm just showing you that this is something called very basic descriptive statistics. In Excel also, take any data, use the descriptive statistics, it will give you a lot of parameters. Some of them we will see now also. So this is what I wanted to tell you, that that's what the power of analysis. Even a simple basic analysis like what is the different type of data that are available, or average or mean, itself gives you a lot of information. Now let's look at some basic statistical techniques, very basic statistical techniques we want to look at. This is called mean, median, mode. This is and standard deviation, variance, range, and interquartile range. These are the 7 things we'll look at. That is, in short, it is called measure of central tendency and measure of dispersion. Central tendency means this mean, median, and mode are the tendency of the data to be around a central value, a mid value, right? And these are the 3 things that measure that. That's this word called central tendency. Tendency of the data to be around a central value. So you have a data, one central value is mean. Mean is average, arithmetic mean. So that average, you will see a lot of data near that value. So for example, if I ask you, how long does it take for you to come from your home to office, let's say it takes around 30 minutes, then it's not that every day you will take exactly 30 minutes. Someday you may take, let's say, 25, 35, 28, 32, 30. Maybe someday it was no traffic, 20 minutes. Some days it was extreme traffic, it will take 50 minutes, right? So it can happen in a range from 20 to 50, it is there, okay? But average around, let's say, 30 is what you can say. But if you look at the data, most of the day you will be in and around 30. Am I making sense? Yeah, in and around 30 most of the day. Some days you will be deviate from 30 more. Some days you will be deviating from 30 more on the higher side and lower side. But more or less you will be around 30. So you think the tendency of the data, your data is your average time, your time from home to office. That is central around the average value, that is mean. That is more or less central around a average value, that is your mean. That's why it is called central tendency, and this is the central tendency of the data. The way to measure the central tendency is mean, median, mode. Similarly, dispersion, we'll also give you, I'll also take you through some example, it will be very clear there, but just think about that. So that there is also a dispersion. So it's not about the data, what is the average value, how widespread. So whether it is from 25 minutes to 35 minutes, your range, or whether your range is 15 minutes to 55 minutes, all those things matters. So that range, that dispersion, I mean that variation in the data, we measure through standard deviation, variance, range, and interquartile range. So these are the 7 things we want to discuss, and I will take you through some examples to make it very clear. But any doubt as of now on this? Yeah, so it depends on the volume. It depends on the volume, right? Now if I ask you, maybe your answer will change. So you must ask the question, how many surgery, 100% and 95%. Somebody is doing 50,000, somebody is doing 5. Maybe the first one just got lucky. And a real life example is the rating of the e-commerce site. Whenever you buy a product, most of us would look at rating, correct? So out of 5, what is the rating? But please look at how many people have rated also. If it is very less, I mean, I'm sure some of you must be doing it, but if it is so less, let's say 50 people have rated, it's so easy for for that to game. For the 50 people, we can easily game, right? We can give some people, give some gifts or something to those 50 people. We can and ask them to rate us highly. So practical example, while buying a product in Amazon, Flipkart, or any other platform, don't just look at the rating, because it is not talking about volume. Because with the volume also in Amazon, it will also tell you how many people have rated, 2000 rating or 20 ratings. Look at that. Higher is the rating, better it is for you, because that will give you it's easy to game 20 people, but it is very difficult to manipulate 2000 people or 20,000 people. So think about that. If there is a rating of 4.5 with 20 people, and if it's a rating of 4.2 with 20,000 people, at least I would prefer the 4.2 with 20,000 people. I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule that is better, but possibly, I mean, I feel more secure, right? So this is what we are talking about. Yeah, now you will say average annual salary offered by a B school after graduation, 50 and 60. Now you'll obviously ask that, okay, how many students? So let me tell you about how many students are there and what is the distribution. So Institute A, 50, 40, 60, 55, 45, 50. Institute B, 30, 25, 25, 224, 4,000. Look, both number of counts are same. Average is 50,000. No, average is 50. Is it 50,000 average? Just calculate the average for all of them. All of them average. Let's calculate 50, 40, 60, 55, 45, 50. I don't know how many or how much it will be. I mean, can somebody do a quick calculation? I don't know. Yes, the distribution. Why? Because there is one person who is getting 2,20,000 and it is entirely distorting the entire section. So if you remove this person, the average is much less. So though there is a high chance that you will be, I mean, you will get a very high salary in this Institute B, but other than, let's say, the top, extremely top cream de la cream, everything else is about way below. So given a chance, at least I would like to go to Institute A, because again, I feel more secure. Here, though there is a big risk. It all depends on, I mean, if you think that you are really good enough, and you can crack it, then you can go. Otherwise, most of us would like to go here because this. And why it is interesting, so you are 6 feet, you are 6 feet tall, okay, and the average height of the water level from for the entire, I mean, this is river crossing, let's say, the average height of water is 4 feet and you are 6 feet. And that's why it is called mean is meaningless. The mean distance, so this distance, this entire distance, if you take, it will be 4 feet and you are 6 feet. You cannot assume that you will cross safely, because there is one place where it is more than 6 feet. Correct. That's why mean is meaningless. You can't just take that I am better than average and I'll get. What matters is at the extreme, not just the mean. So remember that mean is meaningless because it's the extreme that matters, not the average. Correct? So for example, you order a pizza one day and that is let's say the average time of delivery is 30 minutes. And one day it gave you within 10 minutes, another day it took 80 minutes. Correct? Or not 80, let's say 50 minutes. So average is 50 plus 10 divided by 2, 30 minutes. Average they are maintaining. But will you be happy? 10 minutes, maybe you had planned something else and it arrived early. You are cooking something else. You wanted to have it along with pizza. Or you ordered something else also along with pizza. Let's say cold drinks from a different vendor or different shop. Now you got the pizza but no cold drinks because the pizza had arrived 20 minutes early. Correct? Similarly, if it is late, I don't have to tell you, obviously you will be upset. But look at the average. Average is same. So always remember that it does not matter what is the average, it matters what are the extremes. So here 10 and 50 are extremes. So give a consistent what you call experience to customer about anything, right? So in that case, it makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, uh, I think you lose a lot of customer. So here, if the same institute example, if you take mean, look, the institute B mean is even better actually. The better it is 60,000, average is 60,000. Institute A average is only 50,000. So in one case, if I take average arithmetic mean, the institute B is better. But rather than taking simple average, I want to take another measurement that is called median. Because in this scale, median is the most accurate representative of the value of the entire class. And what is median? You just sort it from top to bottom or bottom to top, and then you take the average. That's all. So look at it. And why median is important? Because it is not influenced by the extreme value. So whether this extreme is 2,20,000 or is this let's say 2,000, it does not matter. I mean, the middle value is what matters. So let's say start with 20, 25, 25, 30, 40, 60, and 60 is mean. So 60, 40, and then 220. So you sort it. If you have got a middle value, if you have got a odd number, let's say 7 data points are there. So 3 on the left hand side, 3 on the right hand side, you ignore. And the midpoint is what the fourth data you take as a median. If not, if there are 6 data, so you take the third one. So let's say 6 data, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. So you take the third data. So what is third? 25. So 20, 25, 25. That is 1, and fourth, that is 30. 30 plus 25 divided by 2 is 2,700. 5,000 is your average. So when there is a lot of variation, you please choose median as a data. Many times we look at mean, but generally we don't look at median. In Excel, the formula is very easy. You just write average, you write ERG average, and you drag. In median also, you just write equal to MEDIAN and then drag it out, right? So it will give you the median. You understood where median can be used? Okay, I am not going to extend the session, but just give me, we have got 2-3 more minutes. So I want to take you through 1 or 2 more concepts, and then we'll close. Yeah. Then there are another something called mode. Mode is the one, the data point which occurs maximum number of the time. So here look at 50,000 occurring 2 times. So it is called maximum number of times. That's why mode is 50,000. Here what is maximum number of time? We have got 2 times 25. So 25 is the mode here, right? So mean, median, mode, you understand. Range is the difference between the lowest and highest. So what is lowest here? Lowest here is 40, highest here is 60. So range is 20, right? Here what is the range? 20,000 and 2,20,000. So 200,000 is the range. Remember, lower is the range, better it is, because there is more uniformity, more uniformity in the first one. Clear? This I want to take next session. I will, so just remember here. So the family 1 and family 2 BMI index we want to take, and then we'll look at there. What is mode and what is range? What is mode? Mode of a data? Number with most entries, absolutely. Highest frequency. I mean, in a data, if you look at all the value, the value which is occurring maximum number of times. So here mode is 50,000. Look how many number of time it is occurring, 2, and rest all are 1. So mode becomes 2. Okay, right. Range is, yeah, low minus high, max minus mean. Perfect. So I don't think I talked about it. Give me an example where you want to use mode rather than mean and median. Is there any example where you want to use mode? Sound means, Svitlina, what do you mean by sound? Mode. No, I'm probably, I don't know if it is same or different, because I don't have a lot of, understanding of sound system. So if you can explain me, if you want, I can unmute you. If you can explain me, maybe I can put it. But if you are talking about different mode of sound system, is different. It's different thing which you are talking about. So low bass, high bass, low frequency, high frequency, that is different thing. That mode we are not talking here. Real estate mode. Okay, Svetlana, I think your most popular product from the list. Okay, Himani, good. I just want to understand what, Svetlana, you are saying. So let me just try to unmute you, because I could not understand what you are saying when you say real estate mode. So actually, you are right. I mean, if I think through, mode is generally used in discrete data. Yes, you are right. You're right. So I'll tell you the exact, way that can be done, and let me give you a few examples which will make it clear. Himani, you are also correct. You are also absolutely correct. So let me give you one example. The example is, there are 30 odd people in this class. You all want to have a picnic, and then what you do is, you all are you all say that, okay, so, you everybody is given four choices. So let's say 21st of April, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Correct? 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of April. There are four choices, and everybody of you is voting. So everybody of you will be voting which day you want to take. So here I cannot take an average. So let's say five people say 21, 10, 22, and so on. So I can't take an average of 21, 22, 23, 24, and I can't come that 23.4. Average is meaningless here, because these are dates. Okay. So this is not possible. Then you can't take median, because what is median? Middle value. So middle value is always will be, let's say, 21st to 25th. So 5 days. So 23rd will always be, or always be the median. So again, it does not make sense. Here, what will make sense, that which is the date where maximum number of people are interested. So which is the date that has got highest data, highest frequency of data. Are you clear? So voting is a way where you can say what is the highest number of people, or most number of people are interested. So that's in a way is definitely, you should use mode, not average or median. Similarly, we have seen, voting, any type of voting, any type of contest, any type of all those things. That's where as I said, somebody, I think Hema or Himani, one of you mentioned that it's discrete data. Initially I could not think, but you are absolutely right, because here in most of the things we are looking at discrete data. We're not looking at, but it can also be done on continuous data. Mode can also be used on continuous data. Let's say you want to see, rather than mean and median, just like the example which Svetlana was giving, that there are three different style of, let's say, apartments, and which is the one who will be most, or what is the price, what most of the people will be willing to pay. Right? So let's say maximum number will be, people will be able to pay, let's say, rent of 30,000 for this apartment. So 30,000 will become mode. So in that case, it can become discrete also. It can become also continuous. There is no problem with that. But yes, mostly it can be used in um, discrete data also. So are you all clear where we can use mode? I don't see any comments on chart, or any comments on question and answer. So I assume that you are all got it. So, okay, this is where we stopped yesterday. We said that there are two families. I think, okay, two families. So here, if you look at, this is about BMI, body mass index. So you think about any parameter, it's a ratio of weight and height or something. I don't know fully, but let's assume that it's the, if it is 22, the person is considered quite healthy, right? And then there are two families 1 and family 2. So there are 5 members. So 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 20, 22, 22, 22, and 24, right? So there are 5 members. So in this case, if I look at which family is healthier, now intuitively, can you tell me which family is healthier? Just by looking at the data, just because it's a very small data, you can still say family 2, Ramon. Yeah. Anybody for 1? No. So what is your logic of choosing family 2? Average numbers are same. Svetlana, for family 1 average is 22, family 2 average is 22. Even if you look at median, it's 22 is 20. If you look at it starting from 18 and ending in 26. So less consistent. Here it is more consistent because starting from 20. So consistency, another way we can say is there's less variations in family 2 than family 1. But how to measure this variation? So yesterday we talked about one measure is the range. We can measure the range, but sometimes range is not the ideal way. So there is another formula where we measure. It is called standard deviation. So I'm just telling you how to calculate standard deviation. You will never have to calculate because Excel will do it for this. Okay. Standard deviation for this one. Yeah, 3.16. And I'm just dragging it here. For standard deviation of this one is 1.41. Clear? So this is simple formula, stdev.s for sample, and then drag it and you will get it. Clear? So just a simple demo of how you can calculate. So now let's look at how it is calculated. Internally, what it is calculating is the formula, how it is getting developed is there is a mean. So mean in this case, both are 22. Now, what would happen that each value you will subtract from mean. So 18 minus 22, 20 minus 22, 22 minus 22, and so on. So because 18 minus 22 is minus 4. Okay, right? 20 minus 22 minus 2. So all these things you will get. So here similarly, here also get minus 2, 0, 0, 0, 2. Clear? You are I'm explaining you formula for standard deviation. So there will be, let me switch on my pointer. So there will be average value. So you subtract the each value from average value and then you square it, right? Then you square it, right? Why you square it? Because there are two reasons. If I just add and take an average, if I just do add and take an average, then it will be 0 because this minus 4 will cancel out, minus 2 will cancel out, this is 0. So sum will be 0, right? Here also it is 0. So if I sum, then everything will be 0, then I will not be able to get any information. So that's why I want to square it, add it, and take an average. Correct? So square it, add it, and take an average. Correct? So that's what I am doing it. So why is squaring? Because it penalizes the difference. So minus 4, then you're squaring it. That means whatever is the difference from the mean, that is getting accentuated, that is getting increased, right? So the variations will be more when we square it, right? So that's why we are doing it. 16, 16, 32, 4, 1, 4, 4, 8, 40. Correct? So that is what it is. And then we are taking the average. And then you take the square root. Finally, you also take the square root of it. So once the value is there, you take an average and then you took square root of it. Now there can be one question. If some of you are smart enough, you will say that this is 40 and we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 people, then 40 divided 5 is 8. The answer should be square root of 8, and square root of 8 is not 3 because square 3 of square is 9. So anyway, it is more. So the catch here is there is also a concept called degrees of freedom. You don't need to know about it because it's not part of CBDA and all. So just remember there is something called degrees of freedom that talks about how many values we are free to choose. Again, just listen to this. Don't ask me to explain because it's a long concept. I mean, I will give you some write-ups. I'll put it in our LMS. You can go and read about it. But ideally, what it is saying that if there are 5 values and if I know the mean, then only 4 values I can choose. The 5th one automatically come in because the mean is already fixed. The mean is ready, right? So that's why we will divide it by 4. So 40 divided by 4 is 10, and this is square root of 10. Okay, so don't need to go to the calculation part of it, but I just wanted you to know how it is calculated. Nobody is going to ask you how standard deviation is getting calculated, but this is what happens behind the scene. Correct? Right. So other than the formula description of degrees of freedom, anything else if you could not understand, then please let me know. Okay, so this is what the calculation of mean. Okay, just a second. So why this is important? This is giving you one value which can which you can compare across data sets. So the standard deviation is 3.16, it's 1.14. Lower the standard deviation, better is the data, or as somebody said, more consistent is the data, or the data is having less variation, so better data or better parameter. Generally, mostly lower variation means better. Correct. Better in the sense, I mean, we don't know what is better and worse, but at least you can say the variation is less, or the data is more consistent. That much we can say. I mean, maybe better or worse will depend on the situation. I don't know, but mostly it is better, but it can also be opposite. So don't go to whether it's better or worse. Just say that it is more consistent or more variation is less. Clear? How you calculate mean is just a average. You add everything, you divide by the number of parameters. Why it is median? Median, as I said, you sort it ascending, descending, take the middle value. If it is a odd even number of data, then you take the both mid value and then add it. Mode, we talks about maximum number of time whichever value is coming, that's mode. And there is something called exploratory data analysis, which we want to talk about. And exploratory, as the name suggests, you are just exploring the data. You are just trying to get a very high level view of what exactly the data is talking about, right? So one is something called descriptive statistics. So descriptive statistics consist of these things. So kurtosis, skewness, and all these two things you just ignore for the time being. And because I've taken it from Excel, this is what it is showing you. Just ignore it from time being. So generally you will get a mean, median, mode, standard deviation, sample variance. Variance is nothing but square of standard deviation. And you'll get range, you'll get minimum, maximum, sum, and count. This is what you will get in Excel. So by looking at it, obviously you will get a sense, which we have discussed yesterday. There are few other things which you can do in a basic exploratory data analysis. You can also create a very basic visualization, and this is from the same data which we were discussing yesterday. If you remember, we were discussing a data of that which I showed you. This is the data which I'm talking about, right? So employee data is gender, ethnicity, age, and average salary is the one which we're talking about. So you can do a basic visualization. So here the basic visualization is done on tenure. You can choose different parameters, but at least rather than only having some numbers, you can also say, okay, how many people are there between 5 to 15 years, how many people there are more than 15, and how many people are less than 5. So this is how just a basic visualization it has been given. Correct? The next one, something is called box and whisker plot, and this might be some of you might not have seen this. So let me try to explain this and why this is important. So just look at this data, right? Sorry, look at this figure. You can see my pointer, right? Is my pointer visible? So here, any data set you put it, you will get a box and whisker plot. I think box and whisker plot are, I am not sure if it is available in Excel, because I don't use, maybe in latest version they have added, but generally in every statistical software you will get it. I mean, if you are using Python, or I am sure, I mean, I don't use a lot of Tableau in my work, so I don't know about Tableau. Some of you are trained in Tableau, so you can just tell me if you have seen this box and whisker plot. I'm sure it should be there. I mean, this is a very basic plot, or a package like R, or Python we talked about, or SPSS, or Minitab, or most of the software statistical package, SAS, you will get it. Correct? So this is why it is called this plot is, you will get 4 different data points, or let's say 5 different data points you will get. So you'll get somewhere here, right at the bottom, you'll get somewhere at the right at the top, then you will get a box, and then you will get a one line in between. So there are 5 points, as I said: bottommost, topmost, box starts somewhere in middle, you'll get a line, and then you will get a top value. Correct? Now what it is talking about, the bottommost is the lowest value Okay, the lowest value, if you want to get it, so this will be having the lowest value. So here, if you look at what is the lowest value in this data, minimum is 0.9. So here you will see 0.9. What is the maximum value here? Here maximum is 30.9. So here you will get 30.9. So the top minus bottom, you can see it here, okay, in a pictorially. So where it is the bottom, where it is top, right? Then look at what is the median. Okay, what is the median, what is the mean? So what this line is showing to you, the line is showing to you is the middle value. So this entire thing is how the data is distributed, but this is the middle value. This is the middle value. So you see this amount of data lower than the middle value, and this much of the data is of the higher than middle value. This is not the average value, just this is important to note. So this is the middle value, correct? And this is where your 25th percentile, I mean, I'll explain what is percentile, but this is what the 25th percentile. So just like median divides the data into two equal parts, median divides the data into two equal parts, your 25th percentile will divide the data, I mean, or the 25% of the data will be below that value, 75% of the data will be above that value. Similarly, 75th percentile means 75% of the data will be below that value and 25% of the data will be on top of that value. Percentile, I'm sure you must have understood. I mean, I think though many of those who have appeared at least CAT and that in Indian MBA entrance exam, so they always give percentile. What does percentile means, right? If you are 90th percentile, then you can say that you have got more marks than 90% of the people, but 10% of people are having more marks than you. Clear? Percentile as a concept. So top, those gets into top IM and all that, you will see that they are in 99.4 or 99.5. That means they are better than 99.4% of all the people who have appeared for the exam. So they are into the top 0.6%, 99 percentile. Similarly, 75 percentile means 75% of the data is below, 25 is above. Similarly, otherwise 25% is low and 75% is up. So what you can look, just by looking at the data, you can see what is the minimum, what is the maximum, what is the 25. Sometimes if this line is above this, so you can see that the distribution of the data here also, you can see that distribution of the data is more compact, or the variation is less below 50th percentile. Below median, the values are a lot more compact, but above median, the values are a lot higher. That's what you can calculate. So the distribution of data, the spread of data is more on the top 50th percentile or above the median than below the median. So this will also give you a kind of distribution, how the data has been distributed in the, in the data set. That's what you will see. Middle value, lower, upper, 25th percentile, 75th percentile. Right now, I want to take a pause here because I know some of you might be looking at it for the first time, and I'm open to any question if anyone is having on this plot. Again, as I said, I'll put some, but please raise your hand or put it in the chat window. Anyway, this is not a complex thing, but sometimes if they will ask you what is a box and whisker plot and people don't answer, they may lose some good opportunities. This is not a very complex things to explain. It gives a pictorial representation of the entire data set with some spread. So it has got 5 components. You can say that the bottommost, the 25th percentile, the median or 50th percentile, the 75th percentile, and the topmost. Sometimes it also shows you the outlier also. If let's say there is one data on the top, they can show as an outlier. So in one picture, you can have a visual representation of the data distribution of the entire data set. That is what the box and whisker plot does, and it's also used in exploratory data analysis. Same 50th percentile means what? Middle. 50% of data is lower and 50% of data is above. So 50th percentile is nothing but median only. You got my point. So whatever is the percentile, let's say we're talking about 50th percentile. So that means 50% of the data is above, 50% of the data is below. That means it's the middle value. Percentile is nothing but median. So no confusion on that. Yeah. Okay, so we will talk about now something called scatter plot. And again, I mean, all of these things you can do on Python, you can do on R or even Excel. But as I said, my objective here is to explain you what is the tool. If you want to do it, you can do it. I mean, and because that's not a part of CBDA course curriculum, I'm not putting it. If you want to do it, you can do it, try it out. And if you face any issue, let's say at least in Excel, you can put it across and we can try it out later on. But I'm saying that understand what is the tool, where it can be used, what is the purpose. That's my objective. This is not, again, I'm saying this is not a technical course, so I'll not be doing it. And I'm sure you must have done this because many of you are into those business and data analytics course and Tableau. I'm sure the other instructor who are taking you through technical course must have done this. So I'm not focusing on that. But if you are not able to do it, you can still bring it into the next session and you can put it in our WhatsApp group also. So I'll respond. But understand the tool, what is the usage, get the nuances of it, and then we'll move on. Okay. So now my point here is there is something called dependent variable and there is something called independent variable. Okay, there is in the data there can be independent variable, understand, which the value, I mean the what I should call something that can multiple values. So let's say age of an individual, and you are collecting the data of age of an individual. So that age is a variable, but because it can take multiple values, depend on who is the person of whom you are taking the data, it can vary, right? So any value that can vary, that is a variable. So there can be an independent variable and there is a dependent variable. So can you tell me, or through an example, or you can explain through through a definition, what is a dependent and what is an independent variable? Let me just try to listen from you and then I will explain. Salary is dependent on budget. Fantastic. So you have got it. So let me give you some examples. So that will make it clear. Yes, Ramya, you are right. So let me tell you. So let's say income versus expenses. So which one is dependent on other? Whether my income is dependent on my expense. For example, the more expense I do, the more income I will have, or the other way down. The more income I have, I may have more expenses. I mean, it's not a direct thing. Some people might earn more, still their expenses might be less. That's a different. But in general, if you are earning more, then generally your expenses will be less. So who is dependent? Income is dependent or expenses is dependent? Yeah, Chaitra is saying expense is dependent. I hope everybody of all others are also agreeing with Chaitra that our expense is dependent. Yes, expense are dependent on income. So expense becomes my dependent variable, income is my independent variable. Clear? Okay. Now, just wanted to know that just because expense is my dependent, not that in every context expense will be dependent. Correct. So there can be, let's think of a context. Let's say expense and savings. Right. So in this case, your expense become independent, right? And your savings can become a function of expense. So in this case, the expense may become independent and your savings may become dependent. So I'm just trying to let you know that look at the context and tell me, just because expense is a dependent variable in one context does not mean that it will always be dependent. Looking at the variables, you can decide. Effort versus completion time. If you put more effort, if you practice more, maybe your time of completion would come down. You will be able to do it faster, right? So effort is dependent on completion time, or completion time is dependent on effort. What is dependent? Completion time should be dependent on effort, correct? Because the more effort you put, more complete. It's not that if I take more completion time, then the effort will be more or less, right? Research amount versus profit. research amount versus profit. The more, okay, this is interesting. So let me just try to, so let me just try to get your sense. Research amount versus profit and job satisfaction versus job performance. These two, right? These two are a little bit tricky. So tell me, which one is dependent, which one is independent? Response: research amount. Research amount, you understand? So how much amount of money the organization is spending in research. Okay, forget about this one. Tell me about job performance and job satisfaction. Satisfaction, okay, research amount. We'll talk about research amount later on. Vishnu and Chaitra, just let's concentrate, because this is a more generic example. Job satisfaction versus job performance. Which is independent, which is dependent? Performance is dependent on satisfaction. You all agree? Performance is dependent on satisfaction. Can it also be other way around? Can it also be other way around? If you are satisfied, your performance will be high. And if your performance will be high, your satisfaction will also be high. Right? So look at the interesting relationship here. So it's that satisfaction and performance are interrelated. So both are affecting each other. Right? So you can also say, you can say that satisfaction is dependent on performance. That means performance is good, so people will feel satisfied. So similarly, the opposite is right. If I'm satisfied with my job, I'm happy at my job, my performance will also increase. So both the things can be dependent and independent. However, then in our statistical analysis, you choose whatever you are trying to identify as your independent. And this is an important point. Please note my words carefully. And why I'm focusing so much of dependent and independent variable, because this, let's say subsequently we'll look at some tools like, let's say, regression and other things we'll look at. There it is extremely important to know which is dependent and which is independent, correct? So that's why what we need to know is, and that's why we're spending time here, because we need to know what is dependent and what is independent, right? So at times you may see a job satisfaction versus job performance kind of relationship. So here, whatever you are trying to identify becomes your independent, right? Because, for example, you are trying to look at the impact of performance on satisfaction. So you are trying to measure satisfaction and you are trying to measure performance both, but ultimately your objective is to find out job satisfaction. What is job satisfaction? What is job satisfaction based on the performance? So your job satisfaction, because you are trying to identify that becomes your independent variable. That is what you are trying to identify, and performance becomes your dependent. So your satisfaction is dependent on performance, is what we are assuming. If your study is other way around, if you are measuring the impact of satisfaction on performance, so you are measuring performance and satisfaction is a factor which you are considering. In that case, performance become independent and satisfaction is dependent. Are you clear about this? Everyone is clear? Whatever you are trying to measure, make it independent. If there is this kind of relationship, then you do it. If there is a confusion, whatever you are trying to measure, that's become your independent variable, because that's where you is conducting your research or your work. Okay, cool. So let's move. So now this is what we are looking at it. No, so sorry. So here, so this is what the scatter plot. There is a plot that is called scatter plot. Scatter plot will will show you the relationship between the dependent and independent variables. You have to choose it carefully, right? Whatever is independent and whatever is dependent, you choose those X and Y are carefully. General convention is Y is dependent. If you write it in the form of a equation, Y is equal to something. So generally we write it like this, and let me try to write it like here. Generally, how you write, Y is equal to a function of X, right? So we say Y is independent and X is dependent. So most of the time we put Y as independent. So here we are putting Y as height because sorry, my mistake. Yeah, I'm just mixing it up. Y is dependent. Whatever we are trying to get, Y is dependent. Y is dependent on X. Y is dependent on X, right? Y is dependent on, because Y is a function of X. That's why Y is dependent of X. So you consider Y as your dependent variable and X as your independent variable. So you are trying to figure out what is the value of Y, in this case height, based on the age of the student, age of the child. So as the child age increase, the height will also increase. So we are trying to identify the height, the impact of age on height. So Y is my dependent. Y is a function of X. So Y is a function of X. That's why Y depends on X. Clear? Y depends on X. So you put Y in as a dependent variable and X as a independent variable, and then you plot it. So here, can you see a relationship here? Something like this. So here we can say is almost increasing, right? So you can say that Y, as the age of the child increase, the height is also increasing. So that you can. Any question on this? Sometimes you will get a plot like this, because I was trying to actually, from that data I plot it. So if I want to plot it, the age, salary versus this is the Y axis is salary and X axis is tenure. So I was trying to figure out from the data, as the people is spending more time, is their salary is increasing. Ideally there should have been a relationship. As people become more experienced, the salary should increase, but here we do not see any relationship. Can you see any trend here? Are you seeing any trend? Is this here? You can see a definitely increasing trend, but I can't see any trend here. So I cannot conclude here that as people are spending more time in the organization, that is not impacting their salary. So if you get it something like it, visually at least you can say that salary is independent of amount of years spent in the organization. Clear? Research amount is profit also, is both can impact both. If somebody is spending more research, then they are coming up with interesting product and interesting services, that is increasing profit. And similarly, if the organization is having more profit, then they can invest more on research. So it's also a cyclical relation. Both can affect each other. So there can be another type of relationship. So for example, temperature versus ice cream sales. So this is a direct relationship. As temperature increases, your sales of ice cream increases. This is the actual data. So just look at it. Will never be a smooth line, because there will be minor variations, right? This is what. So what you can do. So from, let's say, you say the temperature is moving from 10 to 26 degree, and this is a ice cream sales. So let's say you don't know what is the ice cream sales at 21 degree, right? You don't know. So what you do, you create a line here, the best fit line, whatever is best fitting, and then you project from 21 degree, and then from x-axis you project it, and y you project it, and you say that what will be the sales. So you say that if you say that approximately, if there is a 21 degree temperature, our expected sales would be 480, right? So next month, let's say your temperature will be, average temperature will be this. This is the way you can actually make some prediction. So this is what it is talking about. Now, sometimes you get this type of curve. So ice cream sales versus drowning death. And this is again, friends, a real live data. Okay, this is a US data I have taken from net only. So if you look at ice cream production, sorry, ice cream sales or ice cream, not sales. I mean, production and sales are used, synonymously. More produced, more sales are happening. So what it is saying is drowning death, my dependent variable, and my independent variable is ice cream production. So can I say that as my ice cream production increases, my drowning death also increases, because I can see a relationship? Can I say 4.8, let's say, as my ice cream production increases, more people are dying through drowning? I mean, we must assume that we are not putting anything else in the ice cream but simple ice cream only. So ice cream production and death, can you say that this is no? Right? But the data is saying so. You are all saying no. Logically, it should not be a. Why the hell there should be a relationship between ice cream production and death? But data is showing something. So if these kind of things are happening, right, then you must say these two are non-correlated parameter. Yes, am I right? But if even if there is something that is showing, then you say that there is no correlation. This just might be a coincidence. It can happen, or that's why you call random correlation or nonsense correlation. So there is a correlation, but there is absolutely no sense it is. So I can say there is a nonsense correlation, or just out of randomness it is there. So random correlation you can say. However, another thing is interesting to note here is you can see that maybe these two parameters.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IIT Powertak. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
Are related to something else. When people consume more ice cream, when there is a summer, when the temperature are high, when more drowning deaths are happen, when people are doing more swimming in, let's say, swimming pool or rivers or anywhere, right? Why more drowning that? Because just because more people are swimming, you will be getting, just as a sheer probability, if more people are, I mean, attempting to swim, obviously there will be more deaths, right? It's a simple relationship. So it's not that ice cream sales and drowning that are correlated to each other. Maybe there is a third parameter, that is temperature, or in this case time of the year or month. That is why both the things are correlated. So why I am putting this, I have seen people, just because two parameters, whatever data you are getting, just because you see two parameters are correlated, you will assume that there is a relationship. Here it is pretty clear, right? But at times it may not be clear to you. So what you do is take a pause, stop. If you identify relationship, take a pause, stop, and go and check it. Is this relationship making any sense? Go and talk to the subject matter expert. And if you have got a background, understand, and then you make a conclusion. Just because the stats is showing something does not mean that it is correct. Okay, you have to be very careful when you are making any judgment based on this, any, not just this, any kind of relationship. You have to be absolutely sure. So you have to first establish that, okay, logically establish that these two parameters might be correlated, and then you do. Am I making sense? So don't jump to conclusion. Again, I'm saying, whenever you do analysis, take a pause, stop for a moment, think. Is it making sense? Is there is a logical relationship between the parameters, and then go back, right? So here it is talking about ice cream sales versus downing death. We looked at. There is something called coefficient of correlation. Okay. So the coefficient of correlation, this is called Pearson correlation coefficient. Ignore the formula. I've just put it in case some of you are interested to look at what is the mathematical formula behind it. That is called Pearson core, and there is the Excel formula. So this employees and tenure, just forget about this. You just select, you write Corel, and then you select one, and then you select another, and then you put it, then you will give you a figure. Excel also will give you a figure. I mean, I don't have it right now, this data, but let's try to do it. Let's say between family 1 and family 2, just I mean, just for the sake of I mean, demo, I'm only saying simple data. So you write Correl, Corel, you click in Corel, then you select this data, put a comma, select array 2, sorry, you can direct, no, sorry, my mistake, is equal to Correl. I've made a mistake. Correl. Okay, I will drag array 1. I'll put a comma. I'll drag array 2, and I'll close the wrap, and then you'll get it. So it is showing a figure of 0.89. This is what we call the correlation coefficient. Got it? So this is simple. I mean, you just wanted to show you how it is done. Simple data. I mean, you can just drag it, and there are other formulas also where you can yeah, there are other formulas also where you can actually use sorry, not other tools also. So different tools will have got different formulas. You can just look at whichever formula you are using. You can look at this. The important thing is to interpret the value of R, that correlation coefficient which we took at 0.89. So its value can be never be more than never be less than -1 and more than +1. The direction, the sign will show you the direction. Negative signs means one goes up, other goes down. Positive signs means both either go up together or both either come down together. Their variation is in the same direction, going up or going down. If the value is negative, that means one is going up, the other one is going down. Now, if it is near to 1, so either +1 or -1, you see a very strong correlation, either a positive correlation or a negative correlation. If it is near 2, near 0, it cannot be near 2 because the value is between -1 to +1. So if it is near 0, that means there is no correlation. And you may choose a threshold, depend on variation. Somebody will ask, what if 0.5? So I don't know. You have to look at your industry, your data set, what is the standard. Every industry, they have some standard. Generally, we say if it is more than 0.6, then we'll say that there is a correlation, or more than 0.6 or less than -0.6. So there we say that generally a correlation. Less than 60%, we don't say that there is a correlation. But as I said, it might depends on your um, specific problem and specific industry. But thumb rule is 0.6. I'm just looking at others. No, as of now, except the correlation formula. So look, Swatlina, the correlation formula is simple. I mean, it is just a mathematical formula. You want to know why is it so, then it's a different matter. Okay, why it is so? So then you have to go a little deeper into mathematics, in the sense, ideally, I mean, whenever you are identifying a statistical parameter, then you are trying to see what would represent my data best, what would fit my purpose. So that's why it has been done. I mean, I can't tell you, it's a concept called covariance. So they are trying to know how much is the variance for each of the parameter together, so both in positive and negative direction. So the information is captured in covariance, and from the covariance it's come here. So again, I mean, so yes, so forget about the formula. If you, nobody is going to even ask you the formula, most of the calculation done in the software or in Excel or whatever. But if you want to know, this is how the formula is. So what is the value? Xi is the value of each data, x bar is your average of x, yi is value of each data, y dependent variable, y bar is the average, then summation sigma is the summation of xi minus x1 square into the summation of y minus y1 square. So I'm just checking. So who was, so Atlina, you have got a little bit of mathematical background. I mean, I hope at least till class 12th or higher secondary school you have mathematics. So in that case, you should be able to quickly got it. Otherwise, I mean, why this formula is a altogether different question. But explaining this formula is not difficult actually. As I said, xi is a value of each parameter, x bar is the value of the average of x, similarly y, and that's how you get it. Okay, clear? Okay, let's move. Now, from correlation, here's something we did, right? As I said, I told you that if we don't know what is the value at the temperature 21, then I mean, made a point, and I explain you that what you do is 21, you make a best fit line, and then you project, and then you look and at 21 degree what is. So this is how you predict, right? This I said. Now the question, I told you very simply that you find a best fit line. Now the question is how to get the best fit line. Okay. Whether this will be here, here, wherever, I don't know, right? So the regression will tell you how to get that best fit line, and that is what it talks about. So okay, okay, good. I think if there is no problem. So right. So you remember that I told you y is my dependent variable is dependent on x, right? And we took a very simple example, height and weight. Now the, for that there is just one, I mean x. So height is my y, age is my x, but there can be multiple things, right? So for example, my job performance, or let's say my marks in my exam, right? It is also dependent on what? My effort, my intelligence, my, let's say, experience, if I'm working in the same industry, right? There can be various factors. So this is how we represent. Let's say x1 my effort. So if I put my more effort, then my y will also increase, and that's why positive. B1 is a coefficient, because it's not that x1 the proportion. B1 determines the proportion of x1, the change of x1 with y. So it's not that if you increase your effort by 50%, your mark will also increase by 50%. Maybe there is some relationship. Maybe you increase your effort by 50%, your mark may increase only by 10% or 20%, something like that. So that's why this B1, B2 are called coefficient. You remember what is coefficient? It's not that whatever your increase happen in one parameter, equivalent increase cannot happen in y. There can be one proportion kind of thing, and that is dependent by the, I mean, matter by the B1. You remember, if y is equal to mx plus c, this c, yeah, I mean, those who, I mean, you don't need to know it, but I'm just saying, those who have got, I mean, remember your equation of a straight line. The b is the intercept. So this is what the b0 is the intercept, and b1, b2 r can be considered as the slope. Okay, right? So if you don't know that, I mean, leave that is not required here, right? I mean, not will interfere with your understanding if you don't understand what is slope or what is intercept. But just remember that, as I said, if your x increase, your y will not increase in the same proportion, and b1 is moderating that. And b0 is something, let's say, if you don't have any experience, if everything is zero, your experience is zero, your effort is also zero, or let's say your intelligence is also zero. I mean, something, intelligence cannot be zero, but let's assume that somebody's intelligence is zero, or in that case also, if somebody is attempting the exam, still the person will get some mark, right? I mean, they may get zero, but sometimes they may still may. So that is what you get zero. If everything is zero, all the variables are zero, then still you get some value. So if all x's are zero, then you get something in b, and that is what your b0, right? So this is what can be a equation of your independent variable. It can happen like this: y is b0, b1, b2, b3, and right, y is dependent, x1, x2, x3 are independent, b0 is intercept, right? b1, b2 are coefficient, right? And I mean, that is also called slope. This coefficient is not the correlation coefficient, right? Just remember that this is not just the, I mean, this is similar, but because we have got multiple things, it will be a little different. You can't find out b1 just by putting that formula correl, right? So that's what I'm talking about. And is the number of observation, that means number of data point. Clear? So this is what we are talking about. Now how to get the best fit line is what the regression is talking about. So best fit line is very simple. What you do is, you first randomly choose a line, you put anywhere, and you don't have to do it, the software will do it yourself. It will give you, if you put x and y, it will randomly give you a regression equation, right? So I'm not explaining that, I mean, I'm just explaining how the algorithm is doing, just to make you understand. You should understand how the algorithm is working, so that you know, I mean, it's not a black box for you. Okay. So you randomly put a line, and then you put the distance from every point. All these points are data points, your x's, right? x1, x2, x3. So you take the distance. So you project. So you take a perpendicular of each of the data points, right? In both the direction, correct? In both the direction, you take data from here, you project it here, from here you project it here, right? And then you add all the distance. So what would happen? So if the data is here, let's say if the data, let me put one data here. Sorry, my mistake. Pen. So let's say one data is here, and let's say another data is, and not data, sorry, one line is here. Now just think through, and there is one middle line here. So here if I put, what I will do, I'll project each of this distance, everything I'll project here to this line like this, correct? Here also I'll project each of the distance from here like this for each of the data, correct? And here there is this middle line, I'll also still project the data here, the distance here for middle line, in which case the distance will be minimum. If I add all the distance, which case, just think through, if this is my data, the distance will be always be more than the middle line. Are you clear about this? Ramya, I'll come to a real life example. I'll come to a real life example. In fact, we'll see that. But just I am saying conceptually, did you understand? Conceptually, did you understand? The middle line will have minimum distance. So that is my best fit line. That is my best fit line. So I'll just project the distance from each of this line. So here the distance will be more. Here also the distance will be more because the line is far away from most of the time. So what we are trying to find is, we are trying to find which line is nearest to all the points. That is my best fit line, and that is my regression line. That's how the algorithm calculate. Okay. So let let me give you an example, and what I will do is remind me next time, because right now I have to check where I am having the data set. From the data set itself we will do it, and I'll show you. Just as an example, please remind me next class that I have to show you a real data set and show you a regression equation. That I'll do. But what I am trying to do it here is, I'm just giving you one example. So here example, how we can do is, let's say I can take the same example. So what we can do is, y is, let's say, marks, okay, mark. So how the regression equation will look like? Mark is equal to, what will happen? Let's say 14, that is my b0, plus what it would say, effort, let's say I'm saying e, into, let's say, 2.3. I'm just giving you some example, or 2.3, okay, it will be difficult. 0.23 plus, let's say, 0.1 multiplied by intelligence, okay, plus, let's say, minus, or let's say plus 0.01. I'm just trying to write from my mouse, so that's why my handwriting is not that. I'll just try to explaining. 0.1 into, let's say, experience, number of years. So something like this you will get. This is what is called a regression equation. So this is generally in Excel you will not get a regression equation, but I'm not sure if you get it on Excel, but in most of the statistical software you will get a equation like this. So if you have got a data of, let's say, marks, effort, experience and intelligence, so if you put everything, you will get an equation like this, and this is what the regression equation would look like. Mark equal to 14 plus 0.23 into effort plus 0.1 into intelligence plus 0.001 into effort. Something like this you will get it. This is what I'm talking about, regression equation. So if you put it into the formula, it will show you like that. I'll show you one live example. Right now I don't want to waste time in terms of searching that data, but I have some data somewhere, so I'll take that data and I'll show it to you next class. Just remind me. It's not a difficult thing to do, just that I have to search sometimes. I don't remember where I have kept some data sets. So any data set, or in case you have got any data set, we can do it now, but in case not, we can do it in next class. So but conceptually, Ramya, have you understood what is a regression equation would look like? So what would happen that, yeah, you want to identify, I mean, real life example. I mean, if I take the same example, you will say that, okay, somebody who has studied, let's say 3 hours a day, having 10 years of experience and having a IQ score of, let's say 105. Let's say in that IQ score of 105 generally, I mean, so what would be his or her mark in the exam? This is how you are trying to predict. So you have a data of most of the individuals, like how much hour they have studied per day, what is their intelligence IQ score, and what is their, let's say, number of years of experience they have, right? Don't take it as an example. I mean, don't take it as a interpretation. I mean, I'm not saying that this is true. I'm just giving you an example. So let's say these three things you have. It might be possible that the less experience you have, you are scoring more. That is also possible, right? And experience in the sense I'm talking about, let's say I'm talking about a CBDA exam, not in your school exam kind of thing. I mean, so right, and that's why experience is a factor here. In a school exam, experience may not be a factor at all. So in this case, you want to see. In this case, you want to see how much marks somebody is getting, provided this is the value of effort, this is the value of intelligence, and this is the amount of experience. What would be your prediction? So you can predict it from the regression equation. So so that is what the that is what the parameter will give you, in the sense that is what the software will give you. That is what the software will give you. If you want to get it really from the, I mean, parameter, then you may have to plot it, and you may have to get it right now. I mean, from the best fit line and from the different parameters value, you will do it. In 2 parameters is easy. If you have got multiple parameters, it is done in a multi-dimension hyperspace, they call it. I mean, I should not get into that, because it's difficult to imagine. I mean, 2 dimension you can still imagine. I mean, 3 dimension you can still imagine. So X, Y, Z. But if you have got n number of dimension, then it's very difficult to imagine, right? Because how the projection are happening, you don't know. So then there are different techniques. You take 2 dimension, then you project into another dimension, then you take that dimension into another. You do that iterations. So let's not get into there. That would be very difficult. Even, I mean, unless again I'm saying you are doing some research in statistics, those are the things are not needed. All we need to know is how are we getting the value. The software will give you the equation, or software will give you the coefficient of x1, x2, x3, and they will give you the coefficient that the intercept, that is b0. You just put it. They will say you effort, the x1, sorry, so x1, x2, x3 will come from your data. b1, b2, b3 will come from your equation. So from effort, it will give you a value. The b1, b2, the equation or the software will give you the value. Straight line, it can take any value. And as I said, because it is 2 dimension, you are saying it like this. It can take any value. Sometimes it can take a curve. If the function is a square function, because it is a linear function, in x1, x2, x3, everything is similar. We don't see a square here, right? We are not seeing b1, x1 square. So if it is square, it can be curvilinear. It can be a 3-dimension space. It can be an n-dimension hyperspace, as I just told. So it's not always a straight line. I mean, it's not always a straight line. Straight line is easy to explain, and that's why I'm using you. Depend on the data, it can be anything. As I said, if it is more than 3 dimension, it's extremely difficult or almost impossible to visualize. So just to start, we are looking it for 2 dimension. Max you can still imagine on a 3 dimension. So let's say so marks, effort, and let's say intelligence. But if it becomes 4 dimension, how can I show you 4 dimension? I mean, our human minds cannot imagine anything more than 3 dimension, correct? Or max 4 dimension inside if you take time. So how things are evolving over time. Other than that, we can't visualize. Human cannot visualize. I mean, there are some people, they say, which are, I mean, extremely intelligent scientists and all that, Nobel laureates and all that. Nobel laureate is just a what you say, I mean, synonymous for extremely high people, intelligent people. Okay, let's come back to our discussion on regression. So this you understood. So let me go back. let me now come back to a logistic regression. So what we right now talked about is a linear regression or simple regression, we can call it. So why it is called regression, and what is the difference between logistic regression is that most of the time what happens that your value of y is not continuous, right? So now come I mean, think about the same which we discussed, I think, last week, about the type of data. If y is continuous, so for example, marks, for all practical purposes, we'll take marks as continuous data. Okay, it's not a, I mean, though you can say that it cannot be marks cannot be between 2 digit, but generally, I mean, we can still say that I can give you, right, 35.5 marks also. So marks is a I mean, can be considered as a continuous data. So marks dependent on many other things are, we call it, that's a regression problem. Now what happened, instead of mark, I convert it to pass and fail. So based on mark, let's say whether you are pass or whether you are fail, and I don't have marks as a parameter. I mean, I don't have your marks. If I have marks, I can easily know, but I only have your data of effort, your intelligence or your experience, and based on that, I will predict whether you are passing or failing. So in this case, I cannot get a direct value, right? I cannot get a equation. I cannot get a direct equation, because the equation will give me a value. The value I cannot confirm into pass or fail. So sometimes, I mean, you can do it, you can do it two stages. So from other parameters you can convert it to marks, and from marks to pass and fail, but sometimes it's not possible. For example, let's say a real life example, which customer will go out of your, I mean, product, which product customer will churn, which will not use your product or service. So you are a software company, you are you are selling your product, and some customers, every year there is a churn, so they will move to the competitor. So there can be hundreds of factors. There can be hundred of factors. For example, the factors can be your service, your product, your cost, your responsiveness, market conditions, what the competitor is giving, what is the competitor service, competitor price, everything. So there can be hundreds of factors. So here, based on the factor, I cannot directly predict whether the customer will remain or not remain through a value, because I don't know. So whatever the value, I don't know. So there has to be a way to convert that value into something, a binary. So whether the customer stays or customer goes. So how I will convert? So customer stays, let's say, is 1 and customer goes is 0. So I'll convert everything between 0 to 1. And how can I do? I can use a probability function. So you know, probability can never be less than 0 and more than 1. So if all the parameters I convert into a probability function, I say that based on all these things, what is the probability of the customer staying, or what is the probability of customer going, then I converted everything. I mean, the entire data into a value between 0 to 1. Now I'll say anything that is less than 0.5, I'll say they will go. Anything more than 0.5, I'll say that they will stay. So this is the logic behind logistic regression. Logistic use a function called logit, just like a probability function. It does not use probability as a function. They use something called logic. That is 1 minus 1 by e to the power t or something. I mean, there is a logit function, you can check. So that logit function they are using to convert the data into a function that is between 0 to 1, just like your probability. So probability can also be considered as a logit function. So similarly, the adversity confirmed. So forget about what is a logit function. You think that everything is getting converted to a value between 0 to 1 through a mathematical function. That function is called logit function, and that you put a threshold. Beyond the threshold and more above and below the threshold, you take a call. Getting my point? So when you do a logistic regression based on the parameter, if you put logistic regression in your formula, in your Excel or in your Python or in your R or any other software, it will give you a value. Based on that will be a value. So for example, customer churn, it will give you the churn percentage. The customer is 75%, highly likely the customer will go, or the churn percentage is only 0.10 or 0.10 or 10%. So customer is less likely to go. So this is how you convert a normal thing into logistic regression. So logistic regression, again, it is predicting, but it is predicting in a different way. Rather than just putting into a straight line, it is converting into a logic function. And from the S kind of curve, logic curve, it is predicting. This is all what we need to know. We don't need to know what is a logic function, how it converts, what is the inherent mathematical function, and all needed. So not needed. What you need to know is, first, it is getting converted. You put a threshold, and based on that, you do. Example can be anything. Whether the customer will fraud, customer will whether the loan will be a fraud or not. So as a bank, you are giving a loan to customer, whether the person will repay it or not, fraud or not fraud, or repay or non-repay. Logistic regression, because the y is discrete. Y is either yes or no, 0 or 1 type. Y is not continuous. That's why normal regression you cannot use. Getting my point? Clear? So if it is a continuous data, use normal regression. Y is a discontinuous data, discrete data, you use a logistic regression if you have to predict. Clear? Any question? Yeah, might be a little complex, but at least conceptually it should not be difficult to understand. You just need to understand conceptually. If you really need to do it, I mean, there are hundreds of courses available anywhere you go. I mean, it will help you to do it. I mean, in order to do how to do, you just need to write, I mean, 5 lines of code, or you in Excel, if you already have, I mean, you just need to do few lines. I mean, you just put it there and it will give it to you. Sometimes it's little complex in some of the languages, but yeah, I think in Excel probably you will not be able to do logistic regression, if I am mistaken. No, you can't do logistic regression in Excel. I'm sorry. You may have to use a software. You can't do. Logistic is something that is not available in Excel. Maybe they will add it in latest version and all, but you don't do it. You can't do it. But definitely any statistical software, Python, R, SAS, SPSS, Minitab, all those things, you can do it. Whatever you want. I mean, that is quite possible. So remember, clear? Okay, let's move to few other interesting concept on data. I think, and then we'll take it off next session. So there is something called supervising and unsupervising learning, and I am now venturing into the world of machine learning and the latest way what we are doing. In fact, regression and logistic regression are also machine learning techniques. It is also AI techniques. I mean, AI is nothing. I mean, once the inherent stats and maths are there, I mean, you can use any tool to put it. Oh, just 1 second. Have I started sharing my screen or not? Okay. Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. So sometimes I forget. So I'm just checking. Yeah. So there are two ways. There is something called learning happen, that is called supervised and unsupervised learning. Let me just explain very quickly. So what is supervised and what is unsupervised learning? There are different way things can be done. So have you studied it somewhere? I mean, in your course or anywhere? Anybody like to make an attempt? What is the difference between a supervised learning and unsupervised learning? Any other course I mean, I'm not sure what is the syllabus of this course, but in case you have taken any other course on data science, I'm sure you must have. Unsupervised is self-paced. Bhavana, no, we were talking a little differently. We're not talking only from though this terms learning is there, but not just in the context of a learning of an individual. It is talking about the learning of a algorithm, learning of a software it is talking about. So unsupervised, I mean, though the conceptually you are right, unsupervised means self-paced, you are doing it yourself. Supervised is somebody doing it, but we are looking at an algorithm. You designed an algorithm. You wrote a program. How the program would do it itself, learn itself. That is what we meant by supervised and unsupervised. Okay, let me give you an example. You will be clear. Okay, so there are a lot of type of algorithm. For example, you open Amazon, you see a list of recommendation. You open your Netflix, or I mean, what you call that one, Disney Hotstar or anything, Amazon Prime. you get some recommendation, right? Any software, some, or based on your news feed, you get some recommendation. Or for example, your email, there will be a spam folder right now. Some things are getting put in spam, some are in regular, some are in promotion, correct? So all these are recommending something, and there is the algorithm that is doing it. I'm sure no humans is putting those things into your bucket, correct? So these are algorithmic, right? So sometimes what happen, these algorithm, they learn themselves. So if you put a lot of data, they will try to classify. If you put them a lot of email, and then you tell them, okay, these particulars are spam and these are not spam, right? So base, it will go and read the mail, and it will look at all the characteristics of the email and try to figure out a pattern, right? Try to figure out a pattern, and then it will classify something as mail and classify something as, spam, and classify something as not spam. How it does, I'm taking. So for example, here, if you look at left hand side, everything is classified as fruits. So different types of fruits are written. In left hand, that is supervised. Everything is labeled. So you are saying that all these are fruits. The names are written. Everything is written. So these are supervised. So you are telling the algorithm what exactly it is, right? You are initially, while your algorithm you are creating, you can say that this is my spam. So you manually segregated, let's say 100 spam, and then you say this is what my spam. Okay, and then you learn from it. Based on that, it can learn some pattern, and later on, you it is able to do it by itself. So that is what supervised. When the data is labeled means you are telling the algorithm what exactly it is. So let's say something is small, medium, large size. Let's say you are telling, a algorithm will not know, but you are saying, okay, this is my small size, this is medium, this is large size, right? Then it will scan, and automatically the algorithm will know, and accordingly it will do. So this is what. So supervised is the data is labeled. Labeling means you are telling the data what exactly it is. In some cases, you don't tell it, and you ask it to find out by itself. So if you are doing the labeling and telling the algorithm what it is, then you say that it is a labeled data, supervised learning. If you are not doing it, not labeling, and asking the algorithm to find out itself, then it's a non-labeled data, or that's a non-supervised learning. So there are a lot of things. So you might have heard about neural networks and all that. It's all it is non-supervised. You don't tell it anything, you just feed the data, accordingly it does. Classification is also non-supervised. We'll see that. So clear, at least conceptually you understood what is a supervised learning, what is a non-supervised learning. When the algorithm learns from the labeled data and then performs some action, supervised. When that is, you are not giving any labeled data, you are just feeding it data and asking it to do it by itself, then it is a non-supervised learning. Clear? Okay, from supervised and non-supervised, any confusion? We'll see some example. Other than example, if you got any doubt, let me know. We'll see some example. But before that, let me take you through some concept, or some of the things called training, validation, test, and deployment. So we talked about customer churn. Okay, we talked about customer churn, and let's look at a telecom industry data. So this is what we are talking about, the telecom industry data. So you take customers this data: usage, balance, past behavior, social and group movement. Social group movement means, generally, if all your friends have, let's say, Airtel connection or Vodafone connection, and you are moving into all of, generally, you can see that people move in together. So all of the 5 friends will change, because they are talking to each other. They see some benefit in some operator, and they will change. So everybody from Airtel to Vodafone kind of thing, right? So this is what we are talking about. So group movement, number of days on the phone, how many days they are using their phone, number of days they are switching on, from which retailer, distributor they have used, purchased it, all network strength, how much network, competition, offer, and all these are data. You collected the data, right? And then what you did is, you collected the data, and then what you did is you then marked. So there is customer, all these parameters, there is data. And at the end, you collected the data, past historical data, that which are the customer who are they are staying now, or who are the customer who have gone. So churn or no churn, existing or old customer, gone customer, you marked it for 100 people. Is my example clear? 100 people data, I mean, you collected some data for past, all this data which you are talking about. At the end, you also added whether the customer is staying with you or moved to the, I mean, churn or moved to somewhere else, either to customer or stopped using. I mean, we don't know, but not in your network or not using your products. So you got that. Now you marked it. So you choose 100 who are there. And I mean, let's say they are there. You mark that these are the customers who have stayed. These are the customers who have gone. So you marked it, and that thing you add into your data in your equation, right? In your logistic regression equation, whatever you created, you marked it. So based on that, you say that this is my customer. So right, this is my existing customer, this is my gone customer, and these are the data, right? This is called training data, right? Training data, because this is the data on which the model will be first built, model will get trained. Now, what is the validation data? Generally, what happens that from the training data, you segregate something. So you have got 100 data, you 20, 30 data, you take out, right? You for segregating, right? So what you do, once you build a logistic regression, it will predict whether the customer is there or will stay or not, probability, which I talked about just now, right? You validate it. Validate means testing, but the data is from the initial set of data which you had segregated, right? It's just like test for initial testing purpose, you just took it away, right? You just took it away, and it is the past data only, right? And you are testing, I mean, you're testing within the data set. You have taken some data just to validate, right? And based on that, you can keep on tweaking, you can change some parameters, though the algorithm will I mean, you can add some more parameters, you may, I mean, all these things happens in iteration. You see that some parameters are not useful, you will remove, and all those things will keep on happening, and you'll see how much improvement is happening based on the validation, right? Got my point? Training data, level data, based on which the build model is getting built. Validation, from the data you took some data to validate your model, how good or bad it is. Now finally the model is ready after multiple iteration. You test it. How you test it? You test it against live data, the latest data which is coming. This is not now historical data. You have got a equation, the regression equation, which is predicting you what is the probability of the customer that they will stay or churn, that you took for current month. And after some time you looked at whether the model is predicting it correctly or not, or what is the percentage the rightly predicted, correct? So that is what you do it by test. Clear? The difference between training, validation, and test is clear. And finally you deploy the model. Okay, I deploy means you just put it into execution. Again, just repeating quickly, training means the data you collected, you marked it, this is what they will mark, labeled it here in this example, whether they will stay or move. Then from the data you took some I mean few data away, and while you are doing it, you are testing it with the validated data, and you are tweaking and modifying your model. Finally, once the model is ready, you test it against the real life data, right? Current data you test it, or even if historical, the test data you remember cannot be from the training data set. Whatever training data set, that training and validation data set and test data set are completely different. Based on training you did it, and then you test it against real data, or even if it is historical, just ensure that the data are different, and finally you deploy it. Any question here? Difference between training, test, and validation are clear. How the difference between what, I mean, the unsupervised learning we are talking about. Here what we will do is you will input in unsupervised and supervised. The difference is in supervised you are telling it, so you are creating an algorithm, and then output is model, training data, and then it is showing a output. So this is apple, this is banana, and this is mango. Here what would happen is, based on, you just put the data into the algorithm, and it will divide into different clusters. Cluster, you understand? Clumps. Right? So similar thing together. So here all the berries kind of thing, cluster one, it will look at the data, and it will I mean, the based on its characteristic, it is taking. So large fruit, very small fruit, berries, melons, and normal fruit. So this is what is unsupervised learning, and we'll see some examples. Don't worry on that. So another machine learning method, which patterns are inferred from unleveled data. So you have not given it anything. I mean, you have not given any level data. You have not told what exactly it is. But the algorithm is able to identify pattern of its own, and then it is able to segregate. So this is what the pattern data, right? So this is what it is talking about when you show pattern recognition, right? So generally, your segmentation and recommendation system, which we talked about, your Netflix and Amazon, all these things mostly work on unsupervised. So they will try to see what kind of individual you are, and they will try to segregate you and put you into a bucket. And this kind of, I mean, clusters can be thousands also. And
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IITM Powertak. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
there are a lot of sophisticated algorithm. I'm just giving you a very basics, and I mean basic of basic example. Okay, I mean, you don't tell me that they are just doing it clustering. I mean, their recommendation system is obviously a proprietary software, and with maybe hundreds of patents and all those things. But I'm just giving a very basic thing. So they will put you into a one particular segment, and maybe they will say what kind of things that you are interested, and then accordingly they will. So what is a decision tree? Decision tree is also a type of unsupervised learning. So I mean, basically it can also be supervised if you are putting it level data, but generally once you put the data, you ask it to do something of its own. So there is some queries, and you want to, again, the same fruit example I'm giving. So you put the fruit as an input. So what it will do, so what is the decision tree? They will check it. This is what the algorithm is doing. So first it is checking first parameter, right? It's a layer of investigation, green, yellow, or red. Let's say it is green. Then subsequently it is asking what is the size, big, medium, or small. And then if it is big and green, then it is a watermelon. Medium, green, green apple. Small, green, grape. Similarly all. Yellow, then shape, round, thin, and then again size. So it can have multiple level here, color, shape, and size, right? Accordingly, grapefruit or lemon or all that. You got my point? How the decision tree works? It works in a layer of different information, and finally it takes a decision. Clear? So to have a decision tree, I mean, clear understanding, I would like you to attempt this exercise. Let's take 2-3 minutes to understand how are you going to attempt. I'm giving you this exercise in 5 minutes, or let's say 2 minutes to 3 minutes. Should not be, if you understood, it should be very clear to you. I mean, how to get this, I mean, correct. Okay, I mean, how to answer this question. So I request you to attempt this quickly. There are 3 situations, right? You have been asked to analyze following. You are deciding on strategies to beat competition. 3 choices. Expand to more region. Geographically, you are expanding. Probability of success is 40. Successful implementation, profit is 25%. Loss, in case of loss, estimated loss is 8,000. Launch new product, probability of success is 0.4. Estimated profit is 18,000. And estimated loss is 6,000. Do nothing, probability of success is 0.4, estimated profit is 10,000, okay, and estimated loss is 4,000. Correct? What is the recommendation? There are 3 choices you got. There is a probability and there is a, okay, Swatrina, that's fine, but this word seems I'm not comfortable. Seems means what? You have to give me some logic. You say that it seems that success is more. I would say it does not seems to me. How are you quantifying it. Think something the way you can quantify. I am not saying 2 may not be the right answer. Maybe the right answer, but I don't know. But you just can't say that it seems. Okay, let's look at the answer. Okay, so I was expecting some good answers, but I think you have not even responded apart from Swetlina. Okay, so this is where you introduce something called you. Okay, I'll give you 1 more minute. Kanaya, the probability of success is more, I know, but the profit is also less in 2, right? In 1, the probability is less, but the value of the profit is more. So even if it is a less probability, I mean, if I more, correct? So how to do it? Ramya, you can't say 1, 2, 3. You have to give me the logic, as I said. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know. Because success is higher than. No, so success is higher, the same logic will come good. Na? Success is higher, but percentage of, I mean, the value is higher, but the percentage of probability is lower, only 0.4%. I know. Okay, that is okay. Okay, but then how you know that? Okay, let's try it out. I mean, I know some of you might not be knowing this is there is something called expectation. In this such cases, you put what is your expected profit or your expected loss. So profit and loss, you just multiply the probability with the expected benefits. Simple. So if I go here, so you for each choices you make this kind of decision tree. So this is a kind of decision tree. Company A expand into more region, launch new product, do nothing. 3 things. Okay. Now what you do? Success is 40, failure is 60. Success is 40, failure is 50, success is 40, failure is 40. Now what you do, you put what is the profit and what is loss. What is the profit? Expected profit 25,000. What is the success probability? 40%. You just multiply 25 and 40, 5,200. Your expected profit from this venture is 5,200. What is the second one? Success is 50, failure is 50. Profit is 18,000. Multiply 18, 5, 90,000. Plus loss is minus. Okay, you have to subtract the profit from the loss. So what is loss? 6,000. 15 to 50, 33%. So what is that? 9,000 minus 3,000 is 6,000. Similarly, profit is 4,000 and loss is 2,400. So 4,000 minus 2,000 is 1,600. So in first cases, it's 5,200, 6,000. And so the choice number 2. I think some of you got it intuitively just by looking at the data. It's fine because there are just 3 choices and number of parameters are also less. You are able to do it. Let's say I put few more things like cost of implementation, time of implementation and other things, time for value to generated and all those things. So it becomes but this formula will always holds good. You put probability and you put all the benefit you will get, subtract the cost or loss, and then you get finally value. So got my point. This is something like a decision tree. For each you are having multiple things, then you are calculating and finally you are getting it. Clear? This is called mathematical expectation. So this is called this is simple probability. This is called expectation. So either is called expectations. I'm just writing it, or they call mathematical or probability expectation. So random forest, you don't need to know what exactly it is, but I mean, you don't need to do it, but just remember what is this. So what happens that here earlier we did it from one tree. So this is one decision tree. In random forest, we will do for the same things, you will do it for multiple trees. So one prediction will happen based on multiple parameters with multiple trees, and whichever is having the highest number of value. I mean, for let's say you put multiple things into same thing. So you put a mango, let's say, and one algorithm, one tree will call it a mango, other one will call it orange, other one will call it a mango, the fourth one call it a melon, because the algorithms are not always correct, and based on the parameter the output will vary. But ultimately you'll say what is the maximum number of trees are saying, different algorithms. So most of the trees, whatever the maximum number of trees are saying, that will be the value of it, right? So if most of the algorithm are saying it's a mango, then it will be a mango. So that's what how you do it. So voting and averaging. So that's what the logic is. Clear? We will quickly understand about something about called clustering. And as I said, clustering. So you remember the data which we are doing it into, let's say this fruit segregation. This is also clustering, because all the mangoes or berries kind of fruit it is putting in one place, all melons it is putting in one place, and other fruits, orange mangoes and all that, they are putting into another. So this is what it is, clustering, that is clumping or putting into one particular place. So this is called clustering. Clustering analysis is a task of grouping a set of objects in such a way that objects in the same group or cluster are more similar to each other than in other groups. Clear? So all the parameters here are similar, here are similar, and here are similar. Where it is used, exploratory. Sometimes you just want to see how it is looking like, right? Pattern recognition. You want to know what is the pattern of the data. In biology also you do, species. So you identify a new kind of species, where it belongs to, right? In biological, which is nearest to that you say in gene expression. In other also there are, you find a galaxy. So you find a star, which galaxy it belongs to, how you get it is you get a bunch of pictures, you take a lot of pictures and where it looks like, right? So GIS tagging and all that, city planning and all that, you all use, correct? So that's for the some of the use cases. Okay, there are different types of clusters. So centroid based cluster, I'll explain it to you very shortly. Then we have got density based cluster. So just know that sometimes this classification of galaxy and all things are also done density based cluster. And hierarchical cluster means classification in a way. So animal or vertebrate and invertebrate. Vertebrate means backbone. Those who have backbones, those who don't have. Then in vertebrate you have got mammals, reptiles, amphibian, and fish. In vertebrate you have got insect and other things. I don't understand. I've just taken it from other way. So just try to understand, even if you don't know. But whatever it is, this kind of classification is called hierarchical clustering. Right now, just want to explain what is the clustering techniques that is called k-means clustering. This is by far the most important clustering techniques. Again, k-means clustering, that is there in CBDA, but you will not be asked any technical question here, but maybe conceptual question, simple question may be asked, right? So in k-means clustering, it's k means simple. How many clusters are there in this? In this figure, how many clusters are there? Look at this. This is one cluster, different color, different shape. This is one. This is one. So 4 different clusters. That means k is floor. K means clustering. Why it is called k? K is coming from cluster only. So it's not the English name. Cluster. They probably taken it from other language. So that is where it is coming. So number of cluster is 4, right? It is a centroid based cluster. What is the centroid means? Centroid means a imaginary or a real location. It can be imaginary or a real location representing the center of a cluster. So this is one cluster. What is the center? Okay, either it can be real. Real means you already have a data point exactly on that. So in that case, it's real, or it is imaginary because there is no data point. So that is a imaginary. So centroid is the center point of that cluster. Clear? K, how you identify that it should be 4? So the problem with K means here is you have to identify how many cluster you know. Generally what happens, it is done in a way that either you have got a prior understanding of from the, let's say, from the domain knowledge. So for example, you are classifying, you are showing the computer images of male and females, and you are asking them to classify. So in that case, very clear, or let's say, let's include third gender also. So maybe male, female, and the third gender, because the world is getting more sensitive to the third gender. So we should not exclude them. So let's say there are 3 genders. So right. So male, females, and others. Let's put transgender or something, right? So the in this case we know that there are three genders. So my K, the what I will feed to the system, that I need 3 clusters. So here I know. Similarly, from your experience of the industry domain, you can always identify what is the number of cluster that you need. It's a important thing to know that you are defining what is number of cluster. The algorithm may also do it by itself, but that's not a optimized way to do it, right? Okay. Then what has happened? The algorithm randomly decide k centroids. So we have got 4 clusters we have to make. Then right now these clusters are not there. The data is random, right? The data is currently totally random. So what it will do is randomly it will assign 4 different data points. So just think, all different data points can be from here also. It can be from all here or from anywhere. Now what it will do is it will calculate the distances, and all those points are which are nearest. So 4, that means 4 points it will select, and the nearest distance it will calculate, right? And then it will try to clump together. Then what would happen if more things are getting together? Then it will start adding more points. So let's say the first, all 4 centers are here, right? Then you got a data point here, right? So this data point will get, let's say, cluster to here because this is the nearest, right? Then the average distance from this new point and this point, that will become your new centroid, right? New center point. Similarly, it will keep on expanding, and finally you will get optimized solution, the highest. Okay, let me show you some simulations. I mean, that's not very intuitively clear. So let me show you, then it will be a little clear, but yeah, I mean, sometimes it's also difficult for you to visualize. So let me just try to see if I can do you. So okay, so here this is one website. I'll show you the link. Visualize came in how to pick up. So I'll say I will choose how many center and just choose uniform points here. Okay, look, this is all the data point, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to put 3 centers. One, if I put 1 centroid, then I don't have any classification. Can you see the simulation here, right? If it is 1 centroid, 1 point, then there is only 1 group. So everything will be in the red group. So let me just put another point. Now you see, this is my centroid and this is my centroid. So it is dividing the data in 2. Why? Because half of the data is here, half of the data is here. Now, if I put more centroid, then some of the data you will see will be classified here. So here I put a centroid, right? So all the data nearer to this got pulled into this, and that's why the region it is moving it. If you put 4 number of centroid, let's say here, so what is happening? All the data point nearer to that will again be classified, let's say here. Okay. So now we have got 4 points. Here it is yellow on yellow, so it is not showing it properly. So look at, there are 4 centroids. So right now, how the algorithm is done, it is based on calculation of the distance it is showing, getting in. The more centroid you will put, the more it will do it. So this is we did manually, and then let's say we put it the circulation. So this is how it is doing it, correct? So this is how. Okay. Now let's do one more thing. Let's do we will put it randomly. Further point is another way to doing, but we are not doing it for randomly. So we are putting, I mean, right. So from here, let's go to uniform points. Again, we can do it. Add centroid. Okay. Here also same thing. Add centroid. One more. Then let's say 3 centroids we made it. That's how it is calculating. Maybe 4 centroid. Like this is doing. Now let's do it, right? If we keep on updating centroid, what is happening is based on the data, what is it doing is it's changing the centroid. How it is changing? all the points which are nearer to it, it is pulling into its own cluster, and then what it is doing, it's adjusting, because the new point will come, the distance will also change, right? And accordingly the center will also change, correct? So I am just reassigning manually. So I'm reassigning. So you'll see it keeps on changing, right? And the new points, they are trying to pull it, and I'm just updating just for a calculation. Automatically in the system, it can do it for you. So here you look at this point, which was not there earlier, it is now pulled into it. So even if it is not clear to you fully, I would request you to go and play with it, look at the theory, and play with this simulation. I'm just putting it here, the visualization here, and then just try to understand how it is doing it. Should be clear. Beyond that, you don't need to understand anything on clustering. So k-means clustering, nobody is going to ask you to draw a k-means clustering, at least from a CBDA point of view. Or if you are doing clustering regularly, then you can go deeper into it. But right now, from the purpose of this course, I think this is more than sufficient what we have discussed. Still, I'm pausing here for any questions. You just need to know what is k-means in k-means clustering, number of clusters, centroid. What is the logic? Distance between any point and the centroid, and wherever the distance is minimum. So what is happening here is, let's say this point, okay? In this point, the distance from this point to this centroid is minimum, because this is nearer. The other one is here. So it's a little far. This point is far. This point is furthest. So what it is doing, this is putting it into this cluster. That's the logic. Clear? Are you clear about this? Thank you. Sometimes it will happen. I mean, in the classroom, you will feel that you have understood. Once you go back and start reading, you will feel that you have not understood. So it's perfectly all right. What you want to do is, again, there are few good YouTube website which I'll upload today in the material, additional learning material and all that. One more presentation I'll upload in the presentation. You'll find it. So what would happen, that there will be a lot of YouTube channels who gives a very good way or simple way of explaining. So I'll upload that. But you need to understand, because you as a business analyst will be presenting a lot of insights and value. And you say that we did a clustering analysis and this is what it is coming. So you may not even say that. You say that we have segmented our customer into 5 segments, let's say customer segmentation, and you are presenting, and somebody will ask how you have segmented. Then you say that we have done a clustering techniques. So somebody would say that why you have done a k-means clustering and why not a hierarchical clustering. I'm putting a hypothetical question, but if somebody will ask you, you need to answer that. Yeah, your data scientist can also answer, but then the point is, if you are presenting something, if you are giving your insights, then you should at least know the basics. And if you look at, I'm not going into any detail of these techniques. I'm only talking from a business analyst point of view. I'm not pitching it from a data scientist point of view. So data scientist or a machine learning engineer, they will know a lot more detail. So I'm not doing it. How to choose the centroid, how are you doing it, how to write the algorithm, how to interpret the different values, a lot of other values will come, how it will look like in practical. I'm not saying all these things because that is not needed for you, but at least you need to answer the basic question. So first, from that point of view, even if you are getting a job, doing a job, that is important. These are some of the questions you may expect from a data analyst also. Otherwise, they will hire a business analyst. Why they will hire a data analyst if you don't know the basics about data? Now, you try to understand what I'm saying, right? So they will say that we don't need a data analyst. We need a data scientist, and a business analyst will do very generic. If you are a data analyst, then at least you should know the basics. Otherwise, there is no point in getting into a data analyst job. I'm not saying that sometimes business analysts don't do, and even if you're a business analyst, sometimes it is done. And especially you're in a consulting environment, what would happen if somebody from your client side, they know a bit of statistics, just to intimidate you also, they will ask. And if you don't know, then they will raise a flag that this resource is not capable of answering the basic question in analytics about the tools which she or he has themselves used. Done. Period. Your appraisal gone for that year. right? So no, and also, as I said, it will help you to get the job, it will help you to do your job properly. So even if you are not doing it by your own hand, doing the analysis, but at least you should know what is exactly it is, where it can be used. As I said, customer segmentation, it can be used, right? So all those things can be done. Okay, I'll very quickly take you through something called time series analysis. Again, I'm not going into too much detail into it, but just a very basic view of it. I have added this because there are some question in CBDA exam that came. I mean, I remember I got that question myself. I mean, it was sometimes back, so I don't know whether it is still there or not. But good to know. So what it is time series data, and what is the difference between a time series and a regression? So time series is also one prediction techniques, but the only difference between this, prediction data and regression is it is only variable against which it is predicting is time. So whatever variable you have, the revenue, sales, or let's say whatever it is, and employee attrition, all that, you will plot it against time. Finished. So in a time series, how it is changing, how it is likely to happen in future. So in a period of time, what has been the trend and how it is, why it is important. Let's say, for example, every year in festive season, you will see that sales of consumer electronics increase, right? So if you are predicting for future, maybe predicting for future in terms of how is the likelihood of sales in a festive season, or how is the likelihood of winter clothes sale in a winter season. That is a lot more different than analysis. I mean, your regression, because in the regression, what would happen? You will take all the data, and in that there would be there might be a situation where other data are actually overpowering the data. Here, what data is most important? Your seasonal data, your trend data is more important. Correct? You are getting my point. All data are not equally weighted. Your time data, your seasonal data is very important, and that's why it is. It is that's why time series is more. Very important. Clear? So this is what stock market data is also a time series. Though it might find it very difficult, but because there is no pattern. Because similarly to what I say, sales data in different period of time is a very smooth pattern is there, so you can clearly identify and understand. Predict the data if it is following a pattern, right? So how you do it? You can do is, this is what, let's say, annual sales data. So this is the sales data, right? So what you can do is you can simply look at, and how you can predict. So you can simply look at the average. So from December, let's say you are predicting the next January. So you can take average of the year and say the next January will be average of the year. Not accurate. Moving average means you can take the last 3 months data. So if you are predicting for January, then you will take 3 months, October, November, December. That is not also sometimes inaccurate. Naive means you just take previous month's data. So January, you want to predict for the next year. So you take the naive, that is last month, so December. And then seasonal naive means you take the data of last season. So January next year, you just said January last year, that is 34. So this is some of the ways that can be done in a time series forecasting. But again, this is not fully accurate. So what you do is you also look for 4 things in a time series. You look at seasonal, trend. So this is what is called trend, horizontal trend, whether it is stable, whether it is upward and downward, and accordingly you will look at the data and predict. Accordingly, you look at season. So whether it is summer, winter, color, festival, and all that. That is what it is there. Why it is required? Based on the value you can want your inventories decision, staffing decision. Inventory means if more people are likely to buy, you will produce more and keep more. Staffing means you keep more people to serve those customers, and both. That's why it is important, right? Then there is some cyclical pattern. So after every 4 years, they say that business go through a cycle. So high peak, and then sometimes it will come. Economy also, there is a 10-year cycle, right? There is a recession, then there is normal, then there is a extreme. Then I mean, there is a inflation kind of thing, or there will be a good time of economy, and then again it will come down. So some cyclical pattern also you can see, right? In business cycle they call it. So stock market also generally we have seen some sort of cyclical behavior. So this is also something you must take into account. So trend I talked about, seasonality, cyclicity, and even after doing everything, right, you can still find some error. So what are the things you can do? You can take a weighted average. Weighted average means you give more weightage to the very recent data. So if you are predicting from January, you give December data more weightage than November, than October. Similarly, with that you can also add different components. So weighted average, but in that you can also add seasonal pattern, right? You can note general trends, and then there will be error. And finally, these are the 4 components, and then all these components can be calculated through your software. So there are other techniques and auto correlation and all that. There are different plots, you don't need to know it. So if you are doing a time series, your software will do it. What it will do is, from a time series, it will break it into seasonal trends and some errors, and then it will remove seasonal, remove trends, and remove error, and just try to predict for the next time series, and then it will add all these things, right, and then give you a recommendation.
So our first question is, how would you retrieve unique values from a column using SQL? Okay, so to get unique values from a column in SQL, we would use distinct keyword. For example, as you can see here, the query, select distinct column name from table name. So in this SQL query, the distinct keyword is used in a select statement to retrieve unique values from a specific column. And when it applied to a column, it filters out duplicate values and presenting only distinct values in the result set. So the query select distinct column name from table name retrieves and displays unique values from the specified column in the given table. Now moving on to next question, which says, what is the difference between inner join and outer join in SQL? An inner join in SQL basically retrieves matching rows from both tables based on a specific condition, and it only includes the rows that have matching values in both the tables. On the other hand, an outer join in SQL retrieves matching and unmatched rows from one or both tables, and it includes all the rows from one table and the matching rows from the other table. And if there is a no match, null values are displayed for columns from the table with no matching row. Now coming to the third question, which says, can you describe the process of group by and having clauses in SQL? So talking about the purpose of the group by clause, it is basically used to group rows based on the values in one or more columns, and it is typically used with aggregate functions like count, sum, average, and etc. On the other hand, the purpose of having clause is it is used to filter the results of a group by clause based on a specified condition, and it is generally applied after the group by clause and before the order by clause. Now let us see our fourth question. So what are SQL views and how are they used? So a view in SQL is basically a virtual table based on the result of a select query, and it does not store the data itself but provides a way to represent the result of a query as if it was a table. And views in SQL are basically used for query simplification, security, aggregate data, or if there are complex joins involved, where a view can encapsulate the complexity, making it easier to users to work with. Now, coming to the fifth question, how do you handle null values in SQL? In SQL, null value represents the absence of a value in a column. So to handle null values, we should check if a column has a null value. We can use the is null or is not null condition in a where clause, or we can use functions like callis, if null, is null, or the null if function. Now let us see our next question. What is window function in SQL? So a window function in SQL basically performs calculations across a set of table rows that are related to the current row, and it allows for more complex queries and provides additional analytical capabilities such as ranking, partitioning, and cumulative aggregations. And this window function helps us enhance data analysis and reporting in SQL queries also. Now, let us move to our next type of questions where we will see questions based on data analytics. So our first question here is, what is the role of KPI or key performance indicator in business analysis and how do you determine it? So key performance indicators or KPIs are like the sign points that help us track how well a business is doing. And they are important because they show us if we are moving in the right direction or if there is a room for improvement. And to determine KPIs, we usually start by understanding the business goals. Then figure out what specific measurements will tell us if we are meeting those goals. Now moving on to our second question. The question is, describe the process of data cleansing and its significance in BI or business intelligence. So talking about the process of data cleaning, it involves identifying and fixing errors or inconsistencies in the data. And this includes dealing with missing values, correcting typos, standardizing formats, and removing duplicates. And in business analytics, where we heavily rely on data to analyze trends and make predictions, having accurate and clean data is key to getting the right answers. Moving on to our third question, which says, explain the concept of data granularity and its role in analysis. So data granularity is like the level of detail or the size of the puzzle pieces when you are working with the data, and it refers to how finely or closely data is defined or represented. And talking about the role of data granularity in analysis is crucial because it chooses the right level of detail depends on what you are trying to find out. And if you need a big picture overview, coarse granularity might be enough. But if you want to spot small trends or understand a specific patterns, you will need fine granularity. Now moving on to our fourth question, discuss the benefits and challenges of real-time data visualization. So if we talk about the benefits, immediate insights like this allows for quick decision making based on most current information, and proactive problem solving like real-time visualization enables early detection of any issue if it is there. And if we talk about the challenges, data quality and accuracy. So maintaining data quality in real time can be a very challenging one. And second one is infrastructure and cost. So implementing real-time data systems requires a robust infrastructure and it can be costly to set up and maintain. Now let's see our fifth question. How do you identify and address data quality issues in a BI project or a business intelligence project? So coming to the identifying part, data profiling basically examines the data to understand its structure, patterns and anomalies. And data validation, if we're talking about the identifying part, data profiling basically examines the data to understand its structure, patterns and anomalies. Data validation implement checks to ensure that data conforms to predefined rules. It also includes validating formats, ranges and relationships between different data elements. If we talk about the identify data quality issues, data profiling examines the data to understand its structure, patterns and anomalies. And data validation implement checks to ensure that data conforms to predefined rules. It also includes validating formats, ranges and relationships between different data elements. And if we talk about addressing those data quality issues, standardizing is the one where it includes consistent data formats, units of measurement and naming conventions. Second is data cleansing. So by using the data cleansing technique, we basically correct errors, fill in the missing values and remove the duplicate values. Now moving on to our sixth question, discuss the role of a decision tree in predictive analysis. Okay, so a decision tree is basically a predictive model tool that visually represents decisions and their possible outcomes. Discuss the role of a decision tree in predictive analysis. So a decision tree is basically a predictive modeling tool that visually represents decisions and their possible outcomes. And it recursively splits data based on features to create a tree-like structure. And it is generally used for classification and regression tasks, helping to analyze complex decision scenarios and predict outcome based on the input variables. Now moving to our seventh question, explain the concept of data profiling and its importance in BI project. So data profiling is like the investigation and understanding the characteristics of data to ensure its quality, accuracy and relevance. And in the context of business intelligence projects, it's vital for discovering patterns, assessing data quality, identifying anomalies, and ensuring accurate insights and ultimate supporting informed decision making and ensuring accurate insight ultimately supporting informed decision making. Now let us see our next type of questions, that is data warehousing. So our first question is, explain the concept of data warehousing and its relevance to business analytics. So data warehousing is basically the process of collecting, organizing and storing large amounts of data and storing large amounts of structured data from multiple sources to support business decision making. And in business analytics, it provides a unified and historical view of data, enabling efficient analysis, reporting, and decision making across the organizations. Now moving to our second question, how do you ensure the security and integrity of data in a business intelligence system? So to ensuring the security and integrity of data in a business intelligence system is essential to maintain trust in the accuracy and confidentiality of information. We implement role-based access controls, encryption, and secure authentication, regularly audit and monitoring access. And for integrity, we use data validation rules which enforce referential integrity and conduct regular data quality checks. Now moving on to our third question, what are the key components of a business intelligence architecture and how do they interact? So talking about the components, as you can see in this figure also, we include data sources, ETL processes, data warehouse, business intelligence server, and a user interface. So data flows from data sources through ETL process to a warehouse, and business intelligence server processes queries, generating insights, and then present it to the user interface for the analysis. Now moving on to our fourth question, describe the process of extracting, transforming, and loading ETL data for business intelligence. In extraction process, we basically retrieves and verifies data from various sources. And in transformation, we basically process and organize the extracted data. And coming to the loading part, here we move the transformed data to a data repository. And in loading, we basically move the transformed data to a data repository. Now let's move to our fifth question. How would you approach data quality validation before implementing a business intelligence solution? So ensuring data quality is crucial before implementing any business intelligence solutions to guarantee the accuracy and reliability of insights derived from the data. So to do that, we perform data profiling to assess completeness, accuracy, consistency, and timeliness. And for that, we implement validation rules, address anomalies through cleansing, and establish data governance practices for regular monitoring and refine for our sustained quality. Now let's move to our sixth question. How do you handle slowly changing dimensions or SCD in data warehouse for historical reporting? So there are basically three types to handle the slowly changing dimensions. Type 1 is overwrite. So in this approach, the existing dimension record is simply overwritten with the new values and update the existing record with new values without preserving the historical versions. And talking about type 2, add new row. Here, when a change occurs, a new row is added to the dimension table with the updated values, and the existing record is usually marked as inactive or expired. Now talking about the type 3, add columns. In this approach, some attributes have multiple columns to track changes, and with each column representing a different version of the attribute. Now let us see our next type of questions, that is BI tools. Here we will look into the questions that were based on Power BI and Tableau. So our first question is, describe the steps to create a calculated column in Power BI. So here are the following steps to create a calculated column in a Power BI. So our first step is to open Power BI desktop and open the data view. Then we should select the table for which we want to create the calculated column. And in third step, we will click on modeling in the ribbon, and in fourth step, we have to choose new column and then enter a formula using DAX or data analysis expressions language. And at last, press enter to create the calculated column. And that's how you create a calculated column in Power BI. Now moving on to our second question, what is the difference between a Power BI report and a Power BI dashboard? So here we will look into the difference. So here, as you can see this table, Power BI report basically focuses on data analysis and exploration, whereas Power BI dashboard focuses on aggregated view of the key matrices. Talking about design complexities, Power BI report may involve complex data modeling, and Power BI dashboard, on the other side, Power BI dashboard makes simpler design and prioritizes accessibility. Talking about sharing and collaboration, Power BI report primarily focus for detailed analysis sharing, whereas Power BI dashboard makes effective for sharing high-level insight. And if we talk about the integration, Power BI report emphasizes data relationships and modeling. On the other side, Power BI dashboards integrates visuals from multiple reports. So that is the basic difference between Power BI report and a dashboard. Now let us see our third question. Explain the concept of self-service BI or self-service business intelligence and how does it benefit organizations. So talking about self-service business intelligence, it basically refers to the empowerment of business users to create, access and analyze data without extensive involvement from IT or data experts. And talking about the benefits, it includes faster insights, reduced dependency on IT, improved agility, and increased user engagement, enabling individuals across the organizations to make data-driven decisions. Now let us look on to our fourth question. How do you handle large data sets in Power BI for optimal performance? So here are some ways to handle large data sets in Power BI for optimal performance. We can use Power Query Editor to filter and shape data before loading. Second, we can optimize data model by removing unnecessary columns and creating relationships between them. We can implement data compression techniques. Third, we can implement data compression techniques. Fourth, we should consider data summarization using aggregates. And fifth is, we can utilize performance monitoring tools for optimization. Now let's move to our fifth question. What are the advantages of using Tableau Prep for data preparation? So here are some of the advantages of using Tableau Prep for data preparation. The first advantage is user-friendly interface for intuitive data cleaning and data shaping. Second advantage is visual and interactive data profiling. Third advantage is it automates repetitive tasks with smart features. And coming to fourth advantage, it enhances data quality and accelerates the preparation process. Now let's move on to our sixth question. Discuss the role of star schema in optimizing query performance for BI reporting. So here are the role of star schema in optimizing query performance for business intelligence. First one is centralized fact table surrounded by dimension table. Second one is it reduces data redundancy. Second one is it reduces data redundancy and improves data integrity. Third one is it enables efficiency query. Third one is it enables efficient query performance due to simplified join. And fourth one is optimized aggregations and it enhances report retrieval speed. Talking about the fifth one, it facilitates easy navigation and enhances overall BI reporting efficiency. Now let's see our seventh question. Explain the concept of data blending in Tableau and when it is necessary. Data blending in Tableau is basically a technique that is used to combine data from multiple data sources or tables within a single Tableau workspace. And it is necessary when we are combining data from different sources, or if primary data source lacks the necessary fields, or to enrich insights by blending diverse data sets. Now let us see our next type of questions which were based on important business analysis charts. First question is, how do you choose the appropriate chart type for different types of data? So choosing the appropriate chart type for different types of data is essential for effective data visualization. And the right chart can convey the informations clearly, highlight trends, and make insights more accessible to the audience. Like you can see this chart on my right, for continuous and discrete data type, we generally use line chart, and for discrete data type, we use bar chart. For continuous data type, we use scatter chart. For data types where we show the relationship between three variables identifying the trends, we use bubble chart there. And if the data type is distribution and if the data type is of distribution analysis, we use histogram there. If the data type is of density or distribution of data, then there we use heat map chart. And if there are data types of project management, scheduling, or task duration, then there we use Gantt chart. So according to different types, we use different types of chart so that we can see the information clearly, highlight the trends, and make insights more accessible to the audience. Now moving on to our second question, discuss the advantages and disadvantages of using waterfall chart. So first let us see the advantages part. So the first advantage is it clearly illustrates the cumulative impact of sequentially introduced positive and negative values. Second advantage is it is effective for visualizing financial data, budget breakdowns, and process flows. Third advantage is it enhances understanding of changes in data over a series of steps. And fourth advantage is it encourages a focus on trends and the flow of data, helping to identify trends or patterns. Now let us see the disadvantage part. Now if we see the disadvantage part, the first disadvantage is waterfall charts are not suitable for representing continuous data. They are more effective for discrete types of data points. Second disadvantage is this may be complex for simple data sets or when trends are straightforward. If we talk about the third disadvantage, it is limited application to specific scenarios like financial reporting. And if we talk about the fourth disadvantage point, it is potential for misinterpretation if not used appropriately or without context. And moving on to a third question, can you explain the concept of Pareto chart and when it is useful? On the right side, you can see how Pareto chart actually looks. Repeat. And Pareto chart basically combines bar and line graphs showing individual values in decreasing order and cumulative percentage through a line. It is useful for identifying the most significant factors contributing to a problem, focusing on efforts addressing the most impactful issues first. And this is commonly applied in quality control, process improvement, and decision making to prioritize actions based on the principle that a small number of factors contribute to the majority part. Now moving on to our fourth question, what is the difference between data analyst and business analyst? So data analyst basically applies statistical and mathematical models to uncover the patterns, trends, and correlations in data, whereas business analyst maps out business processes and identifies areas for improvement. And data analyst basically focuses on data and analytics part, whereas business analyst focuses on business process. And data analysts use tools and technologies like SQL, Excel, Python, R, or Tableau, whereas business analysts use tools and technologies such as BPMN, UML model, Jira, Excel, and PowerPoint. So this is the basic difference between data analyst and business analyst. Okay, our next question is explain UML and its use cases. So UML is basically defined as Unified Modeling Language, and it is a general purpose development modeling language that provides a standard way to visualize systems, and it is basically used to detect and eliminate errors, reason for the system behavior, and third, propose design plans to stakeholders. Now, let us see some scenario-based questions. So the first question is, how would you conduct A/B testing to assess the impact of a website change on user engagement? So here we should imagine the scenario that we have provided with, and based on that scenario, we have to provide a proper solution. And conducting A/B testing to assess the impact of a website change on users' engagement involves a structured and controlled approach. So the first step would be to define the objective. Then we select a specific element on the website to test, such as call to action button, headline, image, or layout. Then we will develop two versions of the web page, the control, which is the original version, and the variant version with some proposed changes. Then fourth step would be to use a random assignment method to ensure that visitors are randomly directed to either control or variant versions of the page. Then we set up tracking tools such as Google Analytics or other A/B testing platforms to monitor user interactions with both versions of the page. Then sixth step is to run the A/B test for sufficient duration to gather some statistical significant data. Then we use statistical analysis to determine if the observed difference between the control and variant versions are statistically significant. And in the next step, we will analyze the results to understand the impact of the website change on user engagement. And then, based on the analysis, we conclude the effectiveness of the website change. And after that, we implement the successful variation if the A/B test indicates positive results. And then finally, we document the A/B testing process, including objectives, variations tested, and results. And the last step would be to adopt a mindset of continuous improvement and learning from A/B testing. And by following these steps, organizations can conclude A/B testing in a systematic manner, enabling data-driven decision making and the continuous improvement of their website for better user engagement. Now, let's move to our second question. The company is planning to launch a new product. How would you use market trends and historical data to forecast potential demand and optimize the product launch strategy? So launching a new product involves a thorough analysis of market trends and historical data. So firstly, we start by closely examining the current market trends, understanding what customers are currently looking for in the market. Then we dive into historical data related to similar products launches, analyze their past success and failures. Then third step is to review customer feedback from past launches. Consider both positive and negative reviews to understand customer sentiments. Fourth step is to develop a demand forecast model based on the insights that we gathered. Fifth step, we would recommend a phased approach to product launch, like testing the product in specific markets or demographics before a full-scale launch. Sixth step is to work closely with cross-functional teams, including marketing, sales, and product development. And last step is to continuously monitor sales performance and customer feedback after the launch. And by following these steps, we can develop a comprehensive and data-driven strategy that maximizes the chances of a successful product launch. Now let's move to our next question. The organization is looking to reduce operational cost. How would you approach analyzing the current cost structure, identifying areas for optimization, and implementing cost-saving measures? So reducing operational cost also involves a systematic approach to analyzing the current cost structure, identifying areas for optimization, and implementing effective cost-saving measures. So we begin with conducting a thorough analysis of current cost structure, categorize cost into fixed and variable expenses. Then we benchmark our current costs against industry standards and best practices, compare the organization's cost structure with similar companies in the industry. Third step would be we collaborate with different departments and teams to gain insights into specific cost drivers. Fourth step is to explore opportunities to leverage technology for cost optimization. Identify other software solutions or automation tools that can streamline processes and reduce manual efforts. Next, we review existing vendor contracts and negotiate for better terms. Then, we evaluate current operational process for efficiency, encourage process improvement initiatives to enhance productivity and reduce cost. Seventh step is to involve employees in cost saving initiatives by providing training programs to enhance skills and improve productivity. And the last step is to implement key performance indicators or KPIs to monitor the effectiveness of cost saving measures. And by following these steps, the organization can systematically analyze its cost structure, identify areas for optimization, and implement practical measures to achieve significant operational cost reductions. Now let's see our fourth question. The company is experiencing a decline in sales. How would you approach this issue using data analytics to identify the root cause and propose a solution for that? Now let's see a proper step-by-step approach for this also. So we begin with collecting relevant data on sales performance. Then we clean and validate the collected data to ensure the accuracy. After that, we analyze historical sales data to identify patterns and trends. And then we segment customers based on various categories such as demographics, buying behavior, or location. We evaluate the performance of individual products or product categories. We identify which products are contributing to decline in the sales and which ones are still performing well. Then we analyze the broader market trends and competitor activities and identify any external factors influencing the decline in the sale. Then we collect a feedback from customers through surveys or direct communication. Then we use predictive analysis to forecast future sales trends. We also identify potential challenges or opportunities that may impact sales in the upcoming periods. Step number 9 is to analyze the combined insights from historical data, customer segmentation, product performance, market analysis, and customer feedback to identify the root cause of the decline in these sales. Then propose targeted solutions based on the identified root cause. And after that, we implement the proposed solution in a phased-wise manner. And in the last step, based on the ongoing data analytics and feedback, iterate and refine strategies. And by following these steps, the organization can leverage data analytics to gain actionable insights into the decline in the sales, and also identifying underlying causes and develop effective strategies to reverse this trend. Now let's move on to our next question. The company wants to better understand its customer base for targeted marketing efforts. How would you utilize analytics to segment customers and tailor marketing strategies to each segment? So to better understand the customer base and tailor marketing strategies to each segment, leveraging analytics is crucial. So here is a step-by-step approach. We start with collecting relevant data on customer demographics, purchasing behavior, preferences, and interactions. Then we utilize analytics tool to segment customers based on common characteristics. Third step, we will develop a detailed profiles for each customer segment. Then we use predictive analytics to forecast future customer behavior within each segment. Step 5, here we tailor marketing strategies for each identified segment. And sixth step, here we implement A/B testing for marketing campaigns within each segment. And after that, we implement marketing automation tools to streamline personalized communication. Step number 8, we regularly monitor the performance of marketing strategies using analytics. And after that, we establish a feedback loop by collecting customer feedback. And at last, we ensure alignment between marketing efforts and sales customer service. We share customer insights with other departments to enhance the overall customer experience. And by systematically following these steps, the company can leverage analytics to gain a deep understanding of its customer base, create targeted segments, and implement personalized marketing strategies that resonate with each group. Now let's move on to our sixth question. The company's website is not performing well in terms of user engagement. How would you use analytics to identify areas? So for improving website performance and user engagement through analytics, it involves a strategic and data-driven approach. So let's see our step-by-step approach. We start with clearly defining key performance indicators or KPIs related to user engagement, such as bounce rate, time on site, and conversion rates. Then we map out the user journey on the website from entry to conversion, Step number 3, we utilize analytics tools to analyze user behavior in real time, like identify popular pages, entry points, and exit points. Step number 4, we examine the conversion funnel to identify potential drop-off points. Step number 5, we use heat maps and session recording tools to visually understand user interactions and identify areas of high and low engagement on this. Step number 6 is to analyze the website's performance on different devices, especially on mobile. Step number 7, we implement A/B testing for different elements on the website. And in next step, we use analytics tool to access page load times, identify and optimize elements that contribute to slow loading. Step number 9, we implement user feedback mechanisms such as surveys, feedback forms, or usability testing. And in step number 10, we analyze competitors' websites to identify best practices and areas for improvement. And last step is to implement changes based on insights gained from analytics, continuously monitor the impact of changes on user engagement metrics. By systematically following these steps, the company can leverage analytics to identify areas for improvement, optimize the user experience, and ultimately enhance user engagement on the website.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IIT Powertech. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.